part of why we're doing it. Okay, so today we're going to be checking out some Farming Simulator 25. This is the newest entry into the farm sim genre, coming out on the 12th of November, 2024. This is being recorded before that because I have early access to it. And like I typically do when we check out a brand new game, and also let me know if like the volume's too loud, too quiet, all that kind of stuff. So we're just gonna go ahead and do a quick peek for accessibility stuff. We do like to celebrate any accessibility wins we see. Not having accessibility settings doesn't necessarily imply a problem. You could design your games to not need them. But yeah, so we've got here just basic audio and all that. No big surprises here. We've got a bunch of different stuff like frame rate limits and all that. They do have UI scaling and in-game HUD scaling, so you can make it a little less awful to see if it's too small for you. They do have tons and tons of settings like shadows and all that, so all that. For me personally, when I went to play the game, when I say play, like just to test it before stream, the other day, I did have to update my video card drivers. They were only about 2 months out of date, but opening the game without updating it, it did not run well. And then I also had to turn off VSync. So if you're running into really bad performance problems, check those two things. And then otherwise, view distance is usually the big culprit in a lot of these games, as you turn your view distance up to like 200 and your stuff goes potato. You can adjust your mouse sensitivity in that. It has been cool enough that it did detect that I am not using a QWERTY keyboard, so for those of you out there who do not use a QWERTY keyboard, it does seem to use key positioning key mapping as opposed to the letters themselves, so thank you devs for doing that, because the other way is absolutely obnoxious and really shouldn't be done anymore. It's fine if it's an old game when they didn't know any better, but it's 2024. Using key positioning and all that, like that was a main feature back in the days of XNA, which is like 2001. So, first person Factorio? Exactly, Poity. So with that said, we have gone through, there's a couple little accessibility settings, but I remember not having too much in the way of accessibility problems in Farming Sim to begin with. Maybe arguably people with limited motor control function, I could certainly see an argument there. But as far as like color deficiency filters and all that, it was pretty good with all that. So we're gonna go in here and check this out and create ourselves a new save. Now, I'm not gonna go do like, if people remember my last playthrough, I did a farm sim. We did our Survivor Man challenge where we started with like $0, the hardest economy settings on a map with no buildings or anything like that. I would be down to do that a little bit later, but since we are playing like the brand new version, let's check out the new things. I think I see. I was like looking at this being like, okay, new farmer, it turns out like a tutorial and all that. My assumption is here, because it says start farm, even though the reason we are getting less money, it's because it's going to give us a bunch of equipment that's probably worth more to begin with. Yeah, so that's interesting. So they got their difficult settings. They've got new farmer, where you start with 100,000 euros, no loan and on an easy difficulty. You've got farm manager, where they start you out with 1 million euros. But it looks like the new farmer, you start with a farm and a guided tour. Farm manager, where you start with 1 million euros on the normal economy difficulty. You've got start from scratch, which is you get 500,000 euros, but 250,000 of that is a loan on the hard economy settings. It's interesting there, and we can also adjust that. I kind of wish there was the $0 option. Oh, actually, this will work. Yeah, so you got easy, medium, or hard. Because I'm down to do a map where we start with basically like the 0 to hero, but we just don't do the whole like Survivor Man map, so I'll take contracts to get money. It'll be way faster than when we did our Survivor Man stuff. Can we raise snipes? I don't believe so. We can raise a bunch of animals like chickens and all that. I do not know the whole range balance, but I know they got like chickens and goats and sheep and cows and a whole bunch of other stuff. I believe they introduced a new one. I'm going to go ahead and skip the start with the farm and the guided tour for now. That's just because I'm someone who's played the game a whole lot, and I do feel like getting pushed in the tutorial side of things won't be that great of an experience for me just because I've already done it. And I can't speak for how the tutorial is in this one. In Farm Sim 22, the tutorial was actually one of the things I complained about with the game. And that what the tutorial in that one was, they go, here's how you harvest a field, here's how you plow a field, here's how you fertilize a field, okay, go farm. And I'm being unfair. But it was those things that they showed you a couple individual actions, and they just went. And so one of the first steps you kind of had to do was you kind of had to have someone else show you, like, okay, but here's what you have to do. Or you had to, like, look up the guides or, like, read through their documentation or whatever. It did a really good job of teaching you the mechanics of the game, but not like, hey, you got to do these in this order, and it was very important to know the order and all that. But yeah, so the next thing we have to choose is we've got our 3 maps. We've got Riverbend Springs, which is a US map that is a bit more wetlands than we've seen in the game in the past. We've got Hutan Pentai, I think that's how you say that, which is a Japanese map. I don't know the location, but this is a Japanese location. And then we got Sri Lanka, which is, interestingly enough, from the last game. So I'm going to say no on the Sri Lanka, but do we want to do Riverbend for, like, a more wetlands kind of area, or do we want to do Japan? Because I could see 50-50 as to why people want to see different ones. And I'm imagining a lot of people playing this right now are probably doing Japan, because they have a whole bunch there. I might go with the Japan, just because I think that'll be more different. Which, granted, yeah, that's probably what everyone's doing. Yep, so the reason I've chosen 100,000 and 100,000 is my intent when I get in here. Oh, and they did give me, like, the thing here. One thing I am going to do here in just a second, though, is I am going to hide my screen. And there's a reason for this. And that reason boils down to, let's see, gameplay capture. This game has a habit of doxing my first name, even though I don't have my first name set on my computer anymore. When I go to create my character, it defaults my character name to my first name and all that. It's not that big a deal, but it is a little annoying.
JD2B0 for subscribing for 15 months.
Let's see, you think you'd look around the maps before starting properly? Yeah. Hey, JD, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you have been enjoying our advertisement-free viewing as well as access to emo. And you're not missing anything right now. It's literally just the save or this loading screen. Oh, that's the wrong capture. Literally just that loading screen there. Come on. But when it hits 100%, I go to create my character. It's always just like, hey, what if we just blasted your first name on the screen for you? How'd you like that? I don't know where it pulls it from either, because it's not my name on my computer like my Windows installation. It's not my name on Steam, because this is actually not the Steam version. This is the version they have from their store. Their store doesn't have, like, it's not like a third-party launcher. You just get the executable of the game and you run it. So it's not like EA's Origin or any of those garbage. So I really don't know where it gets at. I remember on the previous one I figured out how to change it. And all that. Still very slow to load? Yeah, no, first time loading is a thing. Keep in mind I'm also running an encoder, streaming, and doing a whole bunch of other stuff. And I am streaming to multiple platforms, so that is reflected there. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and kill the game capture just long enough to change my name in the character creation here. And then I'll put it back on. Okay. Alright, so the game should come back up. Yep, so got a pretty typical stuff here. You can change...
Thank you, Sentient_Cookie, for subscribing for 34 months.
Hype train is
Subby
go.
wubby
Choo choo.
Uh-huh. Thank you, Cookie. So thank you so much, Sentient Cookie, for the tier 3 sub continuing those 12 months you've been a tier 3 sub, which is ridiculously generous of you. So thank you so much for continuing to have, like, so much support you've been throwing this way and all that. I really do appreciate it. It does really help a whole lot. And I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emote and kicking off a hype train. So yeah, so you got a bunch of presets you can choose. They're basically just, you know, choose basic appearance. And it is interesting because they messed around with the character creation a little bit, and this has sort of, kind of kept some of it, but not all of it. Which is the thing the other one did too. Yeah, so you got like a bunch of different facial hair and all that. I wonder what happens if you choose... Oh, okay, fair enough. You would choose, like, you know, a feminine presenting character, and you go to the beard, just like, no!
Thank you Non-Amaroy for subscribing for 7 months. Scam train, I'm in.
Thank you, No Name Roy, for the tier 1 sub. Joining in on the scam train. Been subbed to the channel for 7 months. Kicking us over to level 2, so thank you so much for that. Flip-flops while farming? Yeah, like I said, I was messing with it a little bit, so this is actually the character customization I was doing. Now what I'm hoping is I did run into... Yeah. I haven't figured out how to take off the single-piece suit to check out the individual shirts and pants. Because I've selected what I think is an empty spot. You can't select these ones, and then all these are the single-piece suits. So I'm not terribly sure how that works. So I don't know if they're just missing a button there, or I'm just no idea. But yeah, so you got a bunch of your little outfits you can start here with. But like you have like all your name brand stuff for like different companies and all that. And they just got like generic, hey, I'm dressed kind of like a mechanic. You know, I'm just like motocross apparently. That's what we did in our last one, is we were running around in the bee outfit everywhere. Oh, okay. I see. Gotcha, so these branded ones you can't change. I understand now. It's interesting that there's a blank spot here that doesn't do anything. Let's see, if you highlight the empty one-piece block, hit what enters. Yeah, so that didn't do anything, but apparently these ones up here aren't considered a full suit. Well, some of those other ones are. It might be these ones here that have that little white icon. That might imply it's a full suit. That's exactly what that means. Okay, so the white icon means it's a full suit. You can't customize it piece by piece. Or the other ones you can. I'm assuming some of these ones have the full icon. Will have limitations to them as well. They're not going to spend too long character customization. Because usually you could change it in the game as well. Oh yeah, so those are the brand and then they're not branded ones. Just... There's so much cursed stuff I can do with this. Oh, we could also... Oh, that means I could change the color. I see. Gonna go back to high school. And we're definitely doing this in sandals. That said, we're still wearing gloves because I mean that's just safety right there. And we're gonna have our safety glasses on. Excellent. Perfect. Absolutely how it should be. Hand safety. Yeah. No, it's like gotta keep those fingies protected, but come on. Shoes? What do I look like? Alright. So I am noticing a complete absence of music at the moment. So before any time passes, the reason I set up the settings what they were... Okay, so they have changed the UI here a lot. So you can see... Alright, well, we got our whole list of crop types. So we got wheat, barley, canola, oat, corn, sunflower, soybeans, potatoes. So rice and long rice are new. Sugar beet, sugar cane, cotton, sorghum. They do have the grapes and olives. Poplar, so they do have the root crops as well, the carrots, beets, and parsnip. The green beans, peas, spinach, and... Yeah, so the new ones are the peas, the green beans, the spinach, and then the 2 types of rice are new. We got 5 new crops there. We have our thing that shows the current growth period, like where it's all at. Map-wise, so it doesn't seem like it's a huge map, but that's okay. We'll end up with a lot of those. You can also have it filtered by if we own it, if I don't own it, and all that. We could choose to create jobs, active workers. And thank you for that tier 3, level 3 hype train at 5%. Contribute a total of 3 subs, and I really do appreciate that. Having that tier 3 sub really bumped it up real far. But thank you so much for that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much for that. Hopefully we get music here. We've got our different seasons, and they've gone ahead and marked the seasons appropriately with this. I actually wonder... You know, in all honesty, I don't know relative to the equator where Japan is. I never thought about that. As far as like where they'd have winter. This would imply it's northern hemisphere. Because of just where wintering goes all that in there. Okay, we've got generally the weather you have for the different times of year. Calendar and that. Yeah, so it looks like it's got a lot of bunch of stuff. We've got like our wind direction and speed. We've got like our different weather and all that. That's all good news. We have our harvest and planting season. One party foul here. Red green using as your indicators. So that unfortunately is a step back of if you have color deficiency, especially these ones in the middle, if you didn't already know, you'd be like planting season, harvest season, these are the same picture. So you get the idea. We don't have any animals, so there's nothing to do there. We've got contracts, so there's new and active. We have a bunch of different places we could drop stuff off to sell things at. And if we own them or not. We have our prices, the vehicles we own, hand tools we own, our finances. Yeah, so what I was going to do... There. So we can effectively start with a 0 amount of money by just starting with 100,000 and making it a $100,000 loan and then paying off your loan. So that's good, because that used to need a mod or to edit save files to do in the past. We can change our economy settings and all that in the middle. You can choose seasonal growth, that's still a thing, the number of days per month, which is good if you want to be able to just take your time or not. Whether or not snow's on, whether or not crop destruction is on. Periodic plowing required, so every once in a while we still have field stone as an option. You can turn that off. You have lime required, weeds. Disaster destruction enabled. So you have enabled, visual only, and disabled. So you can have it where it looks like it does stuff, it actually does stuff, or you can just be like, look, man, I don't want disasters. Of which I know there are tornadoes, I do not know what they have. We have our vehicles can get dirty, automatic engine start, stop-go braking, the tiller limit, fuel usage, you can change that to different difficulty settings. You can have it so your AIs will like automatically restock stuff. All those are settings we used to have before other than the disaster, which is a new one. Okay, so we do have a colorblind mode. Let's see if we go back up here. Never mind, I retract everything I just said about the colorblind thing. They already have it handled. Cool. You can change the money, so if you're like, I don't want euros or whatever, we could do that. You can change all your stuff here. Okay, we have radio everywhere. We'll do the radio for a while. If it gets repetitive or annoying, we'll swap it out with something else. You have different input controls and all that, so you got lots of good stuff in here. Cool. Got volume controls, and you got your stuff. So honestly, looks pretty cool. Is there a button for like radio station? Yeah, the radio volume. Not that I'm looking to skip this right now, but in the event they were like, nah, man. Is there just like a radio button? And just like before, this is actually one of the harder things about the game, is there are so many controls that very genuinely it can be pretty overwhelming. All right. So, okay. So you have 5, 6, and 4. Easy enough. Okay. Okay, so 5 is on and off. So you have Latino FM. Online streams are not yet rated. Do you want to continue?
There are lots of people you might want to share a verbal. There are lots of people you might want. Sometimes I catch you.
All right, well we can't do that because that is super DMCA music there. So we're gonna turn our music on. So that is almost certainly a muted VOD. It's like Rihanna's like, oh, that's a problem. Why put that in the game for people who don't stream? That you can have your music. That's actually one of the thing. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Realizing now that that's probably DMCA unsafe music, because there's definitely no way Rihanna's not DMCA restricted. There's all of that. But yeah, no, I did like the upbeatness of it. But yeah, no, more than likely when I go and check my VOD later, that'll be muted, which kinda sucks, but it makes sense. It's the same problem you have with American Truck Simulator. They have the radio there. It will actually take you to local radio stations where you're driving your trucks through. If you turn that on, which is really cool, but also 100% going to get you slapped for DMCA if you're doing all this. Anyways, since we just started, we don't have any property or anything like that. So the first thing we're going to end up needing to do is starting to take on some contracts. And I'm just going to go ahead and take what contracts we can. Let's see, the leased machines are waiting for you. You'll fill the tools if needed. Alright, so I did take the contract to cut down trees. I don't know where the leased machines are. Oh! Okay. I was expecting what said Deadwood. I was expecting him to just give me a chainsaw, not like a proper tree cutting machine. And I keep hitting M just like in the first one to try and do the same thing. Okay, so it's straight south of us. But yeah, so with the contracts, I could take these. Hey, sir, ma'am, person, you really don't want to try and, no. Where do you go? Where are you going? I am riding in the middle of the road to deter you from unsafely passing. This isn't me being a jerk. I am considering your safety by disallowing you to pass when it's not safe. Because I could turn and that big arm could just smack you with it. Driving like a true farmer. Oh man. Where I grew up in my teens, we had one of the roads that would go across the state. Was absolutely one of those roads where there's no passing for like the entire road. And you'd get stuck behind a tractor. And so like some days it was a really fast route to get where you're going. And other days you get stuck behind a tractor and it's just the worst. Okay. Okay, there's a dead tree over there. This is going to be pretty cursed. We definitely did not choose well in our first contract. I gotta remember my buttons. Okay, so it's open there. We've got lowered in position. Oh, good. There's like literally an align button now. And then Q. I was not expecting the fanfare. It's like, you did it! You used a tool to cut down a tree. Congrats! There we go. Okay. So this one I don't have to like collect the wood back or anything. I just need to deal with it. Okay, so we've got another dead tree up here. Man, I wish you would have given me a chainsaw instead. Let's double check. I don't have a chainsaw, right? Nope, nope, don't play that music. Yeah. REM losing my religion. 100% not DMCA safe. I cannot see at all what I'm doing. Let's see what happens. It says align. Oh, that is so nice. It's literally you get it over there, it marks a tree, and you hold R, and it's like, okay, man. Isn't there a way to mute it as part of the script? You can mute the in-game music. Speaking of which, I'm gonna do that because I'm gonna accidentally hit that 5 a lot. And, like I said, that could potentially get my stream muted, so I definitely don't want to play that game. Radio off. We'll set it to vehicle only as an extra precaution. But there should be volume. Yeah, here we go. Radio volume off. Just so if I accidentally hit the button, I'm not just getting my VOD muted again and again and again. Alright, so let's locate the next tree before we start driving through all this garbage. Looking for deadwood. Okay, so I got deadwood tree here. That's gonna be fun to get there. Alright, so one of our first buys, because they'll probably be really cheap to buy it, is gonna be the chainsaw. Because with the chainsaw, these missions are really easy. You just run around real fast and then you're just good. Straight through our window. No, obviously the very expensive machine. Alright, so I probably have 2 more deadwood trees to go look for. Okay, next one's over here. That should be an easy one to find. Just get right over the hill and to the right. I think I see it straight ahead, maybe? Yeah, that's it. Hey, Jay Walker, how's it going? But yeah, this is... For those who watched when I first played Farm Sim, well, not actually when I first played, but the second map I did in Farm Sim 22, we did Silver Run Mountain, and I don't even want to begin to explain how much time I spent on that map just cutting trees. Because that map, the whole idea was it was a big forest. And so you could kind of carve your own farmland out and all that. And we did. And it took forever. Let's see. You have a question. Since you stream till like noon, will that mess up your stream streaks? No. Basically, as long as you watch the stream at any point during the stream, it counts. So it's not like one of those things that if I stream extra long and you miss half of it, that's fine. As long as you tuned in at some point during the stream, it'll count towards a stream streak. That said, the stream streaks are super buggy, especially on mobile. So, you know, you could do everything right and still lose your stream streak, unfortunately. So I wouldn't get too attached to it. Like, I had one that went pretty long. Even if you were there at noon, as long as you're there for any point. So if you were there for the last 15 minutes, as long as you're there long enough for it to count, you're good. If you're there at the very beginning and you didn't come back for the entire rest of the stream, you're good. Basically, at some point during that stream, you had to be there, and it's just, it doesn't detect instantly. Okay, there's the last deadwood tree. So it is just... I'm assuming that's north. So it is just northwest of the center. Yeah, if it's not buggy. Yeah, no, if you're on mobile and like that's your primary watching thing, just accept you're not going to get stream streaks working well. It's been super dodgy on there. And while they haven't like abandoned or anything, it's definitely one of those things that it's gotten back burner treatment. And this is something that came up as a discussion point while we were at TwitchCon, that they were like, yeah, we're not expecting to do anything with it significant for a while. Just there was a you know, Twitch went through a layoff not too far back because Amazon laid off a whole bunch of people, and Twitch is part of Amazon. And so they kind of had to take a bunch of stuff they were working on it and prioritize, and some stuff didn't make the cut. So stream streaks is mostly just being maintained for right now, and then maybe not later they'll revisit it. We'll see. It's one of those features that it's kind of cool in some ways, and it's also got like a lot of negatives in other ways too. I like it, but I will also say it does have undesirable side effects. Alright, where was that tree? It was around here somewhere. Yeah, like if we would have had the chainsaw, I would have just run over here and just done it, because it was over here in this direction somewhere. Yeah, there you are. Okay. Yeah, so it's like just over the next little bump here to the left, and then that should be the last, Yeah, so just over this bump. Just tucked in here. There you are. Yeah, no, this whole thing, we're gonna just drive close to the tree, and as soon as it highlights the tree, you just hold R, and it just aligns it. Okay. And with that, we can hop out of our tractor, or whatever that is, the tree cutter, whatever. You hope there's an option to turn off minimap rotation? They did in the last one. I'd be really surprised if they didn't. Yeah, timescale, traffic, seasons, general settings. Because I know the last one had a map rotation thing you could change. I mean, it might not be here. If not, they'll have a mod for it. I'm not too worried about it myself, but it's fine. I know some people have preferences of having it rotate or not. So with that, we finished our first contract. We cut down a bunch of trees. Wait. Did it put my money back into... Was that pounds I saw? I'm pretty sure we set our units to, Oh, I did accidentally set to that. Okay, that's fine. Alright. And we got Jay Walker, their 55 stream streak. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so first contract done. We got ourselves $750 reduce. So that's good news. Oh, I guess maybe I have to go to the store. Okay, so it looks like I can't just buy stuff remotely anymore. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Well, those are production chains. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. Oh, you know what? I bet you we have to travel to the store. So if you hit map and go here, we have people on the map here. There we go. Vehicle shop. Alright, so we're at the vehicle shop. Getting a little bit of... like from that. Okay. Cool. So what I wanted to look at is just seeing if I want to buy a chainsaw, because I have no idea where that will be. Skid lowers, trailers. Okay, we've got a bunch of stuff here. Okay, so I've got this, so it's a lot easier to like browse through, where there's like forestry has its subsections and all that. Okay, so we got that. It was probably forestry. Because I know we had a chainsaw in the last. There we go. So chainsaw is $1,000, so I can't afford it yet, but that'll be a good one for those missions, so I don't have to deal with it. But right now we still don't have enough money to do anything meaningful. We got another deadwood mission and our fertilizing. We got some fertilizing missions. We got some harvesting missions, some hoeing missions, rock removal, spraying, stone picking, wood transport. So I'm gonna go ahead and choose a fertilizing mission. Let's actually skip the fertilizing and going for these. And the reason I'm doing this one instead is just because I'm a little bit worried that if I don't do it that way... Well, how far am I going before I hook this thing up? What field am I working at? Is that the one I took? There we go. Harvesting. So it's field 19. And field 19 is over here somewhere. There you are. Okay, so field 19 is half across the map. So let's go ahead and... You notice the requirements for Farm Sim 25 are a fair bit higher than 22? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Right, so I'm going to need to grab the header, drop it on that. Because trying to drive across the entire city with that sticking off of it's going to be a whole thing. I have no idea how... So last game that had some pretty good... I can't tell if that snapped into place or not. I think it did. I'd say last time the things there were very generous because it didn't give you a good angle to work with. That it did just kind of go, here, you're in the right area, it's good enough. Okay. Again, we're going back here. So I'm looking at... Yeah, so probably take this road to the right and just follow it all the way over to field 19. And I've immediately gone what? Okay. Alright. I am liking the UI they've got down there in the corner now. It definitely seems like a much better, a much cleaner version of the same UI. Like, it's giving us the same information the old one gave, but it's doing a little bit better job of having the whole thing be readable. I can see, like, if you were doing your different shifters, you got your shifter down there where we're at with our contract. I don't know why this car thought I was going to let them pass, because I'm definitely not. I'm assuming the bottom right will be if you have an AI driver or whatever you pass it off to. Which we're going to give the AI driver a go on this field and see how that goes. Now granted, we are playing in hard economy settings, so hiring a driver at this, or hiring someone to do the work for me at this point, probably going to be me making almost nothing. And what we'll do after this field is I will accept several missions of the same type. That way when I go and I grab these vehicles, I can just go through, knock out one thing, and then knock out the next thing, and knock out the next thing back to back to back. This is how you upset people in town. Just imagine you're going through, like, downtown, like, Chicago or Orlando or New York or LA or whatever, and you're just going down, like, the main road the whole way, just taking up the entire field with just a harvester. Just Times Square, just trying to drive a harvester through it. This is low-key drive-thru here? Well, I'm curious, because apparently I'm supposed to be bringing stuff to a warehouse over there on the right when I'm done. So, while it is, like, the low-key hilarious, I'm also not seeing another way to go through here. Excuse me, miss? Thank you. Sir? Sir? Where did you go? We'll just leave before there's witnesses. There's few things in this world you probably don't want to cut off more than a combine. Like, very genuinely, I'm trying to come up with things I would I would be more worried about cutting off than a combine. Like, even something like a tank, it's like, no, you don't understand. This is worse. It's probably you. How dare. A charging rhino? Nope, still think the combine's worse. Not that a charging rhino is something I would also like to get in front of. Okay. So we have handed over to the AI. It is figuring itself out. It is rapidly draining the money. So that's already something that this seems to be doing better. I don't recall when you're playing Farm Sim seeing them with like the kneeling style. Oh, the fill level's behind the camera? Nope, that's not much better. Nope. I think we're one of these ones that there's not really a good place to put it. Let me go ahead and just take the camera real fast here. We can go ahead and go... Where are you, camera? You're here somewhere. Unlock. Scooch. Let me move the camera. There we go. There. All right. That they're tool rolls. Yeah, so I think it's having difficulty with that pillar, but it is doing head rows or whatever. Meanwhile, well, that does its job there. The thing I was commenting on that I noticed was that was smart enough that what it was doing, or sorry, not smart enough. The tractor was like, or the harvester was like leaning on the hill on its hydraulics, and yet the actual tool is laying flat on it. I don't think that did that in 22. I think on 22 your whole vehicle kind of rigidly followed the terrain and didn't really have the idea of like, you know, that you could have the vehicle and the header kind of tilting separately and all that. So I saw there was a railroad track, I believe it was. How are you liking Farm Sim 25 so far? I'm liking it so far. We're very early on, though. Is this what I was going to follow? No. So we got a railroad track up here, and I'm just going to drive our thing over here. And that worker's taking all of my money. You saw nothing. Gotta watch out for those rocks. Because I suspect that that canola field is probably more than that harvester can handle on its own, so far as the volume of storage. You end up getting this game for Emma because of you? Do you feel it's worth it? So, for the record, they gave me a key. Like, I am a Giants partner software, so they do give me access to the games and all that. And so that's just one thing to be fully transparent about that. And I have bought DLC for the past titles myself and whatnot on occasion. Yeah. You also got a plaque for the game. I know, it's still such a cool little thing that, you know, yeah, they just probably went to their local place and paid someone, you know, 20, 30 bucks to get it made or whatever it costs. I have no idea. But even then, it's just like a nice thought. Do you have it nearby? Can we see it? Yeah. Like, it's just a thing that they do for their partners. This is just the company logo for Giant Software. And it's like this whole machined metal of their logo. So it's kind of like, you know, it's like, you know, the YouTube play button or the Twitch, the little heart thing, where it's like, okay, it's, you know, it's not an expensive thing or anything to make. Like I said, that thing probably costs them 15, 20, 30 bucks, I have no idea, to make, but it's just like a cool thought. You know, versus how many things, like, you're a partner, what does this mean? Nothing. They're like, no, like, we got this whole thing, it's all that. Yeah, exactly, they didn't have to do anything, so it's just like, you know, it's just a little something. Well, we're not driving through that. I'm gonna have to go back here to this bridge. Because that canal is the kind you drive in and you don't come back out. Yeah, no, definitely, like, just early observations. We haven't played enough to get, like, a proper opinion or anything yet. Let's see, we need the radio to ask the AI worker how full the tank is. I'm okay with it. But yeah, no, I mean, having the information, that to me is probably more mod territory. I don't think that's a big deal. Yeah, so let's see what we've got here. My suspicion is that they probably have done 1 or 2 headrows. Yeah, they're still actively working on the headrows. Yep, it's from the devs. I think dev would be the right term for it. Giants games. Because, like, Farm Sim is, like, the game they do. Yep, so they do the thing where they snipe the end. Also, low-key, those drivers are smart enough to go around us. They didn't do that in Farm Sim 22. They just sat behind you and piled up. They are maneuvering around us as we're blocking traffic. I am also observing right now that, that the way I started that, I can't get to the... where the harvester empties. Oh, you're only at 27% full. Alright. I'm taking this thing over because we're on hard economy. And so it does seem like the AI is better than it was. It still has some things. Like I said, we had this one spot, like, right here that they skipped, which I just took it as... that was just a location they couldn't really reach. Just the pillar was too close or whatever. All right. Yeah, so cruise control is still 3. I don't know what I hit to get to turn off a second ago, but that's fine. I'm not taking the time to be all super neat and do the rows. We're just gonna go around and make it happen. Okay. But yeah, no, the last time we played the game, so I played a number of times with Farm Sim with 22. And so the first time we played it, we just did like a dare drop where we had to go through the tutorial and harvest a couple fields and whatever like that. You know, very, very straightforward, kind of just following along with the way the game brings you through. And it was one of those games that, in the tutorial one we did, I had fun with it, but like, playing the tutorial style wasn't really my thing. I like to start with nothing and build up from that in my games. It just, I don't know, the progression feels way more meaningful. And so from there, we started a brand new farm on a map called Silver Run. The whole idea was a forest mountain. And so we'd have to sit there and like meticulously and slowly clear all the trees. And that's basically where we learned how to play the game, which in some ways was good because when you are playing the game and you have to worry about money and not knowing what you need to buy and yada yada yada, that can be a problem. But also, lumberjacking in the game is extremely lucrative in the past titles. I have no idea about this one. So as well as things that I basically had, you know, guaranteed all of this money so I could make a lot of mistakes and still be fine. That wasn't a deliberate decision. That just was kind of a happy accident. But we did that, and genuinely, I can't think of how many times we streamed me working on that farm. And we did get it to where we like set up a cotton field, and we did I can't remember if it was like canola. I think we grew a lot of canola on the map, but like 99% of it was just lumberjacking because it was a literal forest had to be moved because it was in the way. You did so much stuff in this game. Do you have all the achievements? So in 22, I did get all of the achievements. That was actually a goal I set out for myself when 25 was announced. So I did go, and I think we did one day on stream where I knocked, yeah, it was on stream, I knocked out a bunch of achievements, like breeding a bunch of the cows and the pigs and the chickens and all that. And then off stream, I had to just harvest, you know, N amount of olives, Y amount of grapes were two of the achievements to get those. And then there was some ones for finding the collectibles, which are hidden in the map and all that. And so there was that. That said, the really, really rough achievements that took me the longest were the grapes and the olives. There is a reason why in Farm Sim 22, the grapes and the olives are not particularly liked. They're a cool crop, and it's cool to get the equipment, but they were more frustrating to deal with because for as bad as the AI could be at times, the AI had no idea how to handle them. Like, so you literally just could not use the AI driver for it, so you always had to do it yourself. And they're very particular about positioning and everything. But so you couldn't do the lumberjack in the previous games. They gave you motion sickness to where you wanted to vomit. Interesting. Like, it doesn't surprise me Farm Sim causing motion sickness. Like, most simulation games, that is a problem. It's just that lumberjacking was the thing that caused the issue. I would have guessed a lot of like running the equipment like this, where it bobs and bounces around, would be the thing. Hey, they're always weird hard achievements. Yeah, for those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing some Factorio lately. Prior to that, been doing stuff like RimWorld and Project Zomboid and all that kind of good stuff. So if any of that sounds good, definitely someone worth checking out and hanging out and all that good stuff. I believe you had said you had just gotten to Blue Science in your run, if I remember correctly. So getting right about ready to start doing the new space stuff. Because Blue Science is the thing there. You made it to Space Science. Cool, 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 cool. So yeah, so if you're looking for someone just starting to check out the new goodies, right at that point where they get to check out the new stuff. And to me, that's always been the appeal of like watching people play Factorio specifically, is I find watching people play Factorio almost an interesting like psychological study. That, you know, people do problem solving, and it's interesting to see how a person will be presented with a problem and you can kind of see the way their thought goes and the trial and error, you know, until they figure out how they're going to manage it and all that stuff. To me, that is very fascinating to watch, because you don't get many experiences to watch like that kind of thing. So, you know, like you'll put the inserter, it'll be at a weird angle, and they'll rotate around, they'll kind of scratch their head, and it'll move it someplace else, and then sooner or later they kind of get it, and they're like, oh, I understand, and they just see them do it correctly from then on. It's the first person that got you. Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. I probably could have done that in one pass. I certainly could have done that in one pass. It's fine. Well, the rest of the game is spent in third-person view. Yeah, not the first person. That makes sense. Then I will say, if you do play it again, don't do grapes or olives, because the way trying to do the many hours I had to do just to get the grapes and olives achievements, I had to go to first person to line things up reliably. It's just the way it's at a top. It's just really hard to see, because there's two mirrors on the bottom of the front of the grape and olive harvesters. That you just kind of aim for the thing to be between those mirrors. Okay, so I need to. All right. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use the tractor. I was just there, it's like, I'm gonna go drive this, and I was like, oh no, it's gonna be one of these mills that like you have to pull into it where you can't do the arm. Let's see, you didn't do that. You didn't do them in 22. Are they also 25? It sounds like a nightmare. They are. That said, I haven't tried it in 25 because like literally we've been playing 25 for about an hour. Honestly, it wouldn't be that bad if Oh, that's kind of cool. So I'm not sure if you're noticing above me, it's actually telling me how full the vehicle I'm loading is by comparison to my own vehicle. So it's no longer just eyeball it. I can actually go and see that says, oh, okay. This thing is like, you know, what was it, like 22, 23% full? Or 37, not even remotely the same numbers that I just said. Plus satisfying to see the whole bars? Yeah. So I've definitely done some UI love in this one. So I do appreciate that. Alright. Now, I don't know about... Oh, don't worry. I'm a tractor. I don't have to obey the one-ways. That's just what we're going with. Don't bother looking up the rules, though. Just trust me. It's fine. Okay, so this block right here, but where do I actually drop it? There. Yeah, and I would have been able to get the harvest in here. Okay. But yeah, notes as well as things and all that. Gotta redesign your whole base to make less spaghetti. That is always a big temptation. Cool. So we also got an extra 410 bucks for the harvest itself beyond what was required to accomplish the goal. So we can now go here. And... Cool. We got ourselves a little bit more money. So what I'm going to go ahead and do now is we're going to pop back up to the store. We can make our first purchase. There's your sign. There we go. And that is, I am going to buy a chainsaw. Excellent. Oh, for a moment I thought it said fuel costs. Like, did they actually make the chainsaw take fuel? It would be fair, but also, no. Alright, so contracts. So they have categories. So now that I have that, instead of going and, you know, like last time, borrowing the tools, at which point if I do borrow the tools and all that, then I get like, they cut into my profits a little bit. With this, now I can go ahead and do this. So we can hop down there. Can I fast travel to you? No. But I can fast travel here. What do you mean I can't run while holding a chainsaw? That's a kind of floaty jump. It's a flashlight that actually works well. I don't understand. Every game I've ever played has taught me that your flashlight should be utterly useless. Where you play the horror game and you get like what looks like, you know, the portable sun style flashlight, and it's got the brightness of like the world's tiniest candle. Okay. Yeah, so you can see doing like these deadwood contracts with without using the giant tools just tends to be easier because you just walk in here. You don't have to like hunt for the tree and then figure it out. You just go right in, chop it down, move on to the next one. You saw red in the tree? Yep. They painted with a red X. Well, actually, that's a red exclamation mark. But a lot of times you'll have your trees that are like, this is the one you want to cut down. We want you to cut down. They'll paint it with a red X. That's a thing I don't know if they still do it in real life, but that's a thing that has been done in real life. Like when they're going in, they're like, hey, we're trying to, you know, go through in this area. They'll like mark the different trees, be like, hey, these are the ones we need cut down. Leave these trees alone, that kind of thing. Nope, there's another one. But yeah, no, I actually recorded a bunch of videos with the intention of doing a YouTube series that never happened, where I did start like 0 to hero with all, I think it was, oh no, that was right, I gave myself like the maximum amount of debt but no like real money, and so I had to just make it work. And it was on the Silver Run map, and a big part of how I was doing it was just managing to do enough deadwood contracts so I could afford my own land. And so you got really good of just being able to spot up in the area where the trees are. Okay, so there's another deadwood contract done. So this time, I get the full $900. No anything taken from me for doing all that. So we've got hoeing, rock removal. All right, I'm down to try the rock removal. Did you not give me the tools? I did choose to borrow the tools, right? Yeah, they're there. That's fine. Did you get the coaster built in Silver Run? I believe I did at some point. I didn't do it in that run. Okay, and I'm going where now with this? Oh, it's down here at 22. Yeah, so if I just go to left here and then down, like take a right past the gas station, we should be able to see it. What's the vehicle? It's cute. It wasn't a, what was it? Was it a front loader was the name of it? No, it wasn't front loader, it was a different kind. It's a good one for putting a bunch of tools, so you get like, you can put a stump grinder on it, a rock breaker. Skid steer, that's what we're looking for. Yeah, and a Kubota is just the brand. But yeah, no, it's a skid steer, so you can get skid attachments to it. But like I said, it can do stuff like things for picking up bales, like a forklift attachment, a thing for breaking rocks with the hydraulic. I think there was a stump grinder in the last one. The farm is going pretty good. We started with $0, and we're just living that contractor life, so we can one day afford our own farm. I mean, realistically, we'll probably buy our own tools first, like for like minimal viable product. Top speed 7 miles per hour. It's a skid steer. It's not designed to traverse long distances in a meaningful time. It's designed to be like a small, compact thing that's got a lot of horsepowers to like run, you know, again, a hydraulic spike or whatever you're using. They're also fairly heavy as a feature, so that they are their own like counterweight. And then a lot of them you can get counterweights for them in addition. Like, I don't know about in-game, but in real life. That's, you look at some of these things and like what they'll have for their counterweight, and it'll be stuff like, what was it, non-fissile uranium, where it's like no longer radioactive, it's burnt off the radiation. But it'll be inside a casing, but just basically it's a big freaking piece of weight is what it is. But then the idea is when you go and you put something that weighs several hundred pounds on an extension on the front, it doesn't just roll over. And forklifts do that too, where they'll have like a big counterweight on the back. It'll be something like lead or tungsten, or again, like when I say uranium, it's not like you put in a reactor. It's basically uranium that doesn't have any radiation left to it. It's already cast out its electrons. Sometimes the battery itself in the electric models, I could believe that. That's the SUV. It's like, but we live on this road. No, we're taking a different route. Look, we're taking a different route. We're not waiting. It's fine. Obviously had experience stuck behind farm equipment. Oh, no, I believe it. I had mentioned earlier that there was a road that used to, like, from where I had been living in my teenagers to, like, where the big university was in the next city over, there was, like, 3 or 4 different routes to get there. And so, like, 2 of them were the main routes that had, like, the same choke point, same bottleneck, that if there was traffic or something there, it would back up the whole thing and got awful. And then there was one that was just, like, an endless series of stoplights that just was obnoxious. And then there was the one that was a big gamble, which was this country road that was a 2-lane no passing for almost the entire thing, and most of the time it would be your fastest route. Every once in a while, though, you get on that road and you get stuck behind a tractor, and there was nothing you could do. Alright, so it looks like I need to pull forward to where this purple thing is. Actually, is it on my side or the other side? It's on the other side. Yeah, so you gotta just go ahead and go past this purple thing, and then the rock you gotta break is over there. Now, normally what you do with a piece of equipment like this in Farm Sim is if you were doing your own map kind of thing, so you're doing like Silver Run where you had to clear your own land, is you'd have a trailer and you'd put this on the trailer and drive it to where you need to, get it off the trailer, use it there, and then put it back on the trailer. You would not as likely drive it across the entire map. I do like this little canal going through here. Aqueduct, canal kind of thing. Uber for the skid steer, you like it? Yep. Every single time we go into town, I'm always going the wrong way. How do we slow down going downhill? Oh, I turned on the spike for a moment just to see how badly it affect things. So I turned on the hydraulic spike in the front there that we're gonna use to break a rock up in a minute. I think the reason the guy is paying me $2,000 was just for the drive. We're charging by the hour, and it's like a 10-hour drive over there. This little vehicle is so cute. Yeah. That's one thing I really appreciate in the game is I do like when the tractors get all like scuffed up and dirty. It's always those things like, do you want to like repaint and wash your tractors? Like, no. I want it to look well used. I don't want it to look like it's, brand new off the lot. I want it to have like all the corner paint is gone, random dings and scratches in it from like pebbles and rocks and stuff that got kicked up from using it. You'd love to go to the arcade. You wish the arcade was real, but you doubt it. Yeah, no, it's almost certainly not. It's fine. It's breakaway. Farm Sim Extra Hard Economy. Hits that $325 fine. Another one. Yep, fined again. Up, now it's too strong. Which said I was looking what mods are available for the game, like in its early access thing, and they've got their built-in ones. So with their built-in mods, they've got one for that's government subsidy, which is just a way to like kind of give yourself money. So it's like not quite a full-on cheat mode, but okay. Okay, so it isn't just a hydraulic spike that you just, in real life, you just take it to a rock and just keep smacking it. And the idea is you're trying to make it crack into, chunks as opposed to, like, chipping away at it slowly. Same idea as a jackhammer. Now, granted, in real life, you're not pulling up that big rock, going to one spot and tapping it like a dozen times, and then getting a pile of powder. You're gonna put a little bit more work into it like that. But that's where we've talked about, jobs, games that are like simulations of jobs and all that, and what makes them fun. And it's stuff like that, where you just pull up to the thing, and you do the thing, and by magic it goes smoothly. You don't sit there. Oh, I destroyed the wrong rock. No, they had this in Farm Sim 22. All right, and with that, we got another contract done. Hey, Lollipop G, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Automod is just jumping right in there. But hey, how's it going? I saw you were playing this earlier and yesterday and all that. Raid message caught in Automod. Yeah, I noticed that. It was just like, well... But yeah, so I hope you had a good time. Like, I got to catch you out, catch you a bit yesterday. Today I didn't because I may have streamed 16 and a half hours of Factorio yesterday, and I woke up and started stream because I stayed up too late. But yeah, for those who don't know, Lollipop G, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. Had the pleasure of meeting Lollipop G at TwitchCon this past year and all that. It was a lot of fun to meet everyone. But yeah, I've been playing some Farming Simulator 25 as well with the early access, and I hope you've been having a blast with it. What were you doing when I was watching? I think you were harvesting a field, but I don't remember specifically what it was. Yeah, no, we just finished Factorio last night, which is why I went so ridiculously late. But before I get on to that, but yeah, so definitely check out Lollipop. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone you should really check out. A lot of fun over there. Just plays a whole range of stuff. Definitely recommend. Been playing some Farming Simulator 25. Has played what is the where you investigate crime scenes? I'm blanking on it. We played it too a while back. Yeah, it's probably Cultivating. You did so much. Yeah. Shadows of Doubt. That's the one. Shadows of Doubt. Yeah. I've played a whole bunch of that and a whole bunch of good stuff. But like plays a whole range of games over there. Satisfactory and all that. So definitely good times. Alright, so we're collecting our money. We did start with $0 you couldn't set yourself to $0. So all I did is I gave myself a $100,000 loan and then just paid it off. And then I had no money because I started with 100,000. And we're building up because the last time when I played Farm Simulator 22, we did the Survivor Man challenge where we started with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. And we built up like a pretty substantial farm. I don't want to go quite that hard this time, but we are playing on the hard economy settings. And for the moment, I'm doing a bunch of contracts to try and get ourselves our first basic equipment. And we're going to try and use that basic equipment to get things going from there. So can I go to that forest thing right there? Yeah. Perfect. So, contracts are bugged for you? Oh, interesting. I haven't run any problems yet. I totally believe it, though. I mean, I've certainly run to plenty of things in the past titles. It thinks you have 3 active contracts. Gotcha. And thereby not letting you take any more contracts until you resolve them, but if you don't actually have them, you're stuck. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen, because if that happens in our current run, we're kind of screwed. Because the things you had 2 expire, and it didn't figure out how to remove them. Ah, okay. So just the word of warning for me then is to... Oh, wait. Hang on a second. Did we just figure the hack? Because when you have your chainsaw out, I'm not allowed to run. But apparently if I crouch, I can go much faster. Alright. Sure. So it's Project Zomboid. Doesn't matter how tired you are, just crouch, you'll move faster. Why are you not allowed to run? I don't know. Everyone knows running with chainsaws is just a whole experience. Like, if I put it away, I can go right back to running. But then I pull out the chainsaw, and, it just slams on the parking brake. Alright, so we're looking for deadwood trees. You can tell them by the ones that have, like, blotted bark and no leaves. They also tend to be taller than a lot of the other trees around, so they're usually not too hard to spot. Okay, so we're hitting the edge. There we go. Alright. You cut a hole in your leg with a chainsaw once? Don't recommend running. Yeah. Yeah. I've used chainsaws plenty. I have a, I grew up around, like, lots of trees and nature and all that, and we are in an area that gets hit with hurricanes, and so we gotta do all the cleanup afterwards, and most of that cleanup is basically get out the chainsaw and start cutting all the fallen things apart. Alright, we're not doing too good if I'm missing about half of these, and you've already done a circle. Go to the middle, you might find like 4 or 5 of them bunched together. Yeah, so you already cut those ones down.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. Does the forest look so much more realistic, more challenging clearing land for plowing? Oh yeah, and that was, when I first started playing Farm Sim 22, which we played a lot of that on the channel. I did like the little tutorial map kind of thing the very first time. There we go, there's another one. But after that, there's a map called Silver Run. And I mentioned this just a couple minutes, so sorry for the repeats for people who have been here. But, in Silver Run map, the whole gimmick was, it was a forest mountain. And so, we had to clear all our own stuff. And in practice, that was just hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of me cutting down trees, and then occasionally farming. Which I enjoyed, and was really amazed at how much people seem to enjoy watching that. Because I figured after watching me cut down trees that much, people would be tired of it, but people were really, really, really into watching me cut down trees. You did the same with No Man's Land? Yeah, no, that was the, after that one, because I was generally pretty over cutting down trees.
Type 13x2 for subscribing for 27 months.
Hey,
Great
B-Type.
news, and it's been 27 months.
Yep, hey, B-Type, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 27 months you've been subbed to channel, so I really do appreciate the continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. I am way outside of bounds. I really do appreciate that, and I do hope you enjoy your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes, so thank you for that. I think that might be another deadwood tree in front of me. But yeah, it was a thing that, after that, we did the Survivor Man challenge, so we set the game to its hardest economy settings. We created a save file, gave myself a chainsaw, because it's just the minimum required to be able to run the game at all. And then, thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. And after we got the chainsaw, we gave ourselves a piece of property, and then deleted all the rest of the money by editing the save file. And we had to make the entire farm from, like, the hardest economy settings up from that. It was a lot of fun. It was a very, very slow burn. There's the last deadwood tree. It was a very, very slow burn farm. But I really enjoyed that run. You found tree cutting rather therapeutic, relaxing, clearing the land, applying at the same time? Yeah, no, I very much enjoyed it. But when I realized it'd done well over 100 hours of gameplay of just cutting trees, there was definitely a point where I was like, oh, okay. Alright, so we've got fertilizing, harvesting, hoeing, spraying, and wood transport. The wood transport, oh, that's gonna be a really annoying one, isn't it? But you are offering me a lot of money. Like, you're maybe second or third. No, actually, you are literally the second most high-paying job. Yeah, sure, let's do it. I might regret it, but that's fine. Okay. So we are going to field 26, which is here somewhere. Okay, so it's basically the easternmost point of the map. It's relaxing for a Zen-like game, but get repetitive. For me, the thing that got to me about cutting the trees was in the past one. Man, you can go, truck. But for me, it was just with most of the tools in Farm Sim 22, when you went to load up the trees, you're sitting there with your mouse going left, like holding the left mouse button, just like scrolling up and then scrolling to the right, and then you get the right mouse button, you're scrolling up and you're scrolling right, and then you have to like, you know, grab both, or it's like both mouse buttons and like move it, and it was just to pick up a log, and you're like, okay, hang on. And there's tools you can get better. And thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. There are tools that you get better. Like I found I ended up liking the it was a big like over the top grabber. So I'd cut the trees and I'd use a giant over the top grabber and all that. And he has a little thing. Also, my challenge were a person with a chainsaw. Yeah, and that's the Survivor Man challenge thematically in the game, which you start with a map that you have like no buildings. Yeah. You start with a map that has like no buildings on it or whatever, and you just show up with a chainsaw and a piece of property because you can't physically function in the game to make money without that, at least. Some people give themselves a vehicle just to make it less tedious, which is what we did. We had a really old beat up 1984 truck, and then we had the rule we were not allowed to sell the truck. You know, that way I wouldn't be like, okay, let's start the challenge. Oh, sell my truck. Hey, look, I suddenly have like $12,000. Neat. Use lumberjack mod. Just pick up some trees manually with your hands. Not too realistic. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like, when I did Silver Run, I don't know if we used it at the beginning or if we added lumberjack later. But yeah. Later runs, I didn't use it. So I had to take the time to cut every log to be, I think it's, was it 200 pounds you could lift? Alright. So I have left, right, both. I'm remembering dealing with all of this now. That is not far enough out. I need to be close to the center or they're just gonna tip me over. Okay. Can we be greedy and get 3? I'm not feeling confident with that, considering it's already lost it. Okay. The amount this is shaking around is like, don't. But yes, this is where it's like, this is not gonna be a problem, but hours and hours and hours of that gets pretty old pretty fast. Wasn't there a better camera for that? Okay. Are you using a gamepad or keyboard and mouse? Keyboard and mouse. I just gotta get in between the posts. Alright, 1 second. I'm gonna need to adjust this. The physics look great. The physics got pretty cursed in the other one. So what I need to do is I need to move this up a little bit more. I'm a little worried about this little hill I'm on. So I'm gonna put this right here. That should give me a little bit better for this. This looks fun. Yeah, no, this isn't too bad when you're doing it once in a while. You wouldn't want to do this forever. Because as you can see, I can only grab 2 or 3 logs at a time. And it is... So, like, to give you an idea, this is left mouse just swinging to the right. This is left mouse button forward and back. Right mouse button, left and right, doesn't do a whole lot. Up and down swings this. Both buttons at the same time operates the clamp, both rotation and open and close. So you've got a lot here. But it's just one of those things that are just so many different things. You're just like moving your hand and you're just like, oh my god, please, my wrist. Please think of my wrist. And this isn't me like complaining about Farm Sim specifically or anything like that. It's just the nature you have so many controls to deal with. Which does make this tricky. I was really impressed. We got the tree cutter for our first Deadwood one. And you could just put the tool up to the tree and say, okay, go into position. And it would just gradually move it into position. And it's like, oh my god, that's so much better than me having to, like, fight this thing the whole way. Okay. Alright, Kravic, you have a good one. You have a good lurk. Thank you for lurking. Chunk slams it into the end of its range. Don't worry about it. A little bit of defying physics never hurt anyone. Now, one nice thing about contracts for stuff like this, if you're not sure, like, when you're playing without doing the contracts, you go, is this piece of equipment nice? Is it not nice? All that kind of stuff. Really, I mean, you can lease it to test it, which certainly works. But with the contracts, it will kind of make you use a bunch of random tools that it decides you should use for it. And so you can quickly learn, it's like, oh, I really don't like that tractor, its steering's weird. Or, okay, I don't like dealing with the trees in that manner. 1 second. That didn't go as well as I had hoped. It's fine. It doesn't need to be in there well, it just needs to be in there. Alright. You had your dad help me set up those controls with there? Oh, you're rocking dual sticks? Yeah, no, that's, I debated a couple times. I've got a HOTUS from, when I used to play a lot of Elite Dangerous. Like, I went real hard on Elite Dangerous. And I debated a few times setting it up. But the more and more, like, I kept looking at the controls and all that, I'm like, man, it's just a flight stick designed for, you know, like that type of gameplay versus this isn't really well suited. And so I'm like, okay, it's just gonna be a different kind of situation. Like, I could use like the hat and everything to do stuff, but it would just, like, it'd be better than probably the mouse and all that, but then taking up the whole desk for it and it still being kind of a not great experience would have been a thing. Alright, last log. So this wasn't too bad, considering it's going to pay me like $9,000 or whatever it was. This is pretty good money. What? I'm trying to get you... There we go. Cool. And then we need to fasten these in. I'm not sure if I just can't do it right this second. There we go. Alright, so I need to transport the logs to where? Okay, so we're just going south and to the right. Alright, so it looks like I have to cut under that road, and then I can't go south to the right there. Oh no, it's a helicopter. All the zombies are gonna come. Alright. Oh, I should probably actually introduced myself for everyone who popped in with the raid. So I'm Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to have the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole range of games, a decent number of like simulation games, factory automation games have been pretty big on the channel for like the last month or so. Project Zomboid, RimWorld, a whole range of stuff. So if any of that sounds good, you know, that's you do that thing where you follow. That's like how this whole thing works. But yeah, so we have played like a lot of Farm Sim, American Truck Simulator in the past. RimWorld's been pretty big on the channel. Project Zomboid at different points has been pretty big on the channel. City Skylines. We did Planet Coaster 2 recently. Factorio and Satisfactory. I did playthroughs where we did finish the whole run. I literally was just over here going, I need to go the other way because this is a highway. And we don't have a connection point here. Alright. Because we need to be careful that we don't roll this thing. Because this is a vehicle that will definitely roll easily. Alright. So does this left road go the way I want? Yeah. Left road, if we follow it down, should take me right past where I want to be. We did choose the Japanese map, which I'm guessing probably like 90% of the people playing right now are going to choose. To be fair, there is a compass. Well, I mean, there kind of is. There is a north marker, so like straight behind me right now is north. So there is a compass, but it's not like a super pronounced compass. But I imagine most people probably chose to check out the Japanese map because it's a more interesting location. Riverbend is fine, like that's, you know, it's American location or whatever. And then the Sri Lanka is the same one they had, or I don't know if it's the same map, but it's a map they had last time, so. Do I have to like put the wood back down or do I just go up here? Cool. So we finished that, and that's our contract done. Give me the money. Alright, so we're sitting on $12,000 dollarinos and all that. Yeah, so we have farmland we can purchase. Okay, so All right. So I am seeing the upsetting thing that most of this farmland is going to be running us on, like, the cheapest is kind of looking like it might be in the area of 100,000. Well, actually, there's some really, really tiny ones here that are like 50 to 75,000 and all that. Yeah, I think the very, very cheapest one I've seen is 34,000, which is unfortunate. Yeah, we don't have that many that small. Like, this looks like it's the smallest one here. This field 28 is 34,000. It's about 1.42 acres. Needless to say, that's not going to do us a whole lot of good right now. That's not in our budget. But what we can go ahead and do is we can pop up to the store up here and try and start getting an idea. Oh, I need to switch it back to you. Yeah. Try to get an idea of what we want to try and save up for to get ourselves, like, the very basic to start. So it looks like the cheapest tractor they have is 39,000. Now, they do have stuff on a discount sometimes, so we could potentially get lucky and snag something discounted. But the idea is we want to slowly go from where we are, like, we are leasing stuff for them to, you know, not leasing it so we get the full value of that. That said, I don't have anything I can use with that right now, so it's going to be another contract time. So we have cultivating, field 19. Let's focus on these ones. Is that not literally just the mission I did like 30 seconds ago? Alright, so we could do weeding. It's interesting that this... Oh, there's a way different thing. So we also have spraying. So my only hesitation with spraying and fertilizing is usually the spraying and fertilizing... Ooh, 13,000? How many acres? I mean, that is 13 acres. But it is also 13,000. Alright, borrow items. Alright, so at least they gave me a really decent-sized harvester. The game does seem to be pretty good about the contracts, though. It seems like as I finish a contract, a new one becomes available. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's the way it's feeling. I do know that used to be a pain point in the old game, 22, is you would have like the 3 or 4 contracts of your month or whatever, and it could be more than that, but you'd finish that month's contracts, and then just, you were out of luck after that. Like, if there wasn't a good contract left, your only choice is to advance the month. Okay, so you are where on the map? So the good news is you're literally just over here to the left. Honestly, close enough I would have just driven over with the header attached had I realized it was right... I'm on what? Still not entirely sure we got stuck on. Probably helps that August is a busy month for the farming calendar. It is. But yeah, it is one of those things that it's curious. I've definitely been seeing new, What do you keep bouncing on? It's like I'm hitting things I'm not seeing, like, periodically. Like, maybe the header isn't actually, like, settled into its spot or whatever. Alright. I'm gonna take that as it wasn't settled into its spot, chat. The fact that it just got thrown right off of here. So I'm gonna ditch this thing up here. So I gotta come to this side to grab it, which should be interesting. I'm gonna just slowly creep down here. Truck, don't do this. All right. So, meanwhile, I'm going to hand that over to the AI for a minute while I go and grab this. I don't want the AI doing it long because we are on hard economy settings. So, you know, I don't want to pay people. But I want this to be in the area, so if it fills up, I can just go and grab it. So we can have the AI start for just a minute. And then I can get this into position. Alright. But thank you for everyone hanging out and all that good stuff. I do appreciate it. Saved. I don't know what that achievement was for. We got an achievement for something. It may have been harvesting enough of whatever that field was, or is. As far as Farm Sim 25, it's good. If you enjoyed Farm Sim 22, it's definitely like that, but, you know, a lot of the mechanics are more polished. Like, the AI does head rows now as opposed to just going back and forth. So it's kind of like you sort of have GPS or course play built in. Not quite to the depth that those mods added, but, you know, considerably farther from where the AI was on 22, where, you know, it would see a rock, and, you know, like, there'd be a rock somewhere within the general vicinity, and the AI would throw a fit and run for the hills and then run into a tree and then go, I don't know how to move, and then stop. Which it was weird. There was some things the AI would do extremely well, and then there was stuff like anything involving spraying. Anything involving spraying, you couldn't trust the AI. You had to get mods. So it definitely seems like they've done a lot to make all of that so much better. Drive through fields and turn around. Yeah, so they definitely have gone, and you could tell they took a lot of inspiration from mods like course play and all that kind of stuff. And actual farmers about doing stuff like head rows and all that, so they don't have to do like the whole weird like zigzag out and around kind of thing. Hey, Sextuple Negative, thank you so much for the 20 streams. Sure, you catch the last 20 streams without missed a single one, so thank you so much for that. It does mean a lot that you would not only tune in, but tune in all the time. I appreciate it. But yeah, so we've got a bunch of that. The UI seems quite a bit cleaner. There is a bunch of quality of life features. Like, I mentioned this earlier, they've got the big crane things for like cutting down trees, the tree harvesters. They had it where it'll mark what tree it's like focused on, and I can hit a button to make it position itself correctly on the tree, which is really nice, because it's like, oh, but that's easy. It's like, right, but hear me out. My poor wrist. After you cut down a bunch of trees, my poor wrist. Please. So I really liked that. So we did a couple of them manually. We did a couple of them where, you know, I just got in the general area and then just held R till it was in position, hit Q to cut down the tree. And if it sounds like the buttons are all weird, I don't use a QWERTY keyboard. Which is, again, a nice thing that I do appreciate that Farm Simulator, I believe both 22 and this one did. This one definitely, but 22 I think did as well. Is when they do your key mapping, they do it correctly. And what I mean by that is on the programming side of key mapping a game, you've got two kind of approaches you can do. Is one, you could say the Q button does this, the E button does that, the R button does this. That's the bad way of doing it. Don't do that, because you've just made your keyboard shortcuts only work with one keyboard layout. And sure, that means you're going to target QWERTY, and that is going to cover 60-70% of your user base. But that's a lot of people you're not covering. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. It does mean people who speak like Spanish and German who have different keyboard layouts, or Chinese or Japanese with different keyboard layouts, or like myself who just doesn't happen to use QWERTY in general for work reasons and all that in the past. We have to go through and fix all our controls. So instead, you have the correct way to doing it, which is keyboard key location. And I don't remember which ones are what number, but it's like, let's say the button to the right of tab is keyboard location 2. The button to the right of that is keyboard location 3. And so what ends up happening is you bind using that. So if I'm using an ASCII keyboard, doesn't matter. It's the button next to tab. If I'm using a QWERTY keyboard, doesn't matter. It's the button next to tab. If I'm using a Workman keyboard, doesn't matter. Button next to tab. You get the idea of how this works. And then all they do is so that you, the player, can understand, is it just on the UI where it's like, this is the key bound to that? Then it just does the translation that says keyboard location 2, which happens to be the Q key. And so that's really, really nice when the devs do that, because like I said, it is a non-insignificant number of people who don't use QWERTY. Because QWERTY is a fun keyboard layout, like its history behind it, as in how it came to be in prominence and all that. That's actually a pretty fun read if you ever get the chance. It wasn't anything to do with like efficiency of the keyboard or this or that, and you'll sort of have people say it was inefficient by design, and that's kind of one of those ones where it's like, yes, no. QWERTY came into existence because they were having problems with people being able to type too fast on typewriters in such a way that they would jam. Because they had the little bars that went like this, and if two of those bars went through the same area, they get caught on each other, and you'd have to stop what you're doing to unjam your typewriter. And so what they did was they spread out the common keys pretty broadly, so when you're hitting keys like S, T, and E and all that, that those arms weren't nearby each other, thereby massively reducing the risk of jams. So it's designed to prevent mechanical failures on a typewriter. Now that said, it became the dominant keyboard layout, or the dominant typewriter layout during that era, and keyboards were just kind of a pass forward of that. And so it's still around, even though now that we don't have to deal with typewriter jams, there's really no reason why it should necessarily be used compared to something else, other than it's just got the momentum of it became the standard and people still use it. What are those white things floating around? Bugs, moth, dust particles? I actually have not been paying attention. If it's August, I don't know about Japan's weather. But, August would probably be like the earliest you might see snow if you're talking, you know, areas that see a proper winter. Pretty unlikely. I would guess it's just like particulate, you know, petals, little bits of debris kind of thing. You are talking this like little, like, you know, petals, leaves, that kind of nonsense. Let's see, your first typing tool was a keyboard. Used it for English projects in elementary school. Yeah, typewriter. But yeah, they shifted the roads. It's ingrained in our brain. They also shifted the roads by about a third of each, so our keys aren't vertically aligned. Nats, your bet it's gnats. I have no idea what type of stuff we deal with in Japan. Like very, very genuinely, when it comes to like pests and local wildlife, that is an area I know mostly absolutely nothing about Japan. Like I know a little bit about the culture, but as far as like what animals they have, like I know they have like I think they had a really small type of deer. I don't know if they still have it. Hornets. Yeah, they seem to exist almost everywhere that isn't, you know, tundra. It's common in keyboards, yeah. But yes, it's a whole thing. And there was a push a while back to try and, you know, get more keyboard layouts, you know, knowledgeable about that. And it was kind of mixed results. On the good side, you have operating systems like Windows, Linux, and OS X these days. I can literally go in there and just with a shortcut key, I can switch my keyboard layout. So I use a layout called Dvorak, which is a keyboard layout that's well suited for people who do software development. Whereas I believe there was one called Workman, which is for people who actually do like writing, like, you know, writing novels, books, papers, in English, that was a pretty popular one. But there was a big push to have a lot more awareness around that. And so it's gotten it to be a lot better experience on that regards. But, you know, momentum's hard to break. So it is just one of those things. But because of that, it was around 2001 we started to see games do better about using the keyboard key location as opposed to the actual physical, like, this is a Q or an E button. That first kind of became a thing with the XNA framework, which was a Microsoft gaming framework for developing games that honestly really brought a lot of indie, like a lot of the indie game movement to a certain degree could be credited to XNA making gaming game dev way more accessible than it had been, because this is like predating Unity and all that. So it tried to make it simple. And to give you some ideas of what games came out of that, Terraria, Stardew Valley, those are XNA games. I think Graveyard Keeper might be. I'm not as confident on that one. Fez, if you've heard of that one, was XNA. And these days, if you're looking to like what it is now, if you ever heard of Mono Game, as far as games being written, that is a spiritual successor to XNA. Microsoft eventually killed off XNA, and then, you know, people really liked it, so Mono Game kind of, like, Mono Game had been a project before they killed it off, but it went from being kind of just a background little project for people involved with the Mono team to, okay, well, we're gonna actually try and make this a thing. But yeah, there was a lot of good tech that came from XNA, so far as like having shared audio libraries and all that, so that you could set up your audio stuff in one place, and your volume controls would go across the entire game, so it wasn't setting them all in one spot, like individual spots. Or writing your own methods to, you know, you call the method that plays the sound and it sets the volume so you can do it all in one spot. You just had a thing in XNA where you're like, this is the sound effect, play it, and it detaches to the where the stuff comes from, and so you can have your volume controls at the higher level. It added a bunch of memory management stuff. It did try to codify a lot of best practices like division of concerns and all that, so, you know, the part of the code that told you, like, you know, hitting the left arrow makes your character move left wasn't the same place that it goes, well, here's how you render your character. So you didn't get to later where you'd have a bug and you'd go to fix it and suddenly something that should be totally unrelated would break because they're all just jammed in the same places. It did a lot to discourage that. Not that you couldn't still do it, but you kind of had to actively work against its design. So we can definitely see the ground deformation here. I was actually curious how pronounced the ground deformation is. That we're not just seeing like little bit treads, but we've got a texture. I think that is just a texture. I don't think that's actually changing the shape of the ground, like the physical model. I think it's just a texture with a shader applied to it. I could be wrong in that one, but it looks good. Where instead of it just being like this flat tread mark sitting on top of it, it actually has depth that, you know, you went over this loose dirt that you cultivated and all that to loosen up so plants could grow, and then drove a several 100-ton machine over it. You know, it's gonna sink in there a good couple inches. Alright. Let's see, keyboards are awesome for users, but not for OS developers. Dealing with scan codes is really annoying. Yeah. Well, that's the reason you use libraries. I mean, the operating system doesn't get to use libraries as much, but as an individual developer, you know, as an individual developer, just use libraries. You'll have that person that their passion is just to deal with keyboard layouts, and they're going to commit hundreds to thousands of hours of research and development to making sure they handle keyboard layouts as just really amazingly possible as they can. And there is no amount of effort on your part if you're just doing a bunch of other things that you are going to have a library that competes with it. It's worth it to just, even if you have to pay for it, to just buy a license to their library and just use it. And honestly, a lot of that stuff's open source nowadays, where it's a kind of open source. You have a bunch of different licenses where they'll be like, okay, you can use this, and you can make money off of what you're using it for without, you know, giving me the money. All I ask is you have to put my, like, in the appropriate license disclosures, you have to disclose that you use this. And it's a self-promotion thing. That you're like, I made this. And then, you know, when everyone starts using your popular library or whatever, you can turn around and when you're applying to a job at a big company, be like, yeah, you remember that library that everyone's using? That's me. That's the same as time conversions. Don't do it yourself if you don't have to. Yeah, no, that's a topic that's come up a number of times. Is dealing with date and time in software development is one of the worst experiences you can have. That is 100%. Does someone have a library for a couple of $100 that is like really, really S tier stuff? Just use it. Thank me later. Just, it's worth it. Every penny, it's worth it. Just use it. Don't tackle that yourself. You're just gonna go gray and rip out all your hair. That is the only way that ends. Let's see, or you can apply to a company for a position dealing with the library you wrote and be told you don't have enough experience they're looking for. I have been dangerously close to that exact scenario. And it's difficult for me to say more about it without doxing myself. I will simply say there was a tech stack who was doing a complete overhaul that I was one of the primary contributors to that tech stack. And I had applied to a job that was working in that tech stack, and they were looking for someone with more experience in it. Now, granted, I was like, hang on a second. Let me help you out before you really, really embarrass yourself. If you could just do me a favor and just go to the GitHub page for the official tech stack, and I want you to look at the contributor list right here with me sitting there, and go just a couple photos down, and I want you to look at that picture real fast, and just think about that for a minute. Because I had written like 20, 30, 40% of that tech stack. You got to interview the creator of a programming language. It was a neat experience. Oh yeah, no, it's a lot of fun to do a lot of that stuff. The other one I got, and it was the same tech stack, is I would be applying for jobs in there. We're like, well, we're looking for someone with 3 to 5 years experience with it. And you'd stop and go, you know what? Let me help you out with that. I want you to look at the release date for that tech stack real fast, and I want you to go ahead and just do a little addition or subtraction real quick here, and let me know how many people you feel are going to apply for this job that claim that they have that experience, who somehow have 3 to 5 years of experience in something that came out just barely a year ago. I've had tons of those. The interview I would get, like, that stuff, you get it. It's like, you know, HR doesn't know the tech stacks. And that's not always true. I've actually had once or twice... Hey, could you calm down? I have had once or twice where I applied to jobs that the HR person had a background in development and was very savvy on it. And I don't mean a negative that they don't know it, because... Why would the HR person need to know the difference between Ruby and Python and C#? All they need to know is that they're hiring someone and they have to have this skill. When it comes time to, like, establish, do you actually know it? That's someone else's job who actually has that expertise. HR can't know everything. It's just not realistic. Yeah. The 2 best recruiters you ever worked for had no day of experience. Oh, same here. Absolutely. And usually one of the things that makes for the best recruiters and all that in that regards is they will very genuinely be like, hey, I don't know this, but like here is the things we're looking for. And if you go, hey, well, you're asking for 3 years experience, that's not possible. Like, understood. Let's see, one of them you hired over 100 people from? Dang. I have been involved as the person in the hiring process. I've never been the last, like the official, I'm the one who puts out the you're hired kind of thing. But I've definitely been in the seat of the team lead a number of times, where when you get your 5, 6, 7, 8, however many applicants you're going to finally deal with, you know, HR's done their pass, and, you know, you might have someone else in the team do an earlier pass, but you're on that final pass, so you're like, okay, you know, does this person seem competent? Does this person seem like they're going to be a problem? Like that final pass. That's about what you're at, 20-25 a week. Yeah, that's tough. I've had individual weeks that I was interviewing like 15, 20 people, not 25, never got quite that bad. But usually we would be down to like the last 5, 6, 7 people. And so it's just one of those things that, you know, the person would come in for their interview and you'd just chit-chat. And I wasn't the one who's like, hey, can you tell me what the difference between capital and lowercase string is in C# or whatever, you know, whatever gotcha question people have, because those interviews are garbage. But, you know, you just talk shop with them and be like, you know, hey, what do you know about this new technology? And you're just basically going to see, like, one, if the person, like, is like, hey, I don't actually know much about that. And that's not even negative to me. Like, that's fine. Like, hey, what do you know about Ruby on Rails? They're like, not much. I'm a C# developer. Fair enough. It makes sense that you may not know about that. You haven't needed to. No problem. But then, you know, when you sit there, it's like, what do you know about this? And then they just start talking utter BS. And you're like, uh-huh. Okay, I can't trust this person. I understand. They're willing to say anything to get what they need. I gotcha. Let's see. You had a teammate try a gotcha question at the interview. Get this was some random trivia. She called him on it, and he couldn't answer. For me, it's... let's see. For me, it's your interview says... bilingual. That's great. Half of the interview is going to be conducted in French. You quickly learn who can speak French. Yeah. Like, that's one of those things. It's like, look, man, just be honest. Like, I will take someone who, if I have my list of the 10 skills I want, and you've got 2 of them, like, on lock, and then 3 of them are kind of whatever. And then, you know, you've got, like, 5 of them that are not the more important ones. Like, if it's, like, an absolutely critical skill, like you're a DBA and I need you to work in Microsoft SQL, and you don't know Microsoft SQL at all, that's kind of a deal breaker. But, you know, if it is like, you know, secondary skills and that, and you just don't have them, I'll take a person who will admit they don't have those skills, but are passionate about potentially learning them and all that kind of stuff. I'll take that any day over someone who tells me they have absolutely all of them and very clearly has gaps in that, because it tells me I can't trust you. And I get it. You're incentivized to lie about those things a lot of times, but it is one of those things where, like, no, you have to understand. Like, if something goes wrong, I need to trust that you're going to come into my office and say, hey, boss, I messed up. This is what's going on. And be like, all right, well, what do we got to do about that? I'll keep that employee, unless it's like a constant problem that they're messing up all the time. But I will take that, you know, I'll take that employee any day of the week who makes a mistake but immediately runs over and is like, hey, here's what's going on. And it's like, cool, are you, like, is it under control? Do you need me to grab someone to, like, help you out? Like, what's the deal? Where are we at with this? Like, that to me is the kind of employee that I will fight tooth and claw to keep. But the employee who is just ready to lie about anything to stave their own neck, like, nah, man. But so you had a guy try the gotcha on your 4th review, it went so badly for them, you withdrew my candidacy. I've done that before. There was, for a while, Google got famous for having their little gotcha interview questions. I don't even think they do it anymore. But they would have their gotcha interview questions. And very famously, one of them, and I think in that interview it was, you would have to go through how you would figure out, using like software or whatever, how many, I think it was beach balls you could fit in. It was like a very specific plane. And so it's like, the idea is it's supposed to be testing critical thinking. And so like, on the surface, the reason they want to do it, it's like, sure, test critical thinking. Critical thinking is a very important part of this job. Makes sense. But it's one of those things that it was just kind of like, hey, is my job going to be figuring out how to put irregular shaped objects in other irregular shaped objects? No. Can we do something related to the job instead? You know, so we're not wasting each other's time here. Like, do you want to talk me through a problem you had and how I would go about, you know, trying to figure out what the problem was and fixing it? I feel like that'd be a better use of all of our time. Or, I had, luckily people don't do it as much nowadays. You'd have the whiteboard interview where they would ask you to, like, okay, we want you to show us how you would program a bubble sort in, like, whatever programming language you were. If you could go ahead and write it up here on the whiteboard. And you kind of look at them and like, are you kidding me? Who is writing a bubble sort? Why on earth would you write your own bubble sort unless you're doing some, like, really ridiculous niche thing? And it was, like, literally one of those things that they asked me to do this. I'm like, here's what I'm going to do. First, I'm going to show it to you, and then I'm going to leave the room, and we're done here because, one, I don't want this job, and I want to make it very clear that you're losing me as a possibility, not because I don't know what I'm talking about, but because this is dumb. Let's see, kind of, here's the difference you see with crossovers during this interview. Normal, yeah. Doing their job for them in the interview. Oh yeah, or the like the homework kind of interview where they'll be like, hey, here's this thing, we want you to show us how you'd implement this kind of thing. And half the time you get those like, these people are just making me do a job. Like, this is very clearly a feature they want to add to their product, and they're just outsourcing it as part of their interview. Usually with that, I'm like, here's the deal. My hourly rate for software dev is this if you contract me. If you want me to do this, I'll do the work, but you're paying my contract rate. And it's way the heck higher than it's going to be if you just hire me. The thing is, you're forcibly moved by a raid, and you're thoroughly enjoying what you tuned into? You can't relate to the stuff, but you just subscribe to the no BS attitude here? Well, yeah. No, and for those who don't, so, like, I have an unusual background, which I've been able to take advantage of a lot. I guess actually not that unusual. So, I am a former college educator, as one thing, that I did a number of years in teaching at the, it wasn't for, like, there was, for PC Repair, Advanced PC Repair, A+ certification, is what I taught formally in college, which means, you know, certifications, degrees. I also, after 15 years of software development, like, you know, actually working, not there outside of education, I went into teaching software development in what's known as informal education. So it wasn't for a certification or degree. It was, you know, you went to college, you learned Java, and your boss says, hey, by the way, do you know C#? And you go, well, I'll learn it. I'm the one who would help you learn C#. Because you don't need another degree or anything for it. You don't need a certification. You're just trying to learn the skill. So I did that for a couple of years. But otherwise, I have 15 years as a software developer. So for your interview for your job at a school kitchen, you had to answer a quiz that had stuff that pertained to the job that you were doing. You did get one thing wrong, and you still got the job and had practical XP in the field. Yeah, and that's not... like, that's the thing. Getting things wrong in a job interview is fine. Like, for food prep, they're like, okay, what temperature do I have to keep such and such stored? and you go, oh, I think it's 28. And they're like, well, it's actually 30. And you're like, but 28 would be safe. So you just effectively, you effectively took it a little bit too far. So you were wrong, but it's fine. Like, if it's something that's like, what temperature do you need to store chicken? And you're like, oh yeah, no, it's fine. You can store it at 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Obviously you're like, no. Did you even think about what you just said? Yeah, like you apply to be a vet assistant, don't expect to be knowledgeable on the things there. Toggle light. There we go. Because you only had ever one interview I'd classify as perfect. He had other problems after you hired him. Yeah. Well, I've definitely had people who interviewed extremely well. I've had people who didn't interview well, that you could tell the reason they didn't interview well had nothing to do with like their competence in whatever the position was, just they don't interview well. Whether it's like social anxiety or, just they don't test well or, whatever. Like whatever the thing is. And that, that's usually an easy thing to look past, as long as that you're able to discern that they actually know what they're doing. Sometimes you can get into a situation where the person's social issues make it so you can't really get a read on, does this person know what they're doing or anything like that. And you try to get them to relax so you can get that meaningful information. But there has been once or twice with an interview that the person was so clearly stressed out that, they were stressed out and they knew they were bombing the interview because they couldn't answer anything because they were stressed out, which was stressing them out more, and you'd try and calm them down. And most of the time I usually could, but there was definitely once or twice where a person just got so far into their own head that it's just like, I don't know what to do to help you. Like, I'm trying my best to get you out of that headspace so that we can conduct this interview, but like you're in too deep. I need you to surface for air for a second, which is easier said than done when you get yourself in that place. But usually with those, I'd be like, hey, if you think another interview would help, I am willing to give you another shot. Which we had one of those that we did end up hiring, that like when they realized that it's like, hey, I'm ready to work with you to like actually do this interview, it made it a lot easier the next time. But like in the first interview, they had just gotten themselves so wound up in the concern of like bombing the interview that they basically bombed the interview. But it was very clear it was just 100% stress. The fright ones are so hard for you to deal with. You want to reassure them and offer them cocoa. Honestly, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Start off an interview with that, like, hey, do you like cocoa or hot chocolate or, green tea? Give some options. You landed here after the raid, I guess? Yep. You see Lal paraded? Oh yeah, Lal's fantastic. Let's take 30 minutes, go for a walk, I'll try again. That one I wasn't able to do, because unfortunately, the reality and how most of, when I was the team lead, the interviewing went, is usually we'd have whatever the time span allotted for the interview was, and they would have a lot of wiggle room, because some go long and then some go short. There's definitely one or two that you walk in, and after about 2 or 3 sentences, you're like, yeah, let me save you time and just... We can go through the motions if you want practice, but I can already tell you it's a no. It's like you walked in the door and you immediately just took an axe at your chances of getting hired. Just like, oh man. I had this guy who applied, and he was an old timer kind of person who was like, and I don't mean that like as an age way, like he was like old business approach to things. But like the first comment he goes, there's a lot of women in this office. It's really weird. And it's like, why would you start this off why would you start there, man? And it just went downhill from there. So we were only like 10, 15 minutes in that interview, and it's just like, I'm sorry, man. It's like, this is not happening. It's like, you've got some learning to do. Like, there wasn't anything he said that was just like straight up misogynistic or racist or anything. Like, you know, like used a slur or anything like that. But there was just so much that I was like, man, I don't have the time to help you out with everything you've got going wrong right now. To his credit, he's like, yeah, he's like, you know, like he kind of realized he had been a bit tone deaf. And he was like, do you mind doing the practice? He's like, no, I'd love to do practice. Because also, as a person interviewing, I want the practice too. You don't... It's not a thing I do on my daily basis. What's the worst you've gotten in an interview? I mean, that's up there. I mean, I had someone not show for an interview, and the reason they gave is they didn't feel like waking up. It was just too early. They didn't want to wake up for it. And it was like, okay. They didn't get a call back. They didn't get a call back to reschedule, as you probably imagined. It was like, oh, you just didn't feel like it as you scheduled the time with me. Okay. Real ones are trying to BS through the French portion. I'm guessing with the comments in French, are you up in Canada where they have like both French and English are required? Let's see, you're a production manager at a corn mill that's 80% male staffed, and you have never had someone blatantly say stuff like that. Oh yeah, no, that was the thing. It was like, the guy wasn't even that old. I would say he was probably like mid to late 30s, but it was just he had that like old money business attitude about him, which isn't like that part's fine. Yeah. Go back. But yeah, it was just one of those things that like he talked like he was from the 30s or something. And it was like it wasn't off-putting, it was just kind of weird. And then he made those comments. I'm like, is this like, am I being pranked right now? What's going on? It's like, who raised you? What cave were they in? Let's see, your best is one who went to some Liquid Courage before they went to the PD background interview. They ended up not coming back. On this episode, well, that's one of those things. Like, is this one of my coworkers or like HR trying to like see if I'm doing a good job myself? Like, what's happening right now? Said your favorite retail interview with these. The lad said, "Do you drug test?" And when I told him we did, he said, "Cool, man. I'll see you later." I've known people like that. I haven't run into that one myself interviewing, but I've known people who are like, look, man, I'm gonna be level with you. I'm on things. If we drug test here, I don't have a job, so just, you know, I'll save us both time and just let you know. Now, companies I were is like, technically we could drug test and all that, like it was in the handbook and all that, but we didn't. Like, what do I care? Unless you show up at work and you're high as a kite, and then, you know, then the issue is your work performance and behavior. Like, what you do on your own time, I don't care. That's you. Like, the only things I cared as a hiring person is, like, do you actually, like, get your job done and, you know, don't cause more problems than you fix? And then just, you know, behavioral issues kind of thing, like, are you the kind of person that if I invite into my office, I'm going to be dragged into HR every other week dealing with whatever BS you got yourself in this time? Those are about the big things I cared about. Since you have Mutual in Florida who does very integrated light sound work, was professionally working for the Mouse Corp at one point. He quit the position that pushed him out. A few months later, one of their headquarters reached out to him, not realizing he was formerly worked at the company. Let's see, you could have given a week to drink water, but hey, appreciate the awareness. Yeah. He started doing the interview with a fake mustache. So I didn't work for the mouse, but I had contracted for a company who contracted with the mouse. And for those who don't know what the mouse is in this conversation, it's Disney. It's the Walt Disney World Company. And so I did what was referred to as computer migration, so that's IT. It's a big bunch of fancy words for when your computer got old and it needed to be replaced. I was the IT person who showed up and said, Scooch, we copied your files over, you got a new computer, and all those ones. Careful, you say their name 3 times and their lawyers show up? Yeah. You don't mess with Disney's lawyers. They play for keeps. But, so with that job, that was working good would be punished kind of job. So I was the new guy on the team. And the way we did this, and this for like context, we're going back to the early 2000s. So the way we would do this most of the time is Disney has extraordinarily strict policies about you put your files in your My Documents folder on this like shared network drive and nowhere else. If you put them anywhere else, they are forfeit, they are gone. Because they don't want to have to like pay all these people to comb through your entire computer to find all your files. You save them here or there. And honestly, on the IT side, thank you. Because I can't tell you from working IT when I was a teenager how many times you would move like all their My Docs, their Outlook file, I forget what the file format was, and all that stuff over. They'd be like, all my files are gone. It's like, where do you see them? Well, I saved them in the temp folder on my computer, and, you know, they were in there. And you're like, what? Why would you save them there? They're gone, man. That computer's been reformatted and imaged and is sold. But yeah, and so the way we were copying these things is we'd show up at the office, we'd have a USB thumb drive, which was our own property, we didn't get one provided. And that was when like USB thumb drives were new, that if you could get one as a couple of gigabytes, ooh, you paid some money for that thing. You're talking most of the ones you'd find, like, you'd spend a pretty penny and get like 124 meg, 128 meg, like 256 meg. You know, really splurge and get like a 512 megabyte one. And you'd show up sometimes, there'd be that guy who's been working at the company for 30 plus years who was like, you know, a manager or primary point of contact, like the marketing lead. And you'd go to them and you'd go to get, was it an OST file was Outlook? And you'd go to grab the OST file for their Outlook so you could get all their Outlook stuff. And the OST file would be like 12 gigabytes. Like it'd be like there'd be multiple copies because it hit the file size limit. And you'd sit there and you'd be looking at this like half gigabyte USB thumb drive going, well, that's not gonna work. And so you'd have to do this nonsense where you have to like hook this computer up and then like try and hook the computer up somewhere else on the network and try and like bring it over. And you know, most computer networks at that point in time were not great. And so you'd be doing all of this hassle and you'd start copying these files and you get the Windows thing that'd be like, okay, this file is going to take 10 hours to copy, 20 hours to copy, 40 hours to copy, 2 hours to copy, 10 hours to copy, 2 hours to copy. And the point is, you'd call back to the place, like your dispatch person, be like, hey, I got one here that's got like 120 gigs I gotta move. So this is like all the rest of my drops aren't gonna happen today. Ethernet bridge is not a thing. I mean, we could get the crossover cables. You got to keep in mind, though, that these are heavily locked down computers. And we were an outside party who was the one contracted to, and tend to get them to let you fuss with the hardware and all that in a meaningful capacity. basically meant you had to call them to get them involved as well. And I did have to do that once and twice, but it was a huge pain. But regardless of, this was a horribly inefficient way of dealing with it. So what I ended up doing was like, this is ridiculous. I had already worked as an assistant server or network administrator and all that. Yeah, when they went well, they're super nice. Yeah. So what I did was I wrote up a script that I could put on a USB thumb drive. And so what ended up happening is the night, like the day before, because we know what computers were supposed to be trading out the next day, is I would run the script. We had like a whole workstation here that we were image our computers at that wasn't needed in the afternoon when no one was there. So I'd set up all the computers on it, I'd plug them all into the network, and I'd run the script. And what the script would do is it'd take a timestamp, and it would start copying all of their files over the network after hours. So that by the time I got there in the morning, all of their files were copied, except for, you know, whatever files changed on that timestamp. And so then what I would do is I would go in and go to the computer, and I'd run a second script that would just grab those, you know, handful of files that changed since I had done the backup and all that, which I was able to do that because, again, they had these ridiculous policies, not ridiculous, they had these strict policies that said, you save your files here, here, and here, and anywhere else, like, we're not backing it up. Like, that's, you put it in the place you're not supposed to, and that's on you. And so it'd be these things that the computers would run all night doing all their imaging and all that. And then I would just show up in the morning, I'd go to their desk, and most of the time, either no files would change, or you'd go in and be like, oh, here's like a couple of kilobytes of files that changed that, you know, they were working on some Excel spreadsheet or something that morning. Like, whatever it was. But usually it'd be in the area of like kilobytes to megabytes, next to nothing, with the very rare exception. And because we weren't sitting around waiting for files to copy all day, like, we got to the point where we were able to do our we were able to do our swaps more than like twice as fast, because there's the commute time that this doesn't help with. And so the company, what they did in response was, once everyone started using the script, because it was just better for everyone involved, it's better for the people who are doing the replacements for it, it's better for the people working, it made all of our lives easier, because it was a job that once you finished your drops, you went home and you got paid for the whole day. So you were incentivized to get it done efficiently. But what they ended up doing is, after like a week or two of that, they laid off half of the techs based on seniority, and I was the new guy. So they called me back for like the next 10 years every once in a while, being like, hey, if you're looking for something, we'd love to have you. It's like, nope, I'm good. I am absolutely good. All right. Am I missing a large section of field that I'm unaware of? Because that says I'm only 20% done, and this field is this field is very done right now. Unfortunately, that means I can't complete it. So if I turn on an AI driver, no field found. Check other field. I mean, it's got this one marked. This is field 4, that's field 3. And there isn't another field 4. And I don't have any more in here. Yeah, no, it's clearly a bug. Well, that's a bummer, because that was a major payout. You need to deliver to the selling point, which we did. That is the correct selling point. I'm guessing it didn't read that we... Well, nope, don't know. Yeah, so that definitely is bugged, so I guess, David, I'll give up the payment. Which means I lost money for the lease. Alright, so with that, I believe we own... I believe just with this, we have the farmhouse. Because I don't feel like working at night. Alright. Yeah, David running quite the farming scam. Yeah, pay your contractors, my man. David. You know what I'm talking about. What's your name? I guess I'll never know. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Other person who's not David. Okay. Yeah, so maybe let's avoid the really big harvesting job since that was bugged there. The deadwood's really not worth much money. So let's go ahead and try the cultivating one. Because that's 8,000. Yeah, and sometimes I can't teleport to the machinery even when I borrow it. Like, it's there, and I can teleport here, but it just doesn't detect that I've got it. Alright. Yeah, David's flat out just a con. No, I'm on the wrong side of it. The thing with as many hours I've got in Farm Sim 22, I could easily just take a quick glance and be like, up, wrong side. Okay, and we are going to Field 9. Like, we're in Japan. Where's this whole, like, sense of honor and all that? I'm pretty sure scamming someone who works on your field is not honorable. And I understand it's supposed to be kind of a big deal. Like, I also understand, like, Japanese work culture, like, they take it as an employee, they take their failures very personally. Like, if you do something that you make a mistake, it's pretty difficult. Like, it's just, you feel an obligation to go above and beyond to correct it, even if it's a minor thing. That's my understanding secondhand. I don't know the culture 100%. I do know there's been, they've been dealing with problems with, like, people overworking themselves, like, just the hustle culture we have here. Kind of the same thing over there. You want me to cultivate this field? Is this, like, already been harvested? What do we got going on here? Okay, it's already harvested. Okay, cool. I couldn't tell what plant it was. Yeah, I was basically like, you just want me to go plow in your field for you? I mean, I'll do it. But it's already harvested sorghum, so that's fine. It looks way different than the sorghum did in the last one. Alright. Okay. Japan explains the great brakes in the cars. So here's one of the things that's new to this game. So we've got the volumetric fog we have here. So instead of like fog in the past where it's been kind of just, you know, almost like an effect on the screen, you're noticing it's kind of like where I'm at, it's not lingering as heavily, but you get kind of like where that little dip is over there. It's a bit thicker and all that. So they make the fog way more realistic. But that's new tech for the Farm Sim series. Okay. The sound effects also got changed. Like, I don't think we had the cultivator and the plow had like a distinct like ripping up the ground sound. Like the tractor did and all that. And you'd have like the little jiggling sound of the metal bouncing around. But that kind of dirt churning sound, I don't think we had before. At least not that I remember. Okay. One thing I have noticed that changed is just the fact that we can't get to the store from here. I have to actually go to the store. I'm a little mixed on that one, honestly. No, this is my own music. So they have an in-game radio, but I believe what it does is I believe it tunes into actual radio stations. Can you not press P anymore? So you know that whole thing? Just ignore everything I said. I forgot it was a separate thing. For whatever reason, I thought in my head that it was a tab under your regular thing would take you to it. Yeah, no, this is the music genre we're listening to. It's a playlist called Tropical House. Yeah, Crab Champions is fun chaos. But yeah, no, the in-game radio was really cool. But it's like, we first pulled it up and it was playing some Latin music. It's like, you know, this is a bop. And it's like, okay, let's see what other radio channels they had. And I flipped the next channel, and it immediately starts playing REM. And I'm like, hold up. And then it's like, the next one's Rihanna. I'm like, okay, hang on, wait a second. This is definitely not DRM, or this is definitely not DMCA safe. It's like, this is 100% getting muted. And it's just because it does that thing, I think, where it tunes into actual radio stations. It's the same kind of mechanic that American Truck Simulator does and Euro Truck Simulator does. If you use the radios in that game, or those games, they're two separate games, those radio stations will pull up radio stations, or sorry, those games in-game radio will pull up radio stations in the area that you're driving through. So you can listen to, like, you know, you drive through San Francisco and you'll have, like, the San Francisco classic rock station or whatever, I don't know. Let's see, they have in-game musics and other actual ones. Some stations in Farm Sim are from ATS, ETS. Could be, but it was definitely one of those ones that the music that came up was definitely not DMCA safe. And it's like, nope. Nope. As a content creator, that's gonna be old noperino for me. I don't want all my stuff getting muted. Technically, I'd be risking the chance of getting DMCA struck, but that doesn't happen very often. Usually you just get your VOD muted, and that's annoying enough. But since I stream to both Twitch and YouTube, like, I fully expect to get the email from YouTube being like, you're not allowed to monetize this video. We detected the signature from REM. Whatever. You can contest this if you like. It's like, nope, not contesting it. You know, please do whatever the appropriate action to make me not in trouble is. Which there's actually, related to that. All right, Teachel, you have yourself a good lurk, and thank you again for hanging out and lurking and all good stuff. One of the things that YouTube has started doing lately that's actually pretty slick is, so they've got the they've got the fingerprint, the signature for songs, which is how they detect if you're playing copyrighted music. Doesn't match the signature, yes, okay, do that. And that part's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But the thing they did do is they've got it set up now where it goes, okay, you know, you can't monetize this video, it's got this song. And what it used to be is you could either like cut that chunk of your video out, you could mute that part of your video. I think there's like a third option, I'm not remembering. But what they did, or I think you can replace it with just music that you are allowed to play. Which it'll replace all of the audio with it. So like replace where you're talking, game sound, and everything with that song. But what they've actually started doing is using that signature. They've now got it set up where it will remove the audio of the song while leaving the rest of the audio intact. It's not perfect, but it's actually not terrible. Which is really amazing when you think about it. That, like, you know, you're sitting there, you know, you're jamming to, you know, Blue Dom Dee Dom Die or whatever, and, you know, you get flagged to say, please take this out, and you still have all the conversation in the game audio, but the song's just gone. That's some pretty slick stuff. It doesn't work for a lot of the music yet, it just won't give you the option. It's clearly stuff that they've really got, you know, good signatures and all that for, but it's neat. And so those in-game radio commercials are the best things created. They'll create people that, oh yeah. There's a lot of games that do that. Like City Skylines is pretty good about having ridiculous in-game, you know, in-game stuff. Like one of the ones I really like is, you know, the City Zoo, now featuring a new bird, like this new whatever bird, due to zoological error where we had misidentified it as this other bird previously. Welcome to the City Zoo, where we have concrete boxes painted to look just like home. Yeah, 2 Point. 2 Point is another one that does that. At the Old Grain Mill Family Restaurant. Not to be mistaken for the old granary that, you know, got shut down. GTA 4 and 5 and Laszlo. I believe Laszlo, I thought he was in 3 as well. I thought that was like their reoccurring character. Like he got a much more prominent thing in the later ones. Especially I think it was 5 where like you actually run into a bunch of missions with him and how much of like a worm he is. Let's see, you see streamers who play DMCA music on Twitch and somehow have music not saved their VOD? Oh yeah, no, we have that. Yeah, that's easy. For those who don't know, when it comes to our VODs, on Twitch there's 2 separate audio channels, and we can have one audio channel that'll play on stream but not on the VOD, and there's another channel that'll play on both, like both the VOD and the stream. So you can separate it, and that helps people get away with playing DMCA, you know, unsafe music. That said, it just it is just one of those things that you are running a risk still. Technically, you are still breaking copyright and all that. And this isn't like defending the way copyright works or anything like that. It's just the achievement is called I Read Shakespeare and Stuff. What? Devs for Farm Sim, please make your achievements less cryptic. I have no idea what half of them mean. Yeah. No, it's one of those things, if you're playing DMCA unsafe music and someone pops into your channel, they can report your stream. Like they can take they can record like a couple of seconds or whatever and, you know, report your stream. And, you know, there is technically the possibility that that could get reported and you get issued a DMCA takedown and you get into yourself in a lot of trouble and all that. Is it likely to happen? No. It's very, very unlikely. But that's a matter of not whether or not it's something you're allowed to do so much as is it something you can get away with. And for the most part, the way Twitch handles copyright is it's not a DMCA thing. What they do instead is they detect the signature for the song, and on your VOD they mute it. But that's only detecting on your VOD. That said, I keep waiting for the shoe to drop, where, you know, we start getting enforcement that starts getting as strict as YouTube and some of these other places where they detect the music and it just kind of kills your entire thing. Like, I play, you know, I play YMCA and suddenly all of my ad revenue for the entire stream goes to the village people and not to me, or nonsense like that. I keep waiting for that kind of thing to happen. Not because of, like, any judgment on Twitch, but that's just the kind of nonsense that copyright stuff ends up being. YouTube giving you a claim midstream? Oh yeah, like that's the thing. So I go out of my way to play DMCA safe music. I still separate it off the channel just because even doing the DMCA safe music, I would still occasionally flag on stuff like YouTube and all that, where it's like, you know, it is a music I have license to play and everything. It'll be like, we detected this, and I could go through contesting and saying, hey, look, I can demonstrate that I have what I need to be allowed to play this and all that. It's safe. And they'll be like, oh, our bad. But it's just, it's one of those things, you go through that song and dance, it's just like, man, I don't got time for this. Like, this doesn't make me any money doing this. I gotta be focused on the stuff that pays my bills, not running down all these things. But yeah, so like, the VODs on this channel have no music on them either, even though I am playing DMCA safe music. It's just one of those things. As you get hit on the DMCA free stuff way too often because people make videos with it, and have it on autoclaim. Yep. And like I said, you can test it, and usually it's like a day or two later, they're like, oh, yep, nope, you're good. You know, claim lifted. But when this is your livelihood, that means that whole time, that money is not coming in for that video or stream or whatever. But yeah, and especially with some of those, like the auto-claim stuff, for the record, that's not an actual DMCA hit, so that doesn't get your channel suspended or whatever. But that's the kind of stuff that gets scary, is like a lot of DMCA violations are 3 strikes you're out kind of system. And a lot of them don't have a cooldown. So like once you get a strike, it's forever. Some of them have started implementing a thing where if you don't get a strike for a very long time, it drops off and all that. But it is one of those things that's like, you just cannot take the risk. Like, and some people can be comfortable doing it. It's like, yeah, but that's not how I want my channel to disappear off the platform. Like, and it's even one of those things that with like fair use and everything, you can do like really, really short clips, like 2-3 second clips, like for alerts or whatever, and you can be okay with that, but it still can get caught by like whatever moderation tools, signature detection or whatever, and still get slapped for it, even though, you know, you might fall within the range of fair use or whatever, depending on your usage. Usually when money's involved, fair use doesn't apply the same, but it's just kind of one of those things that it's just such like a minefield to navigate. That's like, nah, man, I'm just gonna do the stuff that's safe. I do really like this terrain deformation. I know it's just an aesthetic thing. It doesn't really affect much. But just being able to look behind and see like where we're digging these ruts in the ground as we're turning around and driving around here is kind of cool. It also is nice that it does seem to like really, really vary depending on your vehicle. Because this one, for most of the time, if I'm just driving straight with the cultivator around, you don't really notice much. But when I lift it up and I'm like doing the spin around at the end where we're driving much faster, like it's way, way more noticeable. All right. But yeah, so first thing we're going to try and do is we're going to try and do enough of these fields to make enough money to start buying our own equipment. That's step one. And we don't need like all the equipment. We just need like the absolute bare bones equipment to be able to do this work ourselves. Once I've got that, then what we would do is we would buy whatever field I can get my hands on, and then we can start farming for ourselves. Could you imagine Mud Runner farming sim? Yeah, like where you could like literally get your wheels stuck and just spin your wheels in the mud. So if you're trying to say like cultivate in the rain, you could get your tractor bogged down in the mud where it's all just dug up your area. So then you need to kind of come back around with like a backhoe or something to like fill in where you dug a big hole out of your field. Try and drive the wrong vehicle into a rice paddy and it just gets stuck. So you gotta get another vehicle, attach a tow cable, and start digging up your neighboring field just to try and pull things out of it. Hey, Platonic Hugs. It's going good. 35 stream streak. Catch the last 35 streams there without missing a single one. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. Means a whole lot that, you know, not only that people tune in, but people keep coming back consistently. Like, you know, I know not everyone can do that. It doesn't mean I think less of people who can't, obviously. But it's just one of those things that when people do that, it's like, oh, like, you... Like, clearly you must really enjoy this. Or, I guess you don't enjoy it and you just want to be angry or something. I don't know. Mixed trucking company pulling other farm vehicles. Yeah, no, that's the thing. That could be, like, an interesting dynamic to a game like this. You get a vehicle stuck and you've got to do, like, literally take a game like, Mud Runner and that, but effectively have procedurally generated missions that are random vehicle appears over there. You got to go drag it out of the mud or whatever. And next thing you know, you've got 5 tractors stuck in the rice field. Yep. You sure the perfect time for you? The last couple of weeks, I've streamed at the perfect time for almost everyone. By just streaming too much. 16.5-hour stream yesterday. You get a harvest contract, but you have to work around a stuck harvester. But we made it. We did finish Factorio. We did, you know, successfully reach the edge of the solar system. Pretty sure that was your own fault? No, I'm pretty sure the Factorio developers are at fault. I claim no responsibility for my own personal actions and the consequences that come from them. And rather, I am going to go deflect on the developers for making such a good and addictive game. It's good and addictive. I cannot be held responsible for that. They need a Surgeon General warning on the box. They should totally do it again. You wonder why that harvest contract is available. Factorio is awesome. Oh yeah, now if you haven't checked out the DLC and you liked Factorio in the past, it is wonderful. And I know a lot of people saw the price of the DLC, they're like 35 bucks. They're like 35 bucks. Holy crap, that is not reasonable. That's the price of the whole game. Well, yeah, because it's like the whole game on top of the whole game again. The railgun is fun? Yes. It's like just instantly shatter stuff. You're like, yes. You saw the price of DLC, thought, dang, that's cheap. Yeah, no, the price like the price, like don't get me wrong, compared to a lot of DLC, I was like, okay, like that is on the scale of expansion style DLC for indie games, a bit on the higher end for what you see for that. But then you're like, okay, well, we're getting all of these extra planets, all these extra mechanics, all this stuff, you know, all of these other things. You're like, okay, but this is a DLC that has a lot going for it versus so much DLC out there nowadays. Like, what does this add? Well, you now, instead of having your blue sedan, there is a green hatchback. Does it drive different? No. Does it functionally do something different? No. How much does it cost? $25. Just wait till the modders catch up with the DLC? Oh, yeah. It's 50 Australian dollars? Yeah, now I want to say in US dollars it was like 30-something bucks, like 30, 35 bucks. But that's USD. Yeah, no, Australian 50 would be about right for about 35 USD. Which is not unusual. Usually when because I don't keep track of everyone's, like, how the money's comparing to each other. Generally speaking, when someone brings up the price of something in Australian, I'll usually be like, all right, knock about a third of that off, and that's probably what about I would pay. Give or take. There's definitely some goods that, you know, are much more expensive here than there. Like in a lot of places in Europe, electronics are extremely expensive compared to other places. And it's just that one type of good is disproportionately pricey. But excluding those, there's that. You have about 900 hours in the game? Not much, but it's more than quite a few people. Yeah. Sounds like Paradox DLC? Paradox DLC is a mixed bag for me. Like, one thing I will give Paradox is a lot of their games, with the DLC they add, they usually charge for, like, an expansion style content $15-20, so it's not cheap. And some of them do get more pricey if they're bigger ones. So, like, it's definitely not cheap, and then they have a bajillion pieces of DLC, but it's kind of one of those things that you buy the game, and then they do this major expansion of the game, they charge you $20. And to me, that feels, you know, that feels reasonable or fair. I understand not every game can do like Terraria and Stardew Valley and just update forever and not charge you money. It's nice when they can, but a lot of them have like big teams of developers, and that's just, you gotta pay them. Part of what lets teams like Relogic and I actually don't know what Concerned Ape calls the studio behind Stardew Valley, but Relogic and Concerned Ape's team is they are very small skeleton teams. So they don't nearly need as much money to pay for themselves and be fair about it. But like with Paradox games, like I said, a lot of times they just keep building on the same game with a couple major updates every year, every other year, like clockwork. So to me, I see it as I'm paying for continued support of the game. Kind of the same way I approach games like Path of Exile when it comes, you know, occasionally spending a little money there. Hey, Steven, how's it going? Versus like, you know, it's a little bit different when it's games like The Sims where you're like, I'm gonna buy this chair. How much is the chair? $18. I'm gonna buy this t-shirt. How much is that? $75. What the? I'm gonna buy this horse armor. It's the indie version of live service. Yeah, and like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's all good or bad news. Like, my biggest complaint with Paradox is when it comes to that kind of stuff, sure, if you're along for the ride doing those 10, 15, 20 bucks as you go along, it doesn't feel as bad. Because, you know, you pop in, you get like this extra content, you get like a fresh addition to your game, and it costs you a little bit of money, but, you know, you're there along for the ride. But then you try and pop into a game like Stellaris 10 years after it released, and it's got multiple $100s worth of DLC, and it's a real hard sell. And, you know, yeah, you consider and go, okay, well, you don't have to buy the DLC. It's like, right, but so much of that DLC has, like, quality of life and expansions and additions to the game that you kind of really want it. And Paradox is pretty bad about actually taking the time to bundle and discount those kind of things. Like, they do once in a long while, but I always felt it would be a lot easier for Paradox later if, you know, they release the DLC and then, like, a year or two after that DLC comes out, it gets bundled from all the DLC of that year and put at a discount price. So, like, whatever the latest thing is, you're paying full price for. But, you know, as it gets farther back, it gets cheaper and cheaper. Just to have it so, like, the new player doesn't have to sit there and stare at a potentially $200 price tag and be like, nah, fam, that's going to be a hard no for me. Because also fair. But you donated for a free Bowser game because you just play it long enough. You feel that's justified. It depends on how much you get out of it. Yeah. RimWorld? Yeah, RimWorld's another one when you think about its expansions. Those aren't cheap. Like, RimWorld was also, what was it, like... I can't remember because I got it early on. I remember I got a relatively cheap price. But I want to say it's like, what, 35 USD or something like that would be my guess of what RimWorld costs, the base game. And then, like, each expansion in itself is, I think, like 35 bucks as well. So when you look at buying RimWorld and all of its DLC now, you're talking 120 bucks. They might have, like, a bundle I'm unaware of. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Let's see, imagine if you had to buy every single WoW expansion to play the endgame content. The game would have died. Is that not how it worked to begin with? Because I definitely remember buying World of Warcraft, and they would do a couple of updates, and then they'd charge another, like, 45 bucks for the next expansion. And then, you know, a year or two later, they'd charge 45 bucks for the next expansion. I paid for it. It was like that till MOP? Gotcha. I kind of dipped around Wrath of the Lich King. Like, I did all the endgame content through that, and then I was kind of done with it. I was buying the promise of DLC. Yeah. And I also, for the record, I totally get people who are like, live service game, gross. Because for one, there are genuinely a lot of live service games that are super predatory and awful. That is just a fact. But then there is also, you know, one of those things that you've got your game budget and you got to think about how you want to spend it or whatever. And when you have a game that's going to start at this price and it's going to drop some expansion DLC that if you don't have it, your game's not as fun anymore. And so you're kind of forced to pay an extra cost to keep having fun in your game. And it's just this reoccurring thing, nickel and diming you constantly. Yeah, I can totally get that. Live service can get real sketchy. Let's see, live service is gross, but games that get updates over plus years are good. Well, you can have good live service games. Like, you look at the games over the years, like The Path of Exile, Warframe. These are games that have been solid. That they're definitely like live service games. Now, granted, both of those are free to play live service games that they're microtransaction supported. But then you got like the really crappy on the live service stuff, like GTA 5 is particularly predatory in a lot of what it does. Where they just like artificially slow down progression as much as possible to kind of make you want to buy your shark cards or whatever they're called. Yeah, any gacha game, yeah, gacha games are notorious for it. That was with the TCG Shop Simulator coming out, where you basically, you run a trade shop, and, like, low-key inside just being able to collect the Tetramon cards. And people are talking about how, like, amazing the game was just because of this mechanic. People are like, you know what they need? They need gacha games that don't have, predatory monetization. Like, don't make it a live service game. Just make it some, like, little little gotcha game kind of thing you can buy, that once you buy it, you just have it. It just has gotcha mechanics that you just play on your own. No pay to win or anything like that. Is he talking about cost per hour? Got your copy of RimWorld for free during an early development? You got 3,000 hours in it? Yeah. I usually don't focus on my games of like how many hours of entertainment did I get for X dollars. Mostly because there's a lot of really amazing games that don't have a high amount of replay value or a high amount of time value. Like, I love Subnautica, I think is an amazing game, but if you look at the number of hours I put in that game, it's not many. Like, beat the game, played through it like 2-3 times between like on stream and all that, and got all the achievements and whatnot, it's still not that many hours. But would I recommend it? Oh yeah, every time. Absolutely. But it's a relatively short game. There's a game called Unpacking. Unpacking is a really, really, really good game. Its replay value is basically non-existent. And that's a game you can knock out in an afternoon easy. Let's see, I think you have the wrong idea about live service game. Isn't that games that basically require a paid subscription to play? I don't believe they necessarily do. It could be that people have different definitions for it. For me, a live service game is a game it could be like subscription or microtransaction funded or like whatever. You know, some like battle pass kind of thing. Like anything to draw money, not necessarily straight up subscription, but that, you know, in theory is updated regularly, you know, through that. So I consider Path of Exile a live service game, even though you don't have to pay any kind of subscription. But it gets updated, like, as a very routine thing and does have microtransaction support. So I wouldn't call a game like Stardew Valley or Terraria a live service game because it's buy once and you're done. They just get updated. But like with Terraria, if it was, for example, you bought it and then they would do an update every 3 months, but you had to drop, you know, $2, $3, $4, $5, $10 for the update, and it was just a constant treadmill of it. That would start to lean into what I would consider a live service game. That is just like a whole thing. Let's use the 1 minute per dollar policy. So if it costs $110, I should get 110 minutes of entertainment. It's pretty hard for a game to fail that. Because like even a game like Unpacking is like 10, 15, 20 bucks. Well, no, because you wouldn't get 10, 15, 20 hours out of Unpacking. Like, very genuinely, like, Unpacking is a wonderful game, but it is super short. The Witcher failed that? Yeah, I played the first Witcher. I never got into the other ones. Like, no problem with it. It just was one of those games I played. It's like, this is good, but meh. Like, it just didn't stick. Like, I get why people like it, and again, like, not a yuck your yum kind of thing. But it's just kind of one of those ones that I play is just like, you know, didn't really hold my attention. A lot of that's usually I'm playing the game and the game's just doing alright, and then something else comes along that really grabs me and it just never gets there. Which was already old by the time you got it? Yeah, I didn't get it when it first came out, like, or anything like that. But relatively early. Alright. If Factory was $1 per minute, it would have cost you $54,000. Electronics Art has entered the channel. You pay how much for a game now? Why? Why are we charging $75 when we can charge $54,000? get the investors on the phone. You agree it's not a hard metric to pass, but it did fail, as bad? Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that still. Like, you can have a game that is like an incredible story, but you spend $20 for it and you knock it out in like 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, and I wouldn't feel bad about it. Like, if the story was solid. Not every game needs to have replay value. At the same time, there is definitely value in replay value. I kind of look at it as you have a bunch of different things that go into, is this game worth it? Replayability is a factor. Is the story any good as a factor? How's the gameplay? All that stuff. Is the Cultivator depth control part of the base game? Yeah, it looks like it. Mode shallow cultivate. Yeah, because I'm running no mods whatsoever. This is I installed the game. They gave me, there's one of the pieces of equipment that was like a DLC or whatever, and that's it. I am on the shallow cultivation mode. Deep cultivation mode. I'm sure there's a difference mechanically for the game. I don't know what it is. Maybe it works like a plow? I don't know. Like, the texture looks the same to me. Let's see, is there an end game goal to accomplish in these farming simulator games? To make a farm. Most business simulation games, they don't have a here's the win condition. Like American Truck Simulator, it's not you raise $1 million and credits roll. It's you are running a like trucking company or whatever, so you can just drive trucks if that's what you want to do, or you can start setting up where you have like your garage and then you hire your own truckers and then they start doing the trucking as well. Yeah, it's definitely, I agree, it's a make your own goals kind of game. It's minutes, not hours. At the cost, you should get 60 minutes of playtime. Oh yeah. I did notice since I switched to shallow, the texture has changed. It is still counting for our objective. Oh, weird. Yeah, no, I don't know what that's about. Because I am not someone particularly knowledgeable about farming. Like, I know a bunch of basic like agricultural stuff, but like actual farming and all that, no. So like the difference between shallow and deep cultivating, if you ask me, it's like, okay, you got to tell me what is that about? I'd be like, well, clearly shallow cultivation is shallow and deep cultivation is deep. And that's kind of as much as I go. And if you ask me like, what do I think it does, we could go into that whole thing. But it would be guessing. It wouldn't be anything, informed or anything like that. Yeah, the fertilizing, always kind of doing that. All right, well, the wood transport mission, that paid really well for us the last time. And you are where? Okay. Basically, I should probably go down this way and come across. Thank you for the follow. For the stream. Let's see. You live in a farm, but it's been a while. Your best guess is have to do when you change crop. You need to grab nutrients deeper. Yeah, and that'd be my thought. Is there like Just maybe the crops are growing. They have like much deeper root systems or whatever, so you got to cultivate deeper to like break up what was there before to loosen it up. That would be my guess. But my only experience with that is like home gardening, which is not commercial anything. All right. Zoom in? Yeah. No, it's so funny when you get so used to those tractors driving around like 12, 18 miles per hour, and then you get like an actual truck and it goes hauling at like 50. You're like, I'm going so fast. How fast are you going? 35. It's so fast. I am speed. Ameliorate soil. Cool. I definitely know what that means. I've heard the word before, but I can only assume it means like churn up the soil. All right. So it looks like the logs are over here. Probably, like you said, get deep nutrients. Yeah. No, I don't doubt it. Give deep nutrients. Like I said, it could also be, you know, certain crops have like hard roots, so you're going to want to shred, you know, tear those roots up to make room for other stuff. You know, turn it up, let them start decaying it. This is literally the same place we got this from the last time. All right. Oh, and we are absolutely playing we absolutely have sandals. Yeah, the Woodhall missions were great. In Farms of 22. Yeah. There's good money to be made in them, that's for sure. Hey Mark, how's it going? I'm only getting 2, that's fine. Oh, some of you are assuming Silver Run was a mod map. Turns out it's from a DLC you never had? Yeah. Not bad, been lurking for a bit? Gotcha, cool, cool. Thank you for the lurk. Let's see, if it's the same as Farm Sim 22, shallow equals small rocks, fast weed growth. Deep equals large rocks. Okay, so it's basically deciding, do you want to deal more with weeds or field stones? Okay. And we just smash out our truck's window. I mean, I guess it's not our truck. We smash out the leased truck's window. Just slap a chunk of a pine tree into it. Have you done a tornado? I have not seen a tornado yet. I do know it's a mechanic in the game now that we have disasters, but we have yet to witness one. Okay. Oh, it's fine. I'll take the one. I wanted to get more than one this trip, but it's fine. It got turned slightly to an angle. It's going to be too much of a fight to get it back in line. It'd be easier just to accept this and just chuck it in. Okay. All right. So pretty soon I'll actually be able to afford a section of land. I think we saw the cheapest one available was like 34,000. And what I might even be able to do is I might even be able to get a truck we can put logs into and start clearing that land out and getting all that done. My favorite is when you have a an area of land that's got like a really valuable crop onto it. And just like you buy the field and you sell the crop and recoup half of the value. Is there small fields ready to harvest? That is actually a good question. Yeah, 30 here is. It's 47,000, which is not in my budget, unfortunately. Can I take you where? Okay, so down there. Because I've definitely done that before, where you have like a large field of soybeans or whatever, and you can just be like, yeah, I'll pay 100,000 for that, and then you harvest it, and you make more than 100,000. You're like, all right, well, I'm good. Thanks for the free money, man, and I got some land out of it too. Maybe we can still do that? Probably. I mean, I don't see why not. Like, the idea is they would have the crop down, and you don't get like the 200% yield or whatever it is from fully fertilizing and all that stuff. Usually it's just like the base yield value or whatever. But it is kind of one of those things that it's just like, okay, you know, even like most crops you will not make the full amount of money. It's only if you get like a particularly, you know, valuable one, but then you get the land. So it's kind of like getting the land on a discount with extra steps. The worst was when you wanted a big field and it had something annoying like potatoes and you had to spend the next 5 hours harvesting. Yeah, I mean, I believe you could, if like you didn't want to deal with it, you could just plow the whole thing, but it definitely felt like you're just wasting money then. Oh, that's a dead end. You could, but what kind of farmer does that make you? Yeah. All the time some put into it is like, yeah, I just don't want it. Alright, and contract done. Okay, so we're up to 27,000. Is there any good stuff on sale today? Not really. It's kind of the same things we had yesterday. So we've got ourselves a bale wrapper. We've got a tractor, but it's out of my budget. We've got a planter, and we've got a bale loader. None of those are going to help me out too much. And we did look at the small tractors. The cheapest one they've got is 39,000. So that's not going to do me a whole lot of any kind of good. And obviously we won't be able to get even nicer tractors than that. If we look at the forestry stuff, I'm curious. Because if we can do the forestry stuff, that might give us some possibilities for making better money. So we've got the harvesters, we've got the forwarders. Those are outrageously expensive. The excavators, we're not looking into. The mulchers and all that we wouldn't be looking into. These are just like big things for picking stuff up. Yeah, and then the rest would be for all sorts of stuff. Yeah, we can do stuff where we can grind with the logs. Yeah, so I was just kind of looking at that being like, okay, is there something we can do with this? So you have this, you have a grass mower and all that. Alright. I was just seeing if there was a crop we could get started or something. Nope, it's fine. But pretty soon we'll be able to get stuff. We just gotta keep snagging that. Yeah, so you got another wood transport mission out there. That one doesn't want to pay nearly as much, though. So we do have Ben's harvesting job here. I'm a little worried about the beets in that. Because those tend to be a whole big thing. And with these ones, you usually have to get your own fertilizer if it works the same as the other one. I'm going to try another harvesting mission. Fertilizing is fast. Yeah, fertilizing is fast, which is the advantage, but I do have to pay for the fertilizer too. And if you buy too much, then there's a whole thing about that. I'll do it. It's almost 11,000. Because I should have enough money now. Now you get that, so... Alright. So what'll need to happen here is I will need to buy some Solid fertilizer. Can you empty it out? Yes, you can. And do the same lease equipment. Oh, I didn't think you could use the same equipment for multiple lease. I mean, if I buy my own equipment, I can use it. I didn't think I could get, multiple ones for that. So you have solid fertilizer. Let's try 4 boxes. That's probably overkill. But we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it. Alright. In 24, in 22, you lease the biggest equipment. You can't do premium DLC crops in Farming Simulator 22 and 25. The base harvesting them is not fun. Yeah. Alright. Because I am figuring we'll go ahead and we'll get enough fertilizer to cover this thing. And that just means I'm available for this. So we are spending more money than I am going to get out of this mission. But then the intent would be, I just need to remember to kick this stuff out when we're done. And it should give me plenty of materials for doing a bunch of fields. Generally speaking, when I do fertilizer missions and spraying missions in these games, I usually will pass it over to the AI a lot of times, or at least I did in the last one. We'll try just doing it ourselves. That's close enough. Okay, so you want me to do field 47. Or sorry, 7. It's straight ahead of us. But yeah, no, it's, it was definitely one of those things that, like, the olives and grapes weren't my favorite in the first one. Those are the ones I found the roughest. The parsnips and carrots, I know the machines didn't, sorry for being a little backstreet, just curious to see how the new one works. Yeah, no, you know what we could do? Because my hesitation, we've already had one mission bug where I was doing it. Oh, you have, like, so little money I'm gonna get for that? Yeah, we won't worry about the other two right now. They don't pay me enough. Okay. Oh, interesting. So the AI worker... I'll show that after the ad break. With the AI worker, it looks like you can actually, like, program it to work at different ones, just like you can course play. So you can say, okay, I know your pass is supposed to be 48 inches wide, but you can go ahead and just make it, like, you know, 42, have a little bit of overlap just so it all works well. Alright. You keep giving me these achievements with cryptic names, and I have to just guess. I'm assuming it's because I'm fertilizing. That's the only thing I can be led to believe, is that because I'm fertilizing, we got that achievement. I know we're overlapping probably a lot, but it's really hard for me to tell what I have and haven't fertilized in here. So I'm trying to avoid the thing where I have to then do like a whole extra pass because I miss stuff. Wait, you said you got an ad, but when you unlocked your phone, it went back to stream? Don't know. Like, we don't do pre-rolls, so... Don't know. I wouldn't complain about it, though. Not a bug, a feature. A highly sought-after feature. So you're guessing the GPS is something you have to add on when you buy your own vehicles? That's my guess. And that the GPS will be effectively the same as having an AI worker, except you're in the vehicle and you're not paying someone else to do the work. That's my guess. How did Factorio go last night, Miss Stream? We won. We got our W. We hit the edge of the solar system. We made our ship the Normandy, and it went pretty flawlessly for the first one. Like, I had to finagle with the balance between things while we were in transit, so it's like, oh, I'm making a little bit too much of this, let me move some of these modules around. But all in all, it was just mostly, like, I rearranged a couple belts and a couple of splitters. We kind of finagled around to just get myself better throughput where I needed it, and otherwise it's just like, okay, I'm moving speed modules over here, that's falling behind. Oh, this one's not getting enough materials, so let's go ahead and switch it over to production modules since it's sitting here anyways, idling because it's waiting on materials. Might as well try and get an extra one of those every once in a while. You gonna try to go farther out? I mean, probably on my own time. Like, what I'll likely start doing on that run is start achievement hunting. I probably should just hired the worker. I have a feeling I'm wasting enough fertilizer that paying the worker to do this for me would have been the safer, more lucrative thing. Like, it's different when you don't already have a crop down, because you can see where the dirt goes from light to, light to dark to mark that it's fertilized. But I can't see a difference with the crops. I kind of wish there was some difference, like it made the ground look glossy or something, or you saw like the little bits of fertilizer, like almost like it'd been snowed on slightly, or like the ground in between was a little bit covered with fertilizer or something. Just something that like visually you could look at the ground and be like, I did that spot. You can bring up, like, if it's anything like the previous game, you can bring up your map. Maybe not. Yeah, like the other one, you could bring up your map and you could show where it was and wasn't fertilized. And that was one way of doing it. I have to do one more pass. It's finally started a new saved adventure into the DLC. Yeah, that's actually one of the things I've been debating for when I'm gonna play in my own time. I'm half debating starting a new save without the biters. Third tab. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not showing it, and I think that's just because of the fact that it's already a grown field. If I would have had this field where instead of it being already planted crop, but like instead I was looking at the field while it was just like I had just plowed it or whatever, I think it would have shown up there. Okay. Come on. If you turn off plant growth state, you can see the fertilizer. Okay. Gotcha. Never thought to do that. Okay, so we can go to the store over here real fast, because I'll drop off this real quick. Because I want to unload it so that we keep our, just... There. I was like, why are you fighting me turning this off? Okay, cool. Because it's not actually draining anything. It's annoying to system to be used and needs some polish. Yeah, at least that one's got to work around. I think for me, the thing I would like to see is, as I said, when you're fertilizing or spraying an already existing crop, just some type of texture difference. Like, you know, if I went through and I spray pesticide or whatever on a crop or whatever, like weed remover on a crop that doesn't have weeds, give me some type of texture indicator that shows that, hey, you did the thing. Alright, so we can go here, kick out all the extra fertilizer, and finish the contract. Cool. So we're still short of when I bought the fertilizer. I mean, those aren't big ones, but we could go through those probably quickly. Yeah, I really don't want to deal with potatoes. Ooh, 16,000. Alright, David. Be honest with me. Are you going to actually pay me this time? Like, you conned me the last time, David. And you also gave me one of the reticulating tractors. And I've never been a fan of them. No, why would he do that? He's like, fool me once? Well, guess what? We're going for round 2. Alright, so let's see. We can hold the AI working steering assist. Ah! So steering assist. Okay. Let's try that again. Can you look at the work modes on this? We have deep and shallow. It's the exact same thing we had last time. This field. So we do have our steering assist, and for those who can't see what's happening, basically I turned it off of having the worker take over. I turned on steering assist, and it's kind of like, unless I go out of my way to pull myself away from the line, it is lining it up. I do have to turn on the cruise control to get it to move forward. Does it change the max speed? No, it appears to be 7. Regardless. Is like GPS? Yeah, no, I'm not sure if you can see it really well. There's 2 stripes on the outside that's showing like the tool width, and then it's showing like a green line that I'm gonna be following. What I'm curious is when I reach the end here, if it'll automatically start pivoting to the other way, or I have to like reline it up and then hit the thing to assist again. Okay, so let's see what other things we have. Steering assist, work direction. So we do have to turn it on and off each pass. So it's like a challenge mode where you see if you get coffee before you get to the end of the field. I've done that kind of stuff in games plenty. So it's not like fully autopilot like your workers are. Basically, I just get to the end of the road or the row, line myself up with the next one, kick it back in, and keep going. Ah, and that's what the thing is down there. Earlier, it had a picture of a steering wheel, and it's just telling me I have the assist turned on. That's not bad. I think that's a nice compromise between your tractor just does the work itself and you have to sit there and like micro constantly adjust it. I was really hoping to sneak around that. Truck, don't do this, buddy. Challenge, brew and pour over coffee and get it back to the desk in 30 seconds. There's a clip on the channel of me playing ATS and having the cruise control set, and I had it like straightened out pretty well. I'm like, I'm gonna go grab a drink, and just walking out of the room and grabbing a drink. And like ATS doesn't have anything like this where it steers it left and right. And it's always one of those things that like, oh, it's very rare you get it perfectly lined up. It's always one of those things that's ever so slightly off. But in the particular clip, like it happened to be like just perfectly centered, so I walked away and, you know, grabbed myself a drink, came back, and it was still just going down the highway at like 60, 70 miles an hour. You always have your pour over coffee maker at your desk? Yeah, I don't personally drink coffee, like no objection to it. And this isn't me being like, no, it's unhealthy. You know what's also unhealthy? That's also unhealthy. So I got no feet to stand on. But yeah, no, I just never got into the coffee thing. Which it's funny. for those who don't know, it's a pretty big stereotype in software developers about people liking coffee. That it's a very, very common thing. It's not that no one in software development doesn't like coffee. It's just such a large number of the people. That's not the right button. I missed a spot because of that. So it does also do angles and all that. You definitely like coffee, and you've dead for years. Your husband's a software developer, and he has coffee for blood. Well, yeah, no, it's definitely and I think the reason why it becomes such a thing is, I do think for a lot of software developers, it is just kind of one of those things that, like, you're expected to concentrate for really long periods of time, and that can cause some, like, serious mental fatigue. And so caffeine is a way you can give yourself a little nudge. What is your favorite crop so far? So right now, we've just kind of begun this, and we're just doing contracts. So I don't really have a lot to say with this. If we go to the first one, not the first one, Farming Simulator 22, because that's what I'm more familiar with. Let's see. So I know the root crops I didn't enjoy as much. They're very laborious. And the grapes and the olives were really rough in Farming Simulator 22, so far as enjoyability. And kind of things like, whether it's canola, wheat, sorghum, all of that stuff is kind of the samey. But honestly, I do kind of like them. I think I'd honestly go with one of those ones like sorghum and all that. Even though it is like your very, very stereotypical crop, like, it's not anything unusual or exciting. But I think it's just like, for I'm gonna do some heckin' farming. It pretty much fits right in there. Yeah, so steering assist, I like this. This is good. It's a nice balance, because, like, it is one of those things. Yeah, that's a good question. What are people's favorite crops to play, like, to do in Farm Sim? Or for those who like to garden or farm or anything outside of Farm Sim, what's your favorite crop to deal with? Whether it's because, like, you get your product, or like it's fun or whatever. But yeah, I like this because, like, if you're using like no AI or anything like that, there's just some of these things that are kind of obnoxious to deal with. Whereas with this, you have like this nice balance between I'm doing the thing. Okay, so we want to line up here. We got a nice amount of, I line it up, set it up, and then I keep doing that. And then set up with the assist. And then once I do that, like, it kind of hands off and it goes straight. So it does feel like this balance where it's not like the AI worker where you're like, I hit the AI worker button. Alright, well, it's the only field I had to do, so I'm just going to go ahead and sit over here and watch for 20 minutes. Which is fine. There's days that that's what I want to do, that I'll work on something on the other screen, just let the AI do its thing as it eats up my money. But this is like a nice middle ground between, it's still active in that after each row I go and I reset and everything, but also I don't have to fight with it where I get like one of my lines sloppy and then I have to like try and correct it in another line or whatever. No, grass is fine. Yeah, no, grass can be interesting, whether you do like the bale and the silage and all that. Yeah, I'm trying to think, because when we did our challenge run, we were doing a Survivor Man challenge. Oh man, what did we start with? So, we got our greenhouses set up because that was, once you get those set up, they're effectively forever money. You just got to put water in them. And so they just kind of trivialize a lot of that. But after that, we got our first field, and I'm pretty sure the first field I did wheat. Just because it was straightforward. Yeah, chainsaw and a dream. Yep. Survivor Man Challenge. $0 of chainsaw and a dream. And then the most common rule set, and everyone has their own thing. It's a thematic challenge, not like a precise one. So the idea is you choose a map that has no buildings on it. So there's a map called No Man's Land. There's a bunch of other ones, but No Man's Land's the one you hear about the most. And so you show up there, you give your character a tile of land because you need it to function, and a chainsaw. And then most of the time you go and like you'd edit your save file and delete all the money from your save file. So you're starting with $0 and you got a chainsaw and you got a piece of land you're allowed to work on. You're usually not allowed to take any contracts, you're not allowed to take any loans or leases. And then the goal is to just make it work. Some people give themselves like a vehicle of some kind. We gave ourselves, it was a 1984 truck, but we had the rule you may not sell the truck because it kind of defeats the point of the challenge if I turn around and be like, I'm starting with $0. I just sold the truck. I have $12,000. But yeah, so usually that challenge boils down to you get your handful of trees or whatever that are on your tile, and you start cutting down all the trees, loading them up, taking them to a sell point, getting what money you can. One of Rawl's mistakes early game was going for carrots. Did I? I didn't do that on the one on stream, did I? Did I do that on stream? I know I did that on the YouTube series. And oh my god, that was terrible. That was I'd have like an episode. The episode would be like 20 minutes long or 30 minutes long with music and all that and cuts and everything. It's like, by the way, this took 9 hours to record. These carrots suck. It's like, this is 9 hours of me harvesting these stupid carrots, one crate at a time, and then afterwards getting a forklift and picking them up one at a time and loading them in the truck where the truck could only, or is like a trailer, and the trailer could only have, I think it was like 4 or 5 boxes before the tractor couldn't pull it anymore. And it was like 200 or 300 boxes. And like, don't get me wrong, the money was good when it comes to like in-game days, but for human time, it was terrible. And I did 3 whole harvests on it before I could fund doing something else. Good times. Like, and I would actually stuck to that run, but viewership on that died off pretty hard, so I was like, alright. Because, like, I had a handful of people on the YouTube side who were watching that series who were, like, really super into it, but it just wasn't enough people. Like, for the time investment of, like, 7, 8, 9 hours recording an episode and then editing it down to 20, 30 minutes, and then having, a whopping, like, 15, 20 people show up, I was like, man, there is much more productive uses of my time for trying to, like, do the content creation thing than that. Because we were running, I know it was absolutely no mods at the beginning. I can't remember if I did eventually add 1 or 2 mods. I don't remember, because I ended up doing like good 12 episodes or something like that, and then finally I was like, never mind. Look at this streamer, all hands free now, easy. Hey man, you got the tech, let's use it. I'm just testing it, I'm making sure it works right. So if I don't hit W and I just turn around, leave everything the way it is. So is it the moment it highlights yellow I can do it? It is. The moment the line highlights yellow, if I hit the thing to use auto load, you remember that? Well, I used auto load on the streamed one. I think on the YouTube one I did not use auto load. I'm pretty sure I didn't use auto load on the YouTube one, if I remember correctly. And that's not the one streamed there. That was the edited videos. I may have eventually added it. I know it was a long time I didn't use it. Because that was the thing. A whole lot of people were like, "Oh, it's so amazing that you like everyone always mods the crap out of the game. It's interesting to see someone not mod it." Which kind of made me feel like, "Oh man, I gotta stick to not modding it." Yeah, no, on the stream one I absolutely used auto load. Because otherwise, the moment you start getting some production lines going, it's no longer farm sim, it's forklift sim. With a side of farming. But it's good to see you, Layla. Alright, I keep looking over at that percent being like, you're still going up, right? We got our friend here didn't pay me the last time because that percentage got stuck. And that was harvesting though, that wasn't cultivating. I wonder how much effort they had to put into like get all this sorted out to make it like the thing. Because I imagine this is obviously not like having the stripes exactly like that or whatever, but I imagine this is probably not unlike what the way the tools would work in real life. Not that you'd like hit a button and the thing would drive itself the entire way, but it would be like, hey, I'm lined up, here's my button. Like keep me on this heading. And then you're like, it could be smart enough to know like, okay, well you're on this heading, your next heading's this far off on this way and this far off on this way. And that you'd be able to, you know, just turn around. Or it's those things that like I could see it being a thing you program where you do your drive around the field with it recording. And then like the next time you drive, like it's smart enough to try and map out the field so that you can have it follow the previous course you did. Especially when you're talking, some of these tools are like millions and millions of dollars. I'm like, man, tossing in an okay GPS that can drive a straight line feels like that should be just a free option. Let's see, actually you now have automated tractors that can do a field path completely. And it auto-generates a path? Cool. I mean, again, they cost millions of dollars sometimes. You gotta justify that price. And those things that's just like software, like a GPS, that's, I mean, there's more than just the software, there's hardware components, but like those little one-up additions, those are things that like, you don't cheap on that when you're talking those kind of prices. It's like dropping millions of dollars and not getting a cup holder, and you kind of scratch your tooth. See, what kind of settings can you get with a 3054 gigabytes of VRAM at 16 gigabytes? Installed RAM at 11th century Intel Core TM i7 11800H at 2.3 gigahertz. I have no idea, Tech Nerd. My knowledge of this game is about 4 hours deep, and I have only ever run it on the hardware I've got, so as much as I'd love to give you even any kind of meaningful answer, all I can say is look at the system requirements and make your best guess. Sadly, that's the whole thing. The farming has gotten so industrial compared to 100 years ago, it's wild. Oh yeah, that's that was, I can't remember what the thing that started it was. There was, oh, nope, not that one. There was a whole conversation, and I can't remember. It's like, it was a one-off comment, but it was like, it got a lot of publicity, and it was involving the U.S. Agricultural Department. And the person had basically implied that, you know, if the population kept going up, which it was at the time, but the population kept going up, that would have some type of food crisis coming up, that, you know, there'd be a shortage of food no matter how hard, you know, hard the farmers tried. And the farmer's like, you have no idea what you're talking about. It's like, without changing literally anything, we can feed everyone in this country at the rate of growth for like the next 50 years with like literally zero change, no additional fields, just doing exactly what we're already doing. And he goes, that's assuming zero advancement in anything. And he goes, and here's the hint, we are advancing things. He's like, yeah, we don't have anything to worry about. And it's like, and all we'd have to do in that time span is find any types of improvements in our efficiency, or allocate more farmland, or, you know, put in procedures to be a little bit less wasteful of food, and, you know, you could extend it several hundred years past that. That basically the implication is like, you don't have to worry about food running out due to population issues. Like, there's 1,000 other problems you got to worry about. This isn't one. Let's see, the FSA loan you just got applied for to get a tractor. You got a small one that would benefit you, and it was around 100,000. Yeah. Well, it's like, it's an industrial piece of equipment, so you get why it costs what it costs. But yeah. And hey, ooh, I'm gonna mispronounce here. I'm gonna try and get it. Is that Sile Wester? If I mispronounce that, let me know. I'd like to get it right. But welcome to the stream. Let's see, in real life, the course is generated in the office, and they send to the workers who just there to watch the machine to prevent mistakes. Yeah, and that's the same thing that's happened over the years with CNC machines in manufacturing. I used to have my my mom's side of the family had a family business who worked in CNC machining, injection mold, milling machines, all that kind of stuff. So made all sorts of different products. Their big thing is prototyping, is what they did. So a company would come and say, hey, we want to try this new brake system. We need someone to fabricate up, like, you know, 20, 30 of these things so we can go and slap it in a car and test it. Okay, well, let's figure out how we have to do this and machine it out. But yeah, no, you go in there, you get into CAD, design the whole thing, get all set up, you know, do all the work to have it exported to the appropriate milling machine. And basically the person's there to put the material in the machine, hit the go button, and just watch nothing goes wrong. And then if something goes wrong, you know, do whatever the appropriate thing is for that particular wrong. Whether it's to go, oh crap, and start mashing the stop button, or to, you know, just, you know, change some setting or whatever. Like, it's not to say it's, like, not a skilled job, it is. But it is one of those things that, like, most of the time you get things working right, and if it's done correctly, your job is to stand there. In case, like, there's something wrong. And then when something goes wrong, that's when the expertise comes into play. Horseplay and CNC milling has so much in common. Well, so much has automation nowadays. But yeah. Always hit the E-stop with the drill, or on the mill inside the material. Yeah. Yeah, and there's things you could do wrong that seems correct in the moment. I didn't end up working in those machines. I tended to help out with the injection mold when I helped out more. That was not a fun job. Everything was hot and pointy. Not like cut yourself pointy, just everything was hot and pointy, and by the end of the day your hands were just really not happy with you. And that's even wearing gloves or whatever. But you'd go in there and you'd nick off the little nipple where it put in the plastic. So you'd have the machine, it'd slam the mold together, you know, just go stamp the mold together, inject the plastic, open it up, plastic falls out, goes into a chute, comes out to you, and you'd sit there and just be like, snip, 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 throw out the excess, clean up the edge real fast, put that down, and by the time you did that, it's done the whole process again. So that one actually has labor involved into it, and it is a mind-numbing job. I did not enjoy working manufacturing. Manufacturing is the definition of do this thing, okay, repeat it 10 million times. Gotcha. I never sold, like, farming equipment. One of the jobs I had as a teenager, one of my very first jobs, is I sold tools that included lawn and garden and, spring stuff, so I sold, like, tractor mowers, which is an entirely different animal than, like, a tractor. One's industrial, one's consumer. But, it was interesting getting into all that and learning all that and dealing with it, and how little people understand the idea of a gasoline engine, and how even having a bottle of oil in your, like, attached to the gas cap of the tractor that says, when you buy this, put it inside the mower. It goes inside the mower on the cap it's attached to. Put this in here. It's important. And, like, the ignition has thing is like, put the oil in. You go to the other thing, it says, put the oil in, and it's just... And someone will still not put the oil in and fry the thing. And you're just like, but how? Like, the owner's manual tells you, like, 50 times every other part of this mower is trying to scream, put this oil in. And it returns, oh yeah, every time. Every time people bring it back, it's like, it just didn't work. It's like, well, it smells like you lit the thing on fire, and the oil here is, like, this thing looks like it's never had oil in it in its entire life. So I'm going to go ahead and, you know, just go ahead and say there's perhaps a user error here. Now, granted, depending on what they did, sometimes it's salvageable, but a lot of times just straight up no oil. That can be very Dunnerino. The magic blue smoke from putting the oil in the gas tank. Yep. Oh man, I had one of the ones that got returned a lot was 2-cycle weed whackers. So for those who don't know why that matters, 2-cycle weed whackers, you typically mix your gas and your oil together. And 2-stroke. And so you typically mix it together, and it'll vary, but like it's usually it's like a very small amount for like a full gallon of gas. It's like just an ounce or two of oil per like a whole gallon of gas, if that. Like I used to know like the numbers off my top of my head. I haven't worked there in like 20-something years. And man, we'd have these people who'd come in and be like, well, I've been doing this way this whole life, and it's not working. So it's like, well, it's nice to meet you, sir. You've also been doing this wrong your entire life, because this is the same amount it has always been. So if you have been doing it this way for all this time, I don't know what to tell you. It's like, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, well, here's the deal, man. I'm going to take this out back. I'm going to drain your gas. I'm going to get all cleaned up, and I'm going to get it working because I'm being nice. And when you come back and it's not working again because you decided to do it your way again, I'm going to send it off to service, and they're going to charge you like $300-400 to do what I'm doing today. So you can stick to your pride all you like, if that's what you want to do. But I'm going to give you a working piece of equipment because I'm trying to save someone's sale. And that's up to you what you want to do with that. Like, I'm already doing more for you than I have an obligation or a need to do. Let's see. Oh, we can do the green beans. Yeah, let's borrow this, do this and try the green beans. Oh, you better have your own internal reservoir. I mean, that looks like we got a big internal reservoir on here. Don't you dare make me have to do it. Where does the... I don't see like an outshoot. Don't you just... No, that's an exhaust. They make measured containers. Oh yeah, and that's just like you... And it's one of those things, like, I get it. Let's okay, steering assist. All right. But yeah, that's the thing. And it's like, you know, the people had learned. It's just whoever taught them just, you know, made it probably an honest mistake, or even maybe taught them right, and sometime over the year, numbers got mixed up in your head. Like, I don't even blame a person for getting it wrong. Crab steer work with crab steering assist too? Oh, geez. But yeah, it's just one of those things that, like, you know, it's a reasonable mistake, but it's, you know, someone being like, well, you don't know what you're talking about, because, you know, they see a teenager. I'm like, hey, man, you know what I do? I service these things. I fix them all day. Do you know what I see a lot more of than you do? A whole lot of busted stuff that leaves this place working again. So, you know, this is what I've been doing. Whoever taught them probably was born in 1920. Here's a hint. They still did it the same way in 1920. Like, that's the whole thing. The ratio between the two has basically been the same for pretty much ever. Why are you beeping at me? What do you want? I'm working. Stop calling. I'm guessing that's just a different sound because of a different brand. And for the record, like, people getting the gas mix wrong, that doesn't surprise me at all. Like, that's totally fine. Like, no judgment. I get it, you know, it's your first time working with a weed whacker or whatever. Sure. Absolutely. You know, you put it in, but you just got the ratio wrong. No skin off my back. I get it. I get it. Like, converting, being like, okay, put this many ounces and this many gallons and all that, and people who just don't have that background. Sure. 100% understand. I'll be like, hey, man, just go get this thing. That's how much you need. If you wanted to, you know, do it cheap and get, like, the big bottle you can refill, keep the little bottle, put the big bottle in the little bottle, and now you have the exact amount you need. And you don't have to measure it anymore, because you've got a measuring cup of this little bottle. You can find a better, more usable little bottle, but, you know. Yeah, saying I made a mistake is everything, or I'm not sure how this works. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Let's see, did you unplug it and plug it back in? Push the power button? What's that look like? Let's see, the folks who walked in, like, the instruments at fault. Oh, yeah. How many folks with lots of letters after the name don't know how to universal power button symbol? Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's things. And like I said, people not knowing how things work, no problems whatsoever. Like, zero problems with any of that. So we're doing the green beans. The green beans seem pretty straightforward. It does have the negative of this is a very low width harvester, but that's kind of the same problem you ran into when you do stuff like the cotton and everything. It's a fairly narrow harvester, if I'm remembering correctly. But it's a decent volume and all that. The good news is it does seem like the bay on this thing is a decent size as well. But yeah, that's always one of the big negatives when you're dealing with, like, a really narrow width harvester in this game. It does mean lots of passes, which means if you're using the employees, it ends up costing your soul. But I'm kind of hoping with this drive assist it won't be so terrible. That's also a thing for, like, in my IT background, that was the thing a lot. Oh, let's try that again. I misunderstood where the line would be. Okay. But yeah, so as well as things you run into that, you know, it's a joke, or a person would call you and be like, hey, my computer won't turn on. And you're like, hey, you know what, man? This is not me like calling you stupid or anything like that. I want you to genuinely just check, is it plugged in? Like check the cable on the back. Is that in? Like I don't want you to just look at it. I want you to go in and make sure that's actually in there. And I want you to check the other end and make sure it's plugged in. If it's in a surge protector, make sure surge protector's turned on and plugged in. Because I cannot tell you how many times I asked someone to do that, and it took me a little bit to be like, no, please go check that. And you'd hear the other side of the phone, you hear, oh, and then the phone would hang up. Because they're all embarrassed. Because, something would happen, like your chair would catch it, or if you have a cat or a dog, they would go and get down there and, knock something around or whatever. So you'd be like, okay, yes, I understand how a plug works. Stuff happens. It's not a question of intelligence. I've done the same thing, and I've gone, oh no, my computer's not booting up. Oh crap, what's going on here? And then you get down there and you're like, oh, it's just, the cable on the back of the computer got a little loose. All right, no problem. I'll take that any day, every day over like some hardware failure. Apply force to both ends of the cable and check the cable is connected properly. Yep. Because so often it ends up being something dumb like that. Like, or your computer doesn't turn on and it's like the monitor cable is loose. You're like, well, I hear the computer beep, but like it doesn't turn on. You're like, ah, okay. You're like, did you check your cables to your monitor? Like, no. And then, again, something happened, like a monitor got moved at some point, you were dusting or whatever, and you gave it a knock. It was just enough to, like, knock the cable enough loose. And I can't tell you, it's something like, of the IT calls I got when I was a network admin, that accounted for probably plus of 80% of the calls were something that you're like, yeah, just check the cable, check this. And it was like 90% of the time, like 80, 90, 90's too high, like 80% of the time. The times when something like actually failed, like hardware failure wise, it was probably something like 5%. It wasn't an insignificant, insignificant amount. Was that what took the longest to figure out? I mean, most of the time it's when you have an intermittent problem. So, like, the person's like, hey, I'm having this problem. And you're like, okay, let me check it out. But it's only happening sometimes. And it's like, you'd go there and it just doesn't happen while you're there. You're looking in the logs, or like, there's nothing in the logs. You're like, okay, well, something's probably going on hardware here. But, like, I have my guesses. But it can be really nasty because you don't want to just tear apart a computer and be like, all right, well, we're going to buy you, like, you're going to spend like $500-600 on a new processor and motherboard and all that because we think that's busted. You want to verify what it is. Oh, I missed that one. You worked at IT in school as IT support. The number of times you got called an a-hole by the same teacher because someone kept unplugging the power lead to the smartboard speakers, and it plugged their laptop in via USB, which provided enough power to light up the LED, but not power lead. Yeah, I had I didn't have someone call me like an a-hole, at least not to my face. I did have when I worked as the assistant network admin, we did have one of the engineers who was very, anything would go wrong with his computer, he'd just cross his arms and be like, IT's breaking my computer again or whatever. Like, it'd be the stupidest stuff. And 90% of the time we were using, in that place, we were using a software program called Solid Edge for engineering, drafting, and all that. And for as powerful and amazing as Solid Edge is, it can also be some hot garbage in that it has just weird, quirky bugs and stuff sometimes. And it would break and you'd have all these things. And that's back in the days when you'd have to have your serial port dongle to demonstrate that you have a license to the software. And those things broke all the time. or like you need to like unplug it and like reseat it like a bunch of times to get it to read again. But do you remember you set up a website on your school computer? The computer, my computer likes to think it's dead randomly, so you have to constantly check stuff on it. Yeah, but so the software would break, and the guy would cross his arms, and you know this is like a highly paid engineer, so the company does not like when he is just sitting there with his arms crossed, and pretty much the entire IT team didn't like dealing with him. As you can imagine, someone who blames you for their problems constantly, regardless of who's actually at fault. And yeah, and there was a bunch of times, like anytime a call would come in about him, like, you know, people be like, oh, gotta go deal with this other thing real fast. You know, and I was one of the few ones like, hey, I understand it's a difficult person, whatever, like, I'll deal with it. Because I was pretty decent at dealing with difficult people and not letting them get under my skin and being productive about it. And I definitely remember the day I finally, like, I didn't win him over, I don't want to overstate it, but, like, I kind of got him to be a little bit less of a jerk about it, was I didn't just go, let me fix this and deal with it. You know, I went to his desk and like drug his phone over here and like, let's fix this. Let me show you what we got going on here, so you stop, you know, so you stop blaming us, because this isn't our doing. Because you know what I want to be doing during my hours? It's a good day when I have nothing to do. That is a great day. So like, no, I'm not sabotaging your stuff. I don't want to be here. So we sat there and we got onto the support like Solid Edge. And we're getting the ring around and all that because that was just dealing with Solid Edge and their support. It was your very typical early 2000s tech support where you get caught in, you know, the endless limbo that is the support line, unless it's like someone like Dell or whatever, and you get, you know, you learn the lingo where you can just bypass to the higher support. And I must have been at that guy's desk for like 2.5 hours, stuck on hold on support, dealing with Solid Edge. And the whole time he's sitting there and I'm sitting there like, it's like, this is normal. This is what we deal with when this happens. Like, we're not screwing with you. This company sucks. And so it's just one of those things where he'd be like, yeah, we got another one. It's like, yep, no problem. Give me the information. I'll go get myself put on hold for 2 hours and do something else constructive in my office while I wait. It usually wasn't that bad. That case was a outlier for being bad, but it usually would be like 30, 45 minutes being stuck on hold, just sitting there listening to like the same audio track in loop with some like, did you know you can upgrade Solid Edge to Solid Edge Pro for whatever, and you can get access to whatever. I don't remember anything, but like it would be 10-15 seconds of the song. The, thank you for holding. We're helping other customers. Yada, 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 yada. Yeah, common ground. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's just like, and that's honestly half the time when I'm dealing with difficult people, that's how you diffuse it. You just kind of have to show you that you're basically on the same team. They're like, You're not trying to one-up each other or blame the other person or whatever. You're just trying to manage. Yeah, that narrow harvesting width, that do suck. I wonder. So this is the green beans. So there's just the one. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So yeah, so if you do green beans, this is what you're doing. So it is a fairly narrow harvester width-wise. And all that. So you just be aware. The spinach might be worse because of the carting. I haven't gotten to check out spinach. This is the first of the new crops we've engaged with. This is kind of rough in the same way that some of the crops in the last one were, where you have like the giant machine and it just pulls up the beets in the narrow path and all that. A lot of the root crops had that problem. And it's like, you get why it is that way in real life. In real life, it's not just lobbing something out at the surface or just yanking it up. You gotta like dig this thing out of the ground because it's a root. And so there's a lot more involved in that than, again, like, you know, with wheat or whatever, you just have this big like thresher going and it's just separating out like the stem and the seeds and all that. Which is still mechanically involved, but it's just everything's above it, so you can just have this big blade that just goes in a circle and pulls it all in. Versus, you know, shoveling up the dirt, trying to get the thing out of the dirt you want without also damaging the thing from the dirt. Okay. On the plus side, this thing seems to have pretty good capacity. So what I'm kind of curious about is how we actually empty this thing. Because I see that we can lift the harvester, which is part of what we did. Can you do crab steering, please? Just skirt. Hey man, we're just grinding. Alright, so bear with me chat, we're about to hit an ad break. So what I'm going to quickly do is I'm actually going to pause the game for just a second, and I'm going to grab myself a quick drink and, you know, use the restroom, all that kind of stuff, do my self-care, and I'll be right back. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. She, man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. That's Windows shall forever give me nightmares. That is the, like, I've been to the prison before a number of times. Not at like, this is my first time here at 16 times pop. I don't even think I've been here at insane pop. But all right, we clear? Clear? Let's give that window a good look. Right. Wait. I can hit them through that? Wait, is that actually a thing? That better not be a thing. I'm just hitting the window, right? Yeah, I'm hitting the window, not them. I was about to say, like, what the hell? If I could just stab them through the window and they would just keep lining up, I'm like, that'd be the cheesiest cheese. This is a dangerous game, Rual. Yes. The good news is those windows are durable as hell. Like, I don't think the zombies are capable of destroying those windows. Obsidians without retaining walls. Yeah, and that's I deliberately try and make stuff. Oh, this is this is fine. Who wants to step out that door? This door right here. Cause that is a pretty well, I mean they just did it. Alright, I guess it's fine. I'm not. Oh, right. And we are back, and I don't know why, but this is just wiggling back and forth. Oh, wait, we wanted that one. That's the camera we moved out of the way. But yeah, I don't know why, but that is just wiggling down there, having a good time. I think it's because it's supposed to scroll all the way to one side to the other so you can see all the stuff it'll have you borrow. But because it's barely there, it's just wiggling. Oh, you kept moving after I pushed escape. Well, that's... Sure, that's fine. We'll just work our way back to the field we were in, as we almost certainly cut through this whole field. Well, the pro and the con of this field, at least it's like a long, narrow field, so we're not having to do like tons and tons and tons of turns, but it is going to take a little while. But yeah, nah, definitely for this, I'm probably... Yeah, note to self, beans are off the list. I was going to say, most likely I will not be doing a whole lot of stuff with beans. It's always one of those things. So the game they tried to present things realistically. So they have all these like big name brands will put their tractors and equipment and all that in their games, and they will make them fairly accurate. You know how they work and all that. But there's definitely some of those that you look at them and you go, you know what though, it's not a great experience. Like, some of them it's like, you know what, I know the actual capacity of that is only 2,000 liters, but hear me out for enjoyable gameplay. Maybe just pretend it's actually 6,000 liters. Or like, yeah, I know in real life this thing doesn't have its own internal storage, but hear me out. Maybe just pretend it does. Which I know they can't. That is part of I don't know the terms of their agreements with the various people to use their brand names in game, but I'm assuming being accurate to like what the actual thing is part of the terms. But that's where you work around that problem by being like, okay, well, here's what we'll do. We're going to make a not real brand. And that not real brand with that. Crab steering is used to lessen ground occasion. Developers, what? No way. Yeah, well, no, it's like I said, it is usually like, okay, you want to have your John Deere stuff in it. Okay, well, it has to accurately represent it. And they do have, like, if I recall correctly, they do have some, like, not real brands added in where they have gaps. Like, I don't know about this one, but I believe they've done that in Farm Sim 22, that there's, like, all the big brands and all that, and they'll have, you know, like, okay, for the purpose of this game, we need something kind of in, you know, in the middle between these tractors. Okay, well, we'll make one that kind of fills that purpose. Yeah, that not real brand can have it all. Yeah. Like GTA 5? I'm still highly amused with, like... So GTA 5, they all have names for their cars that are, like, not the real name a lot of times. So instead of the Dodge Viper, it's the Banshee, but it's the same car. And all that. And that's because, like, very famously, back in those days, you'd see, like, all these things, like, you'd play Need for Speed, and it'd have, like, Lamborghinis and Vipers and all that, like, the actual name brand car and all that. And it was a thing that, as part of the terms, the cars, I think it was, like, they could only show superficial damage, I think is what the permission was. Basically, you could have, like, the paint get scratched, but past that, you couldn't actually show the car getting damaged or whatever. And so that's the reason you do those and just slam into something going 100 miles per hour and be like, your car broke down. I was like, I bet you my car broke down. We're going 130 straight into a concrete barricade. I bet you did a little bit more than broke down, though. I bet you, for one, I'm probably not still around to be talking about this. The Hummer and Snow Runner with its magic tires. I missed that one, but it was always a thing. That was one of the first games that kind of like really shirked that in the racing series was it called Paradise City, which was a pretty decent racing game. It wasn't amazing, but it was decent. But the thing it did is it did like physics calculations for every single part of the car when you crashed. And so how you'd end up playing wasn't actually racing like you're supposed to, is you would just immediately get to as high of speed as you could and get into a wreck and watch the car like go over there and like parts rip off and fly everywhere. But what they did is they made a bunch of like not the official brand cars. Let's see, the H2 and Snow Runner, the basic tires on are more good than they ought to be. Gotcha. I still remember seeing when the H2 first came out, I remember watching a video that was a bunch of people, and they were like off-roading, but it was like fairly tame stuff. Like they had like literally a Mazda Miata with them with regular tires managing it. But they had an H2 try and go over like a little rock, and it got like a little ways up and its tie rod broke, so the wheel just turned sideways. And it's like, aw, it thinks it's an all-wheel vehicle. It's so cute. Does Farming Simulator 25 have rice tires? Do you mean like the really thin tires? Because I know the other ones, the old ones, they had the crop tires with like the really thin tires for driving on crops with. Like that was the thing with crop destruction turned on. That was the only vehicles you could really drive into your fields without destroying everything, was to go in there with crop tires. No, the steel ones? Oh, is it the steel ones where it has like the angled, like they're like at a diagonal the whole way around, so it's like the little almost like teeth on it, so you can like go through the muck and it's the teeth that grabs through? I honestly don't know. What I can check though is once I start my next pass, I'll pull up the store and see if we can take a look at the equipment for the rice. Anyone have a clue how rice farming works? I believe, if I remember correctly, you have to plan out where you're gonna put the field. Like it's like with the grapes, I believe, where you have to like go through setting up the field ahead of time. And then you would go through and do your stuff in there. But I want to say it's like you plow it and then you have to seed it, and then, or I think you flood it second, then you seed it. Like I haven't done it yet, but that's what I believe I saw from when they were showing like the trailers and all that. And I think it's a thing that when you set up the field. Yeah, so rice planters. Yeah, so I think that has your metal wheels. If you look at that, it might be hard to see on the stream. They do have like, it's like a ring with like little edges and all that. Imagine if The Sim did cranberry bogs. When they announced rice, I was like, come on, do cranberries. Because it's a similar idea, but kind of the reverse order. Like, my understanding of this, again, not a farmer. So, my understanding of it is with rice, you flood the field, and then you seed the field after you flood it. With cranberries, you flood it to harvest it. And so, like, it's a different order. Because if I remember correctly, when you flood the rice, you know, it absorbs all the water, and you just let it do that until, you know, it's ready to harvest or whatever. There we go. With right tires, I mean the tires that look very similar to sand tires. Oh, like big knobby tires. Like it's just a fat rubber tire. Like a tall, fat rubber tire. Like you'd have like on a bicycle kind sand tires. Like beach cruiser style bicycle, I should say. They might be. Like I said, I couldn't see the tires too well, but they definitely had like a texture to them. Like they had like little knobs or metal slats or something. There was something protruding from the tires the whole way around. That didn't, it looked more significant than just minor tread. Are there rice tires for normal tractors? I don't know if they don't call them rice tires. The tires you usually have is you have crop tires. And like I said, they are tires for driving on like over crops so you don't damage them. Losing so much time to this. Yeah, so the peas, the green beans, all that. Yeah, no, they're narrow tires. But yeah, no, they're tires specifically for driving through crops without damaging or disturbing them too much. Yeah, no, it might be something like I've never heard of a rice tire before, but again, not a farmer, not an expert. You don't mean narrow tires? I would guess probably no. Because you gotta think of it from a gameplay mechanic side of it. Like what would they add, what would they be different? So you have wide tires, you have normal tires, and you have narrow tires. And the wide tires are kind of meaningless in this game. But the regular tires and the narrow tires let you drive on crops, and then the regular tires are kind of your default, that if you don't spend extra money, that's what you get. Maybe the wide tires you could say for like driving over certain things because of more surface area, you don't get stuck on terrain as much. But I'm not, like, unless you need the rice tires to drive through the rice fields, but... Wide per mud? Right, but Farm Sim doesn't simulate mud in the same way. Like, it's not like Mud Runner, where you can get like lose traction in the mud and you need like the extra wide tires with all-wheel drive just to get out kind of thing. All the dirt does is deform when your tire goes through it, but you don't spin out or anything. Now, do you like to think that the ground deformation, that wide or double tires, would matter more? Well, the ground deformation doesn't seem to have any type of negative consequence that I'm aware of. I think it's aesthetic. According to Google, race tires are balloony treads that are so deep they look like paddles. Yeah, so that's yeah, I've seen amphibians do that. Like when you have like amphibious troop transport kind of thing, where they're just basically giant inflatable tires so that it can float on water and then it just rotates. And it's like they have a tread, but it's like the tread almost has like one side that's kind of a scoop shaped. But like, it's just a really, really weird shaped tread. We saw those, there's my grandparents, and they're still around, they had a cottage in a place called Walaka. And once, like, it was not too far from where, like, military training was done, so every once in a while we'd see, like, jets fly over, or, you know, stuff like that where they're clearly doing some training stuff, so drive those across the, you know, across the canals and all that. Alright. So, the thing we gotta figure out is this has a thing that says move bunker up. And I'm not sure what that's going to do. Which does make me pretty nervous. Because move bunker up, if it's a thing where it's just like, you gotta dump it out the back, that has some serious implications. Okay, that is not how I was expecting to empty this thing. Please don't drop the beans. You can't spill it without pressing control anyways. Yeah, no, most of these games, like, even if you get the trailer and you roll the trailer over, usually it won't spill the stuff out. Especially with how weird the physics can get in so many of these games. All right. So yes, this is gonna be another crop for any type of meaningful progress. Don't. The game devs are actually really nice. All the stuff they do to stop the player from majorly messing up. Yeah. Well, that's leading into, you know, you always have the conversations like, why would you play this game? It's work. And it is like, yeah, but all these random, really annoying and upsetting and frustrating things that can happen in the actual job aren't here. Like, heck, just the paperwork. Like, could you imagine, like, you have to start your shift, you have to fill out a bunch of paperwork, you end your shift, you have to fill out a bunch of paperwork, you know, reporting the maintenance and all these other things, because they're pretty strict on a lot of this stuff when it comes to food items, about making sure, like, all the bookkeeping is kept, like, absolutely immaculately, just because all the risks that come into food. The fact the fact that like food poisoning is just not a perpetual thing is just a testament to like how absolutely ridiculously good a lot of these processes and procedures are. It's so easy to contaminate food with things that are problematic. Yeah, where they want to know what the square centimeters of what's planned for the field. Do you have a favorite tractor and farming simulator? Ooh, let's see what actually... I haven't looked at the tractors we have in this one. So I know in the first one, you know, you'd start with whatever one you have. They actually don't have the one I'd usually grab. I'm not seeing it. So the one I would usually do, because I did a lot of challenges where I do like no money. So usually what I'd end up doing is there was a tractor that was this really boxy tractor for about 100, like it was 100 horsepower, and it was one of the cheaper ones, but you could get it very cheap. Yeah, they don't even, I don't think they had the brand, but it was like 100 horsepower, and it was like, it was the same like, it was like, you would get another tractor for the same price at the front and the back hookups, and it'd be like 50 horsepower. But you could get that one, it was a full 100 horsepower. And it was one of those things that it had so many drawbacks. So very many drawbacks. But because it was 100 horsepower, there was a lot of equipment that you just otherwise couldn't use because of the lack of horsepower in the tractors of a similar price. So for me, when I was doing those type of like Survivor Man Challenge, Zero to Hero kind of things, it was always one of my early game tractors because you get just literally whatever you could get off the ground with, like the little 5 horsepower nothing classic tractor, and then you jump up to that thing. But like, to say it had drawbacks, it couldn't have a front attachment of any kind, which is a huge drawback. Its top speed was horrifically slow, and all that. Like, but it had the 100 horsepower, and it was cheap. And so for doing a lot of stuff, you know, you could get a slightly better plow than you would otherwise be able to do with the other tractors. You could get yourself a slightly better seeder. And so doing those challenges is a way to kind of get you the equivalent of what like a tractor twice as valuable would get you as far as what tools you could use. But you just had to deal with all these limitations. Yeah, sadly, I think it was red and white. Yeah, red, white, and black tractor. That sounds right, but it was boxy. You'll know if it's exactly 100 horsepower. Not 100-ish, but exactly 100 horsepower. And it's, you know, it's a boxy tractor. And cheap. And it wasn't like a modded one either. It was one of the, like, I don't know if it's base game or DLC, but it was one that was in there. So, yeah, that's the one then. But yeah, so it was one of those ones that was like really, really, it was a good one to grab if you're playing a challenge kind of run. Because if you're playing something that's not a challenge, you're just going to skip it entirely. And you're just going to go for better. I liked that one. What was the big one I liked? Nope. That's me accidentally canceling that. I think the one I liked was Offend. For like the big one. Where as well as ones, it was from Farming Simulator 22, it was one of the fastest tractors in the large tractor set. I don't think it was the fastest. I think it was like one short of the fastest I liked. Because I want to say the fastest one. I can't remember. It had some like big drawback versus like the second fastest one was like really good all around. And I just liked it because, you know, as you're driving from field to field doing this and that, getting an extra like 5, 10 or whatever miles per hour was really nice for just getting stuff done. Fend 1000? It sounds right. Was there other objectives to the game is like a win condition, or is it busy work? I wouldn't say it's either of those things, but no, it is a simulation game. Generally speaking, simulation games don't typically have, you've made $1 million, you win. they tend to be you accomplish the goal you set out for yourself type of win. So it's not a scripted kind of game. But I also wouldn't call it busy work. Generally speaking, a lot of these games, when it comes to simulation, you know, you're doing the stuff where you're harvesting the crops and doing that stuff to make money, to get equipment, to build it up. So just kind of the enjoyment of, like, growing and expanding and seeing progression and getting all that stuff. But yeah, most simulation games are you kind of make your own fun. Outside of, like, there are niches. So, like, a lot of flight simulation games, if they're like combat flight simulation, obviously there's gonna be a combat oriented. If you're talking like tycoon style simulation games, those will sometimes have more scripted things. But like, or for example, Planet Coaster or Planet Zoo or Jurassic World, they'll have their scenario maps which have an objective, but by and large, have like franchise or, you know, whatever, challenge park or whatever. And then most of the times those won't have a win condition. You make what you want of it. But yeah, no, games like this one, American Truck Simulator, Mud Runner has objectives. But yeah, a lot of those, it's just, you know, it's basically like you look at people like, but that's work. Why would you want to play that? It's like, right, it's work without the bad parts. It's pretty much the way it goes. It's work without the bad parts. It's work without all the stuff you don't want to do. Yeah, SnowRunner and MudRunner had game objectives. Right, that's what I was saying, is those would be good examples because they actually do have objectives. You play through the map and you finish the map. Construction Simulator has objectives too, because you're actually building a thing and that the completion of the project is the objective, but it'll have the sub-steps to do it. You been playing Planet Zoo this past week? It holds up really well. I really like Planet Zoo, but it's also one of those games I like that's also got real problems. Like, building paths in Planet Coaster 1 and Planet Zoo is a painful experience. You learn to work around the pain by using stuff like the grid and everything, but it can be very difficult at times to get the path to do what you want. And then there are some pain points in the game. I think it's really good, but there are pain points. Like, I know the terrariums, they have the problem where it's just really annoying to manage. Like, if you just let them breed, they just get out of control super fast. If you don't want to just let them breed, it becomes almost this project to, you know, oh, it's a spider thing that only lives for 2-3 years. Okay, well, I gotta go and replace it now. But you can cope with it. If you leave the 15-degree angle snapping on, and don't do a fancy elevation. Yeah, no, you can make it work, but it definitely as well as ones of like tiptoeing and walking on eggshells around how it works. The place I always found it the most painful is if I already had existing things and I wanted to change the path, say like make it wider. So I had to delete the path and then trying to get a new path to go between existing buildings. It just wanting to attach constantly to everything. And there's stuff you can do to kind of mitigate it. Like but it's like City Skylines 1 without mods. You can get it to do what you want, but there was a lot of finagling and tweaking and doing that to get that going. But that's we played Planet Coaster 2 on the channel just the other day, and that's my big compliment is the paths in that are so much better. I did run into off stream a bug with the path where I made a I don't know what the units are, but like an 8 wide path that was like inside a building up to a second floor where I had like a sitting area for the people getting food downstairs. And I had problems with the guests constantly going up like the very center of the path and then throwing an error where like people want to leave the park but they can't find their way out, and they do the thing where they stand there and then like wave and beg, ask for help. And all I had to do to fix it was I changed it from like 8 to 6, and I just put like some decorations around the side of it, but just not being double the normal width seemed to fix it. I don't know why, it was only that set of stairs I had that with. Or the other weird thing is I made a lazy river, and it was fine most of the time. Everyone who exits to the outside part of the lazy river could reach the paths and leave. but anyone, you know, who exited the lazy river to the inside would then complain that they can't find a way out. So I had to like make a bridge over and drop it down inside the middle part so they could cross the bridge. Let's see, how did you find Planet Coaster 2 game generally? I liked it. It's got some rough edges around it, but I mean, the way I look at it, most of the rough edges I ran into were right in line with like Planet Coaster 1 right now. Like Planet Coaster 1, you know, there is just weird jank you get with some of the stuff. Like the pathfinding is real janky in Planet Coaster 1. You do run into sometimes where people will just not be willing to walk down a path, and so you just delete the path and you put it back down and it fixes it. Or, you know, sometimes you'll have just a lack of information about a ride that you're trying to figure out why people aren't riding it, but because of other things being a more frequent comment, you don't get that feedback. So it still has a lot of those things, not specifically those things, but those kind of things. But it didn't have anything that I'm like, oh man, that's so rough. That's something they gotta change. Like, it didn't have anything like that. What are your thoughts on Space Flight Simulator? I have no idea what that is. I mean, I assume it's a simulator of space flight, but I'm unfamiliar. So, like, the management side, you really thought it was shallow in the first game? I mean, so you have the worker schedules are better now. So the worker schedules now, you can say, like, you're allowed to take a break during this time, you're not allowed to take a break during this time is dedicated work, this time you're not here. Like, you can do all that kind of stuff. You're in this zone, that kind of stuff. You can do all that if you want. They got rid of the training and the that side of the employees, which I think is fine because I don't think that matters. They made it so with the employees, it was no longer, you say, like, you're going to get paid this exact figure. It's basically, you just had the pay them well, pay them normal, underpay them kind of thing. And so you have those kind of things. So they did streamline some of that. And they did that with a lot of the pricing on your stuff in the game as well. That, like, your rides, you could set a custom price, or a bargain price, or a premium price. And I think that's all good, because a lot of the times in the game, it was just learning and then memorizing what the appropriate price for certain things were, so you get, like, the proper set of steps, and that you knew you could then charge, like, $28 for it. And that really, like, that figuring out what the sweet spot was never really an enjoyable part of the game for me. So they got rid of a lot of that. They did add utilities into the game, though.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Excitement divided by 10? I mean, I don't know about now, but that's the excitement divided by 10. Now, I used to be able to do the thing where you would get a really high excitement rating. And I remember being able to get stuff like, I think it's like the carousel. You could sit there, and if you put, like, the proper animation sequence, you could sit there and charge, like, $30 for someone to ride in a carousel, and they would pay it. And it was just, like, really absurd, which they got rid of the whole where you could change, like, at least I believe it wasn't there, I didn't see it, where you could set, like, do this animation, then that animation, which I think was good, because no one did it because they wanted to do the actual animation. It was because it was so incredibly abusable to just make unreasonable amounts of money, which, for the record, money's very easy in the new game's franchise mode. Let's see, you're really sad they locked a lot of the classic rides behind the deluxe edition? Yeah, that's a bummer. But yeah, no, generally speaking, for me, I was pretty happy with it. For the record, I did buy it. I did not receive a key for Planet Coaster 2. But I've been pretty happy with it. But it's basically, if you're expecting it to fix everything of Planet Coaster 1, it's kind of in line with Planet Coaster 1 about you know, 80, 85, 90% of it works great. 5% of it, you're like, well, that could certainly be better. And then 5% of it is like, head scratch, why are they doing that? Let me delete this path and rebuild it. Why is everyone turning around like there's a wall here? So it is kind of par per the course in that. I have enjoyed the new water attractions, though some of those head scratch, why is it not working, were related to stuff with the water attractions. Like, I put 2 flume rides on a platform, and I had all my guests were turning away from it, and I wasn't getting any feedback as to why. Like, was it too expensive? Were they not interested in it? Did they not want to get wet? Did they not have a place to change? Like what was the problem? And the answer ended up being it was too expensive, because they did adjust one of the very abusable things in Planet Coaster 1, that genuinely you could have a park that you're charging $60, $70, $80 for a person to enter your park, and then they'll go on a carousel ride that costs $18, and then like a roller coaster costs like $22 to get on, and you're like, holy crap, we are vicious with the prices we're charging in this place. They did make it so if you can set the entrance, you can either customize the price or you can choose full price. And full price will basically, for the rides you have there, kind of push like set it to near the max of what you can get away with without having most of the people leave. But if you set it to full price, they will not pay much for any rides in the entire park. They're like, I paid like $80 to get in this place. I am not spending $20 to ride a ride in here. You can have one or the other. And I thought that was kind of cool. That it does in a lot of ways make the you just pay admission far more viable. And also like kind of takes away that ridiculous double dipping. Because there are parks you go to that you get in for free or dirt cheap, but then you have to like buy your ride tickets or whatever. Those still exist. They're pretty rare nowadays though, but they used to be like Disney World way back in the day. Well, not Disney World, Disneyland way back in the day used to operate that. You would get into the park and you'd have to buy your ride tickets. But that's also Disney once opened a circus in front of the park, and then all the animals escaped. And it was a whole colossal disaster. That was one of the only days that Disneyland had closed. My understanding with that one was he was like, I'm going to do that, and the other people who were like leaders in the company is like, please don't do that, and he did, and it just went badly. Yeah, these green beans suck. Not a fan. Like, don't get me wrong. This is the kind of thing I would hand over to the AI driver, and I wouldn't mind at all. But early game, when you're playing in hard economy, this is not the crop to start with. Now, granted, I don't know what money we make. Maybe it's like carrots. So for those who didn't play Farm Sim 22 with the DLC that gave you like the carrots and the part snips and all that, you actually made really good money from those crops. Like they paid well once you got them set up right. But holy heck, they were a pain in the butt to deal with. And I mean, they made good money in the sense of for in-game days. For human time, not great. Let's see, you hate parks where you buy the entrance but also pay the rides? You just want to pay the entrance up front and the rest is up to me. For the other guests itself, not violently. Miller from Champ? Hey, Ryoko Shop. Yep, we're actually, the map we're in is in Japan. What's the name of this map? This is a Japanese location we're staying at. If I can figure out where the heck I can even find the name for it. Oh, you know what? I bet you we probably go here. There'll be a place that'll be named like. Oh, that just tells me the products, not what the names of the businesses are. Yep. Well, I have no idea what the name of the map is. But yeah, no, the new Farm Sim they have. Let's see. Hutan Pantai? I'm probably mispronouncing that because I don't know Japanese. But yeah, no, the new version of Farm Sim came out. It has 3 maps. It's got Sri Lanka. It's got like a southern U.S. kind of like water, like not like wetlands kind of area, not full on swamp, but like wetlands area with like a bendy river and all that. And then it's got like kind of small town Japan. So there's like, when I say there's a downtown area, it's not like skyscrapers are really urbanized, but you know, a little bit of a downtown with like agricultural around it. What did you hear? I don't know. Oh, Pantai? Oh! Yeah, so you just misheard. Yeah, no, Pantai. I think that's how it's pronounced. I don't know for sure. It's not until the 12th for US Plus. It is what it is. So sorry your Japanese is not so good. You're just on vacation. For you to understand, you need good pronunciation. Or you can completely. Well, we're talking about like a name of a place, so it's not like I'm being, you know, like trying to say like sunset or something. It's the name of a place, so it might not have like a meaning or something to it. It might. I have no idea. But yeah, no, I hope you're having fun with your vacation in Japan. That's Japan is on my very, very short list of like, here are the places that I'd like to see in the world. Japan is one of those ones that like makes it near, like right near the top of some place I'd like to see. Just their culture is just so different, and it's such like a fascinating place. Reykjavik, Iceland is another one I want to see, which has also got a very different culture in a very different way. It'd be nice to see Australia. I haven't done that one yet. Me and Toom did get to do New Zealand, and that was a lot of fun. Even though we got like super sick while we were there. Fortunately, we got sick like after we did most of the stuff we wanted. There's like only one thing we had wanted to do there that, you know, then we got sick and we were like, yeah, it'd be super irresponsible for us to go out and do that. There was a convention, and it's the classic thing where you go out and do stuff, and then, you know, you start to feel not so great, and you're like, oh crap. Get yourself some con flu. Usually I get lucky and I don't have problems with that, because I used to do tons and tons and tons of conference talks and all that, like up until the pandemic, and I've done a couple since the pandemic, but nothing like I used to. But I used to do tons of conference talks about like software development, soft skill, accessibility, all these kind of things at tech conferences. And it, like, I honestly could only think of like one time I got kind of sick-ish after a con until like that one. And yeah, Exile Con, I got proper sick. Like we're like 90% sure we got COVID. Like the symptoms aligned, half the people were testing positive, and we didn't like know anything around the area, so we basically sheltered in the hotel till symptoms went away. Which is a real bummer, but like I said, the good news was that all happened after you checked out Hobbiton and, you know, looked around at like Auckland, went up in the Auckland Tower, and went to the Maui museums and all that. And the only thing we missed is we wanted to see the glowworm caves, but that was the last activity we had before that. There's too many people, and many of them are not the type they want to have here. Well, let's see. You love the smaller cities in Japan. Sadly, right now, Japanese is overrun with tourists. Yeah, that's not surprising. Like, the tourists are mostly the center of Tokyo, Tokyo and Osaka, Kyoto. Most don't go to the places that are a bit farther out of the stations. Yeah, that's not surprising. That's honestly true most places, that if you have like a place that's like a proper tourist destination, they tend to get pretty rough by just the sheer volume of people. Or, in counter to that, a lot of people are trying to take advantage of tourists who are outside their normal. That's, I've said before that of the cities I've been in the world that I've been very fortunate to get to see a lot, Rome was probably my least favorite city I've ever been to. Actually, I take that back. Las Vegas is a strong competition. I think I'd actually go with Las Vegas as probably my least favorite place. I'm glad I went to experience it, and that one, it's like, I get why people like it, but for me, it's like, here is what I want in a vacation, and here is what Vegas is. These two things have no overlap. These are opposite ends of the spectrum. I want a nice relaxing experience, like, I want to see some interesting history, like that kind of stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Where Vegas is, have you ever wanted a city that is just yes and on and live and going full force the entire time and you will not escape it? That's Vegas. Has he only been to Japan for work once? Great food, awesome public transportation that goes everywhere. Yeah, I've heard lots of good things. I know a lot of people who regularly go to Japan. I've not been. We had planned to go right before the pandemic. Then, you know, like that was like the year we had intended on going. We hadn't quite gotten the tickets. We were like in the planning phase, and everything shut down. So that got delayed. And then we were gonna go, but then I had stuff come up in New Zealand. I was like, all right, we'll go to New Zealand instead. That's like on the list of places I'd like to do. That's like the only thing you want to see in Vegas is the Omega Mart. Yeah, but Rome is pretty rough as well. Like, the history part of Rome is very interesting and fascinating and fun. But man, like, I can't, like, there was, like, every time we went to a restaurant to try and add extra stuff onto our bill we clearly hadn't ordered. And, you know, you had, like, all these, like, really scammy con artist kind of people trying to, like, make a scene with you, so you just throw money at them to make them go away, which I didn't do. It's like the second most pickpocketed place in the entire world is in Rome. I believe it was the Trevi Fountain. And it's just kind of one of those things that, like, as a city, it was just really... It's like you see the history and that's fun, and then everything else about it was just really not great. On Encounter, though, Florence is wonderful. Florence is one I'd recommend, because you get lots of history. It's nowhere near as rough with all the stuff going on. Yeah, Japan is great. Definitely take the time you can. Yeah, that's the challenge. For us, it's literally the opposite side of the world, which means if we want to take a week to enjoy Japan, it means it's a 2-week vacation at a minimum. So Dr. Chris says, any idea yet if you can technically run the game using mostly AI and being profitable with the zero money start? Wondering if you can run while working hard or occasionally while babysitting. So if you're playing on the hardest economy with $0, usually you can't run using AI at the beginning and be successful. And that usually boils down to the equipment you start with. Usually just having like really narrow operating areas and that kind of stuff. But then when you start getting a little bit later on, it becomes not a problem because you start getting stuff that's like a really wide area of coverage. So it takes the person that much less time to produce. So I'd still expect if you're starting like a 0 to hero style run and you're sitting there on like your very first seater that's like 6 meters wide or whatever, 4 meters wide, that there isn't a way to make that economical with the worker working it. Now, you'll probably notice here, I'm not using an AI worker right now. This is the steering assist they added to the game, so it's kind of like a halfway to the AI worker. So it's not fully AFK, like you can see my hands are off the keyboard, but it only follows the straight line to the end, then I gotta go and realign it to the other side and tell it, hey, get on that guideline. So I find it's kind of a nice middle ground between the two, where it's not fully just playing the game for me kind of thing, but it's also not one of these things I'm like sitting here like wiggling back and forth in the lane the whole time, you know, fighting just control precision and all that. But yeah, so if you look where these blue lines, the blue lines are showing how wide my row is. And the yellow line is like, this is what I can make it lock onto for the steering assist. And then I just hit D, which is my control for doing the workers, so I think that's H on a QWERTY keyboard. And I just hit that button, and it'll just keep going. And I just have the cruise control on to keep it on track. These P's, though. Jet lag can be brutal with the time difference. Surprisingly, with New Zealand, the jet lag wasn't that bad. Let's see, does this game have any sort of automated farmer helper rovers? There's a company near where you live that makes those? Farmer helper rovers. I don't know what you mean. Let's see, next time you go to the upper lower Japan, you already been in the middle, pretty covered 4 times you're there. Yeah. I most likely, when me and Tube go to Japan, we will probably hit some of the pretty stereotypical places. We'll probably hit Osaka, we'll probably hit Tokyo. I do want to try and get out of the major cities as well, because just like I mentioned with Rome and all that, that has been my experience, is when you go like to the major tourist cities, it's usually not as good of an experience if you want to actually learn about a culture. Let's see, like small 6-wheeled automated vehicles, size a mower, do stuff like weeding. No, I don't believe it does. You do have stuff for like doing the weeding and all that, but there's no like robot, at least not that I'm aware of. There's no like you buy a robot and it just drives around the field and weeds slowly kind of thing. I wouldn't be against that existing, but I don't believe any of that kind of thing exists in the game as it stands. All right. They tried to get a job at that place, but they didn't want/need QA people. Yeah, I have no idea, because a lot of those types of things with the automation stuff, a lot of times it's either outside vendors or that kind of stuff. There we go. Let's see, I'm just surprisingly empty, a good experience for you. For near Osaka or Kyoto, we're overrun. Yeah, no, like I said, I figure, well, it's kind of the catch. A lot of the times those areas that have like the really big interesting things at them tend to be the areas that get pretty unmanageable. Is biometric lighting turned off? I don't remember actually. Let's see. There used to be a mod in 22 that basically a Roomba for your animal pens. You'll have the things that are great. I believe I am set to the high. Is either the high or the very high graphics. We're nowhere near the top. Like I'm not on ultra graphics and all that. And a big part of that is I am streaming, so like not only am I playing the game on this computer, but I also have on the same computer, you know, I've got OBS up that's encoding, I've got a browser keeping an eye on the stream so far as the YouTube side to make sure it's running and all that. I also have a separate browser tab for our music, because that's just where my DMCA safe music player is. I've got like, you know, the bot and like 8 other different windows going on. It is a thing streaming that it is a very information overload all the time kind of situation. That's one of the things that's really nice about playing this style of game. So like yesterday we were doing Factorio, and I love Factorio, but it is definitely for streaming one of those games that you start really kind of concentrating, and you can just get absorbed in the game so much that you're not doing great about keeping up with chat and all that kind of stuff, so you have to like make a conscious effort to keep on top of that. And it's especially when you're like troubleshooting something. So like you'll have your factory be running and you suddenly see a material on a belt that shouldn't be there, and you're like, how did you get here? Like where is my problem in my factory that I've got a contaminated belt? Where is the source of this problem? Let's see, Nara's a 40 to 45 minute ride from Osaka. but people still went there because it has a nice park and temple plus the deers. Yeah, nuts whole thing. I'm not a big fan of crowds in general. Like I'm very much the kind of person I can be around a crowd. It's not like I have anxiety attacks or anything like that significant from it. It's just I find them extremely exhausting and unpleasant. But I don't mind, like, if I'm going to something like a convention or, like, you know, a concert. Like, I haven't done, like, a concert of, like, forever. But, like, you know, like, an event or something like that, I can put up with a crowd for a good couple hours to a day without having too much of a headache over it. And I can do that, but I'm definitely not a fan of being in very crowded places. Like, that's, I have to laugh when you're playing, like, Planet Coaster and you got, like, just the swell of people going in the park. Like, man, I would hate that. Like, I would do it because I want to get to the rides and do the thing. I would hate being in that crowd. So you're watching a streamer playing this earlier, and you said in chat, the lighting could be better, and they laughed and they called you a troll? I mean, the lighting seems fine to me. I don't see anything in the lighting that stands out. Like we don't have some weird stuff here. Like there's like a separate little lights and all these things. They're casting shadows and all that. And again, I'm not set to the highest level. It's just fine. Yeah, no, like I said, I don't see anything about the lighting that stands out as me as anything but good. Not that I care much about it. He was really going off on you? Yeah, I don't know. Like, if someone told me the lighting was bad in the game, or like, oh, the lighting's really disappointing, that would be a head scratcher for me. Not, like, I'm not the kind of person who'd sit here and be like, someone would be like, oh, the lighting's not good. I'd be like, oh, you whatever. It's just kind of, he's like, really? I mean, it looks good to me. NVIDIA Remix added ray tracing? Or adding ray tracing? Low-key, I actually don't care about ray tracing. Ray tracing has been a technology that's been around since way back in like 2002 and all that. I used to do 3D animation as my degree path, and people made a huge deal about ray tracing even back then. Now, granted, that was like 3D Studio Max. That wasn't doing live games. We just didn't have the computation power to do it. But it was like people make a big deal. It's like, oh, instead of rendering this using like the built-in like normal lighting, we should use ray tracing. And it was kind of one of those things. It's like, okay, I understand technologically the difference that with ray tracing it is trying to, you know, do a more authentic way of detecting and calculating shadows and all that. But it was also at the same time, you would show me the thing that was ray traced versus the thing that wasn't, and it was kind of like neither stood out to me one or the other. And granted, that's a long time ago, but then ray tracing is usually way more computationally heavy. And I'm like, you know what I care about more? My game running smoothly. Like, the shading being slightly more realistic was always a big old nothing burger for me. But you waited for ray tracing so long. You remember Wolfenstein and Knight's Ferry Intel GPUs and their demos that looked so... still took so long. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just so hard to make it perform. Does he mean someone in chat before you said there were just really... So, I did notice, depending on some of your settings, it can make the game look pretty terrible. Which is true of any of them. But I did find that there were certain settings that you wouldn't think of really impacting the game's appearance very much, that did really hurt it. Like just lowering some of the texture quality a little bit to try and get some more performance was pretty rough on its appearance. And I ended up having to tweak it a little bit. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, it's been long enough that I'm sure a lot of people weren't here for it. I tested this on my computer before streaming, because sometimes with a new game you'll have it where it just doesn't perform or it crashes or whatever. And as a content creator, you have that during stream, it can derail everything. So I only booted up and like walked circles around the starting area on the map. And it was one of those things that I absolutely had to update my video driver. Like, my video driver was only about 2 months old, but like the game would not run well until I updated the video driver. And then I also had to turn off VSync. That, for whatever reason, turning off VSync was huge. That's always a coin flip, that some games turning off VSync will make it run smooth, and some games will make it run horribly, and vice versa. It's usually more off than on that seems to help. But yeah, no, I can't remember what setting it was I changed in the foliage. And it was just like, I took it from like ultra to like very good, like just one down tick, and it went from like, this looks great to, oh, you don't look good at all. Yeah, that was not a little step in the down on that. Let's see, you just understand that this is new Farming Simulator? You thought it was just a new run? Watching on the phone is not the same. Yeah, no, it's hard to make out the details. Yeah, no, this is the new Farming Simulator. It's coming out in a couple of days. The big things that have changed is this is not a mod I'm running right now, where we're following this line. This would be a mod in Farming Simulator 22. This is built in. That's baked into the game. And you have all that. Let's see, do you in cover? Crops in, do you in cover? I don't know what you mean by do you in cover crops. I'm not familiar with what you mean by cover crops. For the record, not a farmer, not a farming expert. Let's see, lighting is something that's so hard to judge as a viewer too. Settings the streamer is using, broadcast software being used, the brightness is setting, your own monitor, viewer can all play, yep, as well as like internet connection, video compression, your own graphics hardware can also play into your experiences depending on how well it does with the encoding, like actually rendering it on your screen. Take YouTube for example. The way YouTube renders videos, it makes it a touch darker regardless of the streaming coding. Yeah, that's actually true on this. That usually things will be slightly darker for me. Well, no, it was with Project Zomboid, things would appear slightly darker for other people as it would for me. So I used to put a filter on my stream that would artificially make it a little bit brighter for all of you than it is for me. Because I also like to keep the game dark and scary and all that. But I understood that was like really bad for the viewer side of it because you couldn't see hardly anything. So what I would do is I would artificially make it lighter. The thing. Have you used oilseed radish in Farming Simulator? I believe I have grown oilseed radish before. Let's see, that GPS type behavior, which was a mod, is one thing that might make you buy the game and not have to fiddle with the mods. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I actually, people on the channel remembers, I ran basically pretty much no mods from, like, the beginning. It was only, like, the last couple of streams I did of the Survivor Man Challenge before I finally was like, okay, we're at the point where I just have so much money and all that, that, like, I'm just gonna add course play, like, this is no, like, we're not in the challenge part of the challenge anymore. Like, at this point, I'm just making buku bucks. And I'm just tired of the AI not being able to handle spraying a field. In Captive Industry, when you increase terrain quality, it also increases your FPS. Oh, so they've got, like, some desync and, you know, texture quality or compression or whatever. So if you're not using, like, the default texture, it, you know, it does some type of translation or whatever, which adds computation or something occurs. I've seen that in games happen before, where lowering graphics settings, whether it's a texture or whatever, will have a weird side effect just because, you know, they'll have it where it's like, okay, I render this at, you know, 64-bit, and you lower the texture to 32-bit, and it has to, like, then expand it to fill the 64, and so paradoxically lowering the texture makes it worse. Which usually the worst is also one of those ones where it's kind of like, well, it's worse by this measure versus that one. there's a lot of games that have like weird edge cases. Like you turn off shadows. Traditionally, you turn off shadows in a game, and it makes it perform way better. And then it'll be like the rare one-off game that you turn off shadows, and then the game runs terribly, and you're like, and it's just something happens. Like, you know, maybe it's how they call to check to see if you turn off shadows. It's happening like several times a second, and that one call is just repeating so frequently that it's, you know, it's taken away any benefit. Hey Maddie, how's it going? But yeah, and this has been good. We're actually doing one of the new crops, which is the green beans at the moment. I think it's fine if you want to AI to do it. If you want to do it, you have to be into the crops that it just takes a while. And some people are into that and some people are not. Definitely not getting my money's worth out of this one. We are not charging enough for the amount of time I'm putting into this. I'm doing pretty good. I'm honestly surprised I'm not more tired than I am. With yesterday's 16.5-hour stream that wasn't meant to be even an hour longer than normal. Yeah. But for those who missed it, we did finish Factorio. We got our win. It was fun. I liked it. I was feeling really good about that ship design too. Like, I'm sure a lot of you who were here for it probably saw that, like, it's like, I'm ready for this thing to go. Like we're just waiting for the materials to get in here. I felt really good about going through it. And that was mostly, we had done the Normandy to reach the reach that other system, and it kind of gave me a really good feel for it. It's like, okay, here's how the devs are approaching, like, this is the game loop for how you deal with these problems, and I won't spoil it. But it was just kind of one of those things that it was like, okay, so we understand the game loop. It just means I have this additional consideration that I gotta accommodate for, and we just tried to over-accommodate. Let's see, Kramer says this starts as one of the games that many issues getting... We're not getting paid, chat. You said we took too long. And then they took their leased equipment back and told me to get out. Yeah, there was a timer. It wasn't like a timer was counting down. Ow! That took 23,000. Yeah, it took us past midnight. That is some straight up BS right there. Well, no, it just counted me as having literally none of it. I do feel like that probably needs an adjustment. Yeah, no, that's... I should have just slowed down time and been that way. It's fine. But, ow! The lesson I've learned is just say no to green beans. Farming is a cutthroat business. Yeah, so we're definitely seeing a little bit of issue with the contracts. We had one contract where we did a harvest, when dropped it all off, you know, full field done, no rain, no anything that was penalizing our harvest rate, and it just didn't update, so we had to fail the mission because I had already harvested the field and it decided that wasn't good enough. And then that one where, like, we didn't dilly-dally at all. We were going pretty much about the speed we could. Like I said, I could have changed time. That's honestly what I should have done, is when it started getting late. I should have just slowed down time rather than that. You should at least get paid for what you've done. I've also agreed with that. That there should be like a, you got this % done. Maybe you don't get the full, like, if I got it half done, let's say, maybe I don't get half of it. Maybe I only get a quarter of the value. But nah, it does. I do think they should, because, like, especially with what we're doing, getting slapped for $23,000 because it addressed it as me not getting a single crop is like, thanks, man. Because especially since we're trying a new crop, that we would go into that. You would not believe it, taking a leaf sentence. I still don't know what any of these achievements are. Oh, did I not? I hope we... Okay, so finish that contract. I'm pretty sure I did not grab the equipment I needed for this. So I'm just going to fail another one. The good news is I didn't lose any money on that one, because there's no, like, damaged crops or whatever. Alright. So this time, borrow that. But see, that's something you really wish Giants would fix too. It's fine and give achievements with fancy names, but put down what you actually achieved to complete it. Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely something that I'm not really a fan of at all. So where's the wood? Okay, so the wood's basically behind us. Yeah, so road on the left here. Like, just, if I need to get, you know, 10,000 liters of corn, let me know I need 10,000 liters of corn. Like, it's fine to have an achievement that is, like, find the hidden thing, like, that kind of stuff, where you have it, like, as a hidden achievement with this little surprise or whatever. We are on the hardest economics difficulty. Okay. Lost sight in the trees. Yeah, so we got ourselves like a little town, village over here. That's it, rewards are so low? Even on harder difficulty settings, it depends on the mission or contract. There are just some contracts that pay well and some that do not. So like this contract's actually gonna pay me like $10,000, whereas some of the contracts, like the ones where you just cut down some trees, so it's like very low effort, very little equipment required, those tend to pay very terribly. Now don't get me wrong, the economy being tougher means I do get paid proportionally less. Slow down, please. Unless it's not David and his beans. That's twice David's got us. At least that one, it's because he, you know, it was time, so at least it made sense. The other one's just like, nope, just not getting it. Okay. Let's see, are the headlights really that bad? Are they not high? This vehicle, it seems the headlights are really crap. The other vehicles we had pretty good headlights, but I think this one specific vehicle, the headlights are pretty meh. Let's see, plowing, cultivating, harvest, and baling contracts are your favorite for making money? Okay. But yeah, I know like the harvesters we've had have all had pretty good headlights. Yeah, we've had some pretty bad luck with the contracts. We had one that just, I harvested the field, or no, I can't remember if it was either harvested or cultivated or whatever. And it just didn't count like half the field. I was like, well, I already did it, so I don't know what to do. No, it's harvesting. That's right, because we had already harvested the whole field, and it just didn't count a good chunk of it. And then that last one, we just ran out of time. Let's see, what he used to do is pick up a single harvesting contract, leasing the equipment, then send a worker to do the job, and when they finished, I wouldn't hand in the contract, I'd pick up another using your own equipment, then have the worker use equipment from that contract to complete it. You do as many times as you could in a single day. I do like when I can manage to grab 3 at once. It's not often, but I do really like it. Time to go try some claw games at the arcade.
Morning, hope you slept well after Victoria. How are you finding this game?
I'm enjoying it. I got some sleep. And it wasn't bad sleep what I got. Was it enough? Probably not if I'm being honest. But also, you know, it was, ooh, 4? Can we make 4 happen? You're getting a little wibbly wobbly in there. There we go. Extremely getting crow. I did a lot of this in Farming Simulator 22. That Silver Run map when we were making our own farm, like clearing a forest and converting into farmland. I did a lot of logging. So they definitely changed the physics on these claws, because that would never have happened, let alone twice in a row, in the previous one. Oh, I see. I can't. Oh, wait, no, I can. It was giving me a fit about trying to go that far back. But thank you for the 200 biddies, Round Authority. Really do appreciate it. But yeah, no, I've been enjoying it. It's very much in line with the same, like, if you liked Farming Simulator 22, it's very clearly, like, the next step forward to that. There's a lot of things they've improved. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But there's a lot of stuff they have improved about the game. We are dealing with a couple of places where we've got like some weird effects on contracts and all that. Okay, so I am taking you... Okay, so we follow this outside road, it'll just take us the whole way around. Just gotta turn around. We are very top heavy this time though. Okay. But yeah, no, it's so we've had two contracts that we tried to do that we failed. One it's just we ran out of time. And so it's just one of those things to watch the time and be like, okay, I'll need to slow, or like I'll need to bring time to a slower speed in the future when I go do that one again. Let's see, as you missed the start of the stream, which map did you go with? This is the Japan map. It's like Utan Pantai or something like that. Because the three maps are this one, there is, I think it's Riverbend, which is like U.S. wetlands, South like U.S. wetlands, like Louisiana-esque area kind of thing. And then we had the Sri Lanka, which I don't know if it's literally the same map as last time, but like cleaned up, updated, whatever, or like what. But it was a location from the last one as well. All right. Is how you drive in real life also? What, driving relatively fast with a very top-heavy payload? And so, like, also keep in mind I'm using a keyboard if you're talking about the jerkiness of it. Yeah, no, absolutely. Why would you ever want to drive another way? You barely go under those lampposts. Why is your D button mapped to working GPS? You're curious? I use steer? Oh, I don't use a QWERTY keyboard. I use a Dvorak keyboard. So my keys are in different locations than a QWERTY keyboard. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, so you'll see like it'll be like this button is semicolon. You're like, what? Why? Mine's Z. Why is that semicolon? That's what's going on with it. We actually had the whole talk about it a little bit earlier that QWERTY keyboard only exists because it was designed to prevent typewriter jams. So it wasn't made with any considerations to efficiency, good, bad, or otherwise. It was just typewriters used to jam, so they put all the common letters farther apart. What do you mean 94% done? Oh, yeah, that's fair. I was like, don't do this to me like another one. There we go. Let's see, you bought the year 1 pack on Epic as a half price in redeems. Nice. Makes sense. Alright. They couldn't see the log, you know, on top of the other logs. Hey, it's a hard job. Give me my 10,000. Alright. Stone picking is super slow. What's interesting, though, is having that involved. I don't know why we have that involved for the stone picking. Yeah, that's the field that got us in trouble the last time, so I'm gonna skip on that one. That field number 4, that time we did that earlier, and I didn't get credit for it, so I had to cancel out of it. So I'm gonna skip on that one. Alright, we can do this. Do you get stone picking contracts if your stones are turned off? Probably not. Okay. Alright, so with there, we're going to field 14, which is... Can I actually just mark that? No. Yeah, so it's basically straight east, so it kind of doesn't matter which way I go. As long as it's vaguely east, that'll work. You get early access? Nice. Yeah! And I was able to reach out to the devs, and they were kind enough to give me early access, so, you know, I appreciate it. Alright, so just running over here to field 14. We'll fertilize it, and unlike the other ones where I've been just dumping the thing where it was and then ending the contract, this one we will drive the tractor back, because the fertilizer is mine, I had to buy it. So I want to get all of it back. What monitor do I use? Oh man, I don't know. It's an Asus, and I technically have 5 of them. If you count, like one of them is a prompter, an Elgato prompter that we wanted. My wife wanted TwitchCon for me. All right, but yeah, I got 2 Asuses and 2 Dells. I got the Dells from when the company I work for, they closed their office by where I'm at. And so they're like, all this stuff is getting junked if it's not, you know, not out of here. So take what you want. So I did. Alright. Is it controller compatible? Yeah. All the farming sim games have always been controller compatible. Yep, start getting close to the ground, lightning or fog, making it really hard to see what I'm doing. Okay. This will make ensuring that I am not wasting fertilizer much better. Because we got to line up with the lines and that should cover it. This might only be 2, maybe slightly over 2 passes. Like 2 passes and a touch up on the corner or something like that. Okay. And we'll see how much there is there. There's probably going to be a line in the middle I got to cut through. That's fine. Yeah, so you've got a slight turn here. And I'll probably have to go through the middle to get that last bit. Gonna be pretty close to having the whole field done just at this line. Cool. What? I don't believe any of those things, but okay. Cool. So now I need to get back over to there. I don't know what you're saying because none of that makes any kind of sense of any kind. But now I'm doing good. Nope. Let's not. I mean, it's just a little stream, but still, it's going to be a little bit rough change to drive through. Easy to get stuck with tools on the back of you. It wasn't supposed to. I gathered as much. I was just kind of going, what is the point? I don't understand. Alright. So let's see, we want to tag that place. Cool. Ah, okay. Well, the tags look better. They have both the icon on the map and on here, showing the distance. Bad attempt at an Apple Intelligence usage, you suppose? Let's see, like, probably say they're 15 to 22. Our Finder Proton? Oh, no, you're working... Oh, you're talking about, like, the game running on Linux. I see. Yeah. That's fine. I did have to laugh. The other day, it was in technology or whatever, like the art technology or whatever, and people were like, it's a year of Linux. Like, man, I have been hearing that for like 25 years. And you know what? It's still not the year of Linux. And it's basically that Linux had apparently gained a small fragment of market share over the last year or so. And they're like, it's happening. The growth is happening. But if you actually quantify by the amount of people who are moving off of like traditional PCs to mobile devices and tablets to being basically Chromebook web-only kind of things, that's where that number came from. It's like, I don't want to ruin it for you, but like, it's just that the market share of people using desktop computers has gone down. And more of them left Windows than the other operating systems because there's more, like, you know, if you're using Linux or whatever, you're probably not someone you're using it as an email machine. Yeah, stone picking, if it wasn't that field, I'd consider it. I'm trying not to do just endless stone picking stuff. So we've got the harvest. The problem with the harvesting is it's raining right now, so we would take a penalty on the harvesting, so that's likely to give us bad results. Let's check to see what's on sale today, see if it's changed. See if we can't snag something on a cheap. Nope. I mean, we can snag something on a cheap, but being able to do straw bales when I can't make straw doesn't do us any good. Does he covering this? Yeah, no problem. Humor only works when the people understand what you're talking about. Yes. You are not wrong. Look at this. So we could lease the equipment for a couple of bucks. You get $150 per tree you cut, and any tree you cut that's wrong is $2,000. So literally, if I make a mistake on one tree, David here, we have to pay him. David's a jerk. So all three of you are kind of in the same area. So I'm going to borrow yours. And I'm going to accept you two. Sometimes you find humor in educate people trying to figure out something nonsensical. That's a weirdly specific kind of humor that's kind of odd. So we can untag that. We'll tag home because that'll just give me the direction. But it's nice to see them including things from Farm Sim to DLC rather than more stock standard game recycling DLC features into new DLCs. Yeah, and that's the thing though that I found, generally speaking, that Farm Sim does well. Like from what I've seen that 2019 had versus other ones, is it does seem that Farm Sim does try to go, okay, our last version, what were the things that people liked to the DLC? Was there any that were like really outliers people didn't like? And try and adjust that. All right. What are the popular mod? Let's do those. Okay. I mean, for like mods in the past, and I know Courseplay was a very popular mod. There was like a GPS mod that was really popular. They had, what was it, Lumberjack was very popular, where it just let you cut trees everywhere. I imagine that's not in here. This tractor's a hot rod? Yeah. It's always nice to get the tractors that actually go relatively fast. All right. Okay, so you can detect the field. Cool. Oh. I accidentally switched over to the weight. Cool. Alright, so plan here is to do this. I wish I had paid closer attention. One of these had a bigger cultivator, but that's fine. Because the majority of games, the active devs and modding support and upbringing the modding content to the main game, it's literally just a smart thing to do because people know they want content and they always expand more than the team than the modder alone. Especially if the studio brings in the modder on their team. Yeah. It's also one of those things, like, you'll have people who, like, accuse devs of stealing the modders' ideas, and quite often there's so many occasions where it's like, well, no. Like, it's just, you know, you only have so much time to give and all that, and so there's a lot of times people who are dedicated to, you know, implementing this one feature versus, like, working on the sequel, working on whatever holistic with this game, will beat people to it kind of thing. And there's still ways that devs can do it to be crappy and all that. There we go. But, it is always those things, because like that, because usually my counter argument with that, when people had that kind of a logic, would be, okay, so you add this cool feature to a game, maybe not the devs were thinking about it, but now because it was made as a mod, no one is ever allowed to have that feature made. So like, if the mod is like buggy or terrible or has other issues, it will never get in there. If they want to like properly make it a core part of the game, that's also a solid no. This is not my favorite field. But yeah, because that was a reoccurring thing that came up all the time. Was you'd have a game would get an update, like they just stole the mods ideas. What are your thoughts of four-wheel steer tractors like the one you're driving? Four-wheel steer? I'm pretty indifferent. The only one that really bothers me is the tractors with the pivot in the middle. I find that more annoying to use than beneficial. You wouldn't even bother headlanding this field? Yeah. It's fine. I'm mostly experimenting right now with the, like the whole navigation thing, kind of giving it a go and seeing what I think of it. But then you look at something with like Courseplay, and it's just this massive quality of life improvement. It's like, why wouldn't they make it official? Oh yeah. Well, especially because like real tractors actually do all sorts of fancy navigation stuff. The way they implemented seasons into 22, yeah. Well, those things also just make logical sense to have as part of your game. You know, for farming, dealing with seasons. I'm still waiting for us to get like some kind of pests. Like that, you know. You would go through and occasionally you'd either have to, like, the way I look at it was you'd have different things that could go wrong. It could be pests like bugs, it could be pests like, you know, molds, blights, that kind of thing. So where you have right now, most of the play is kind of, you have just the cycle you do. With the pests, you would be, you could do it that way, where you just have, like, you go out there and you spray a pesticide or an antifungal or whatever, just as routine to protect yourself against those things. I would make it so you could also, instead, be reactionary about it, and it would only sometimes be an issue. I could also see it being a thing that you would give players multiple choices on how to deal with it. You could just go in and just blast your field with pesticides, and there'd be like a pro and con for that. I could see you using like natural predators as a thing, so like you go through and do the thing where you release like ladybugs or wasps or whatever to, you know, protect the crops from like caterpillars and that, by having the things that will eat them just released in the area, yada yada yada. Kind of getting a little bit into organic farming. Yeah, I mean, like, pest management is a thing that, like, things. Yeah, it could even be something like that. Like, it could be you get Southern Blight and, you know, one of the ways you deal with Southern Blight is you go, this field here, it's got Southern Blight in it, and you basically just effectively torch the field. What are you doing? Kind of getting a little into organic farming. You want to keep your farm 100% biological? Have you ever experienced your first natural disaster in the game yet? I have not seen any natural disasters in the game yet. Like, we haven't turned them off or anything like that, but we have not experienced one. We've only been playing for, you know, what, 6 hours, 7 hours now, so I don't expect those will be things that happen, like, every 15, 20 minutes. It would start getting pretty rough after, like, that frequency. So when you're saying keeping them biological, you're talking about, like, the pesticides thing? Yeah, nuts ideas. I like the idea of you have the choice in how to deal with it. Or you, like the existing mechanics, you could also just turn it off like you can the stones. And I would probably make the stance that if you turn that functionality on, you just get a base slightly higher yield. But then if the things are left untaken care of, you have a penalty. You wonder if there's months that have a higher chance of disaster? I would imagine. It makes sense for that to be a thing. Okay. You can change the front. You can change the front wheel steering if you want to. Oh no, that's fine. It's more I'm experimenting with the auto steering and it's like selecting the wrong thing. You despise the shape of this field? Yeah. It's the whole thing. Like, there is no good way of dealing with this field shape. Yeah, that's the one I'm noticing is, you accidentally select the headlands very easily. What is interesting is considering us having already cultivated almost 50% of the field, despite not doing any of the middle and just doing the edges. I feel like we've definitely been below that. Yeah, so we can clean up this side and then we'll go the other way. Okay. Might make driving easier? We can try it. I usually never notice too much of a major issue between those. Because honestly, in farm, you love the odd-shaped field and the nice hilly map. A flat map is a no-go for me. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I prefer my field, like my maps to have some stuff. Now granted, you can have some pretty awful shaped fields that are just kind of annoying to deal with. But I much prefer having like not a nice standard like grid or whatever. I'd rather you have like random chunks of rock here and there that I gotta figure out. It's like, okay, well, how do I work around this? You got like little bits of elevation to deal with and all that. That's I wish in Farming Simulator 22 we had a lot more we could do on the terraforming front, because I liked the idea with the Silver Run map of taking the time to like clear the trees off, you know, make plateaus and all that stuff. Your front weight is down? Yeah. Would the deformation be less if it wasn't wet? Probably. We totally agree. Your content has always been different from other streamers, and in that aspect, I always enjoyed that. Well, thank you. But yeah, and that's like, I liked Silver Run. I really wanted to do more with it. The two things that kept me from continuing our Silver run back when I was playing was just the one, my poor wrist with like the log stuff. My poor wrist. And you could get the thing where you'd auto-load the logs, but it was like I wanted something in between there. I didn't want it to just do it itself, like it just instantly appeared in the trailer. But I also couldn't stand like, you know, they're just sitting there like chat, just like keep like sliding your wrist over more and more and more. You get it, you have to slide down to get it down. They have to like bring it back up and move it over. And you do that like per tree like 5 or 6 times. And you're like, look, man, I need something in between here. Like give me a lineup button on that one. So where they got like the lineup button they've added for the cutting down trees, give me one for the arm where I can sit there and like hold a button and it'll slowly work its way into position. because just to not have to sit there and like scroll it around and zig it around. I know there's a certain amount of fun in doing it manually, but after you've picked up like your 1000th tree, you're like, I just don't want to do this anymore. So that was one. But then the other thing with how limited the terraforming was, there was just so much of the map you just couldn't use. Like, it was like a ledge like this, and you couldn't flatten it out in any way to put anything on it. And so it was like, I just wish we could terraform it more, because I would love to I'd love to take a bunch of like little areas and make them into like a little plateau and do that. And the one I was doing is like for an offline like YouTube content kind of thing that never saw through. I did take the time to take one of those areas and make like a little plateau with like a little trailer on it and a parking spot for a truck or whatever. You know, a little fence. So like just this little teeny tiny like ledge house. Alright, so we got this part done. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't seem like... It seems like I turn as I'm going into it, and it seems to either cancel out of it or something. Like just hitting too many buttons. So it should be done relatively soon, because we're already over the halfway mark of the field, and where the field kind of like V's out, we should have the ends mostly sorted. We got a couple passes. Let's see, you're too neat. You'd be making a right mess out of David's fields after what he did to us. Wait, is this David's fields? I didn't look at whose fields we were doing. Yeah, so I gotta watch, because obviously we have that. Who are we working for right now? No, we're not working for David right now. We're working for the others. David's out of here. We're working for Kate and the other people. Don't ruin your RP. Oh, I'm sorry. So we're just gonna do a bad job about everything right now and blame David. Honestly, probably fair. By the way, David thinks he lives in a simulation. If only he knew. If only he knew the truth that he absolutely, without question, lives in a simulation. Hey, attention, how's it going? Alright, so... let's get the spot we missed in the last one, because I went way too ambitious. I wonder if your character knows they're in the game? Yep. Why do you think they don't sleep at night anymore? That they try to just get through their day by being heavily engrossed into their work. I think it goes. How about you? It's going pretty good. I'm surprised I'm not tired, because I definitely stayed up way too late last night. But so far I don't even feel like there's like the second one. It's like, what's your opinion of 25 so far? Much improved over from 22? Yes. Like, a lot of the things that are the improvements are stuff that were mods, have been baked directly into the game in a more polished way. So like we're using this right now, which is kind of like GPS. Well, something akin to like GPS or Courseplay, and it just baked right into the game. You've got the terrain deformation, so you see where I'm kind of digging up the dirt with my tires and all that. That's a new thing. It's I believe it's cosmetic only, but still, it's a lot more interesting than what we had before, which is just you had like these flat tire tracks everywhere. Now it actually looks like it's like pushed in the dirt and everything, and it seems like the heavier your vehicle, the more it does it and all that. So that adds a layer of realism. The graphics have definitely gotten a lot of more polished. You need to really get close look at the that deformation. Yeah. But yeah, so you look at these, and I think it's still a texture. I could be wrong, but it just looks so much better so far as all that. Bro, you say the GPS works pretty well? Yeah. So for the record, the GPS isn't, you know, like fully automated. So like you'll notice I am taking control here. It's basically I point it to that yellow, the line turns yellow, and I say, you know, I hit the same button you would hire a worker for. I just switched it to steering assist. So instead of that, and it'll just follow that line to wherever. So it's not quite as much of an automation as when you just hand it to the worker and you step away. But it's like an in-between where you're not sitting there having to handle every single line yourself, but also not having it done for you. So I think it's actually a pretty good balance, so that if you really want to sit there and just kind of heckin' farm, you can just do it all yourself. If you want to really just kind of let the farm happen and kind of watch it, spectate it more, you can hire workers. But if you want, like, you know, you want to be doing it, but maybe not having to, like, worry about handling the straight lines and all that, you've got that nice in-between. So I think it's really good that they have that whole range. So I'm trying to decide what we're getting first with our money. The most likely thing is if I can snag an at least okay-ish tractor on sale, that would be the first thing. Because we're not doing like the full-on Survivor Man challenge like I did in 22, where we started with like literally nothing. But I did start where I got us $0, which for the record, I don't need mods or to edit save files in this one, or like, you know, spend all the money frivolously. They did make a way you can do that relatively easy. You choose the start from scratch start, and you make it so that you have the lowest amount of money, which is 100,000, and then you set your debt to 100,000, so you pay off your debt immediately and you're at 0. So I really appreciate that now we don't have to like get a mod you buy, delete your money and all that. It's a major upgrade for console players for sure too. Yeah. Well, aesthetically, like we're not even running on Ultra or anything. Like the Ultra graphics are gorgeous. But because I am doing streaming and content creation, I have, you know, the encoder going for the stream and all that. You know, even with a high-end computer, I am putting a lot more strain on said computer. I was getting a little bit of pokey rendering when I was messing with it off stream. I might actually be able to turn the graphics up more, but usually I prioritize stream on that. Imagine a farming game where you have to worry about mud physics and getting stuck. Okay. So, first field done. Yeah, so we've got the volumetric fog. So if you look at it, we have the fog where it's hiding in the low areas. So we don't have just universal fog everywhere. It's just kind of in this little valley we've got going on here. So like the fog is way better than the other one, because I think the other one had fog, but I think it was just one of those things. It's like almost like just a filter on your screen. Alright. Farm Sim and Mudrunner need to have a baby? I could see it. Even if it was just one of those things that we talked about earlier, that sometimes you'd get a contract to basically tow people out of there. So it's like, it's just someone added like Mudrunner mechanics to the game as well. Okay. All right. You have a good one, mine. Thank you for hanging out. You sleep well. But yeah, so this time we took 3 missions, all using the same tools. And then the idea is I'm just going to go through and do them all. Okay. Yes, I've got... I got posture checks and all that. Making me self-care. How dare you. Alright. But yeah. So, we definitely should get a tractor first, as one of our very first options. Now, obviously, a tractor is not going to be super useful by itself. Literally, the tractor, the only good it can do for me until I get some tools for it, is just travel. Let's see, do you plan, do your first crop be sown this playthrough? I mean, oh, what crop? That might depend on a few things. So, we aren't doing 0 to hero kind. Well, I mean, we are doing a 0 to hero. We aren't doing a survivor man. But one of the things that becomes very deterministic on what our first crop ends up being is if we get any good sales. So if while I am working through these like different fields and contracts and all that, like I snag a planter, for example, on a really good sale, well, then I'm going to do a crop that, you know, uses a planter instead of a seeder. If I were to, for example, catch a harvester on a really, really good sale, but it's for a specific crop, then we would probably go that direction. You get the idea. If I don't have anything that pops up like that, I would probably lean towards something I know for the first moneymaker. So, you know, just like the sorghum, wheat, that kind of thing. I do want to do the rice because obviously that's the new thing. But, I haven't looked at what the price of the rice equipment is. That's basically what I would do, is I would, like, if not that, we'd just go for what's cheapest to get going. But yeah. So that'll be kind of what we're working on here, is just going through and again doing contracts, trying a bunch of different crops, all that kind of stuff. But once we start buying our own equipment, that's when things will start getting much more interesting. Because then I'll get to keep a lot more of the money from the contracts we do. And then, like, as we get a tractor, I don't need to spend money on the tractor anymore. As we get, like, a cultivator or a plow for said tractor, now I can just, any of the plow missions I don't need anymore. Rife Halves on sale of 50% is only 50k? Yeah. I'm assuming you mean harvester. Yeah. Well, that's a big thing, is like, part of it is when you are just not getting yourself like super easy money, that you can't just like unilaterally be like, that's what I'm doing real fast. We gotta work for our money. Now that said, with me saying super easy money, contracts are relatively easy money. Now granted, with some of our contracts being a little bit buggy, a little bit dodgy, where I fail the contract because of things outside my control, that's kind of a problem, where that does hurt it as well. Because that one that we were harvesting and we were like 90% done but ran out of time, which that was me just not watching the time. Losing like 29,000 despite having almost the entire field, like it took 29,000 from me, is pretty unreasonable. I still think it should prorate it in some way. Like, maybe not give me the exact ratio, like I was saying, if I'm half done, maybe only pay me 25% for not finishing the other 50%. But I should get more than nothing. Think how rich it would have been if David hadn't stolen all of our beans. Yeah, no, he was gonna pay like 12, 18,000 or something like that for it. So instead of losing 29, I would have gained, after the lease and everything, probably like 17,000. So it would have been like 40,000 ahead. It's fine. Those are the kinds of things, like, you expect always when a game first comes out, there's always some stuff, and that's not terrible. Let's see, 115 for the rice equipment without seeds and land. Okay, that's actually, for crops, that's one of the cheaper ones. If that's like the planter, the harvester and all that, that is, that's honestly a relatively inexpensive crop to get started with. That's actually one of the things that made the carrots and all that so desirable, is you just need like the tiniest little seeder, and that thing was relatively cheap. And then the tiniest little harvester was relatively cheap as well. It was just, they were super painful to deal with. Let's see, that's another big plus for early access. You get eyes in the game and more bugs found before release. Yeah. I mean, you generally want to have your bugs dealt with by the time you're here. But the harvesting is not fun. Correct. That is the negative of the, like, parsnips and carrots and all that. Like, the little crate harvesting thing is pretty awful. And then, like, the bigger harvesters, a lot of them don't have their own internal storage, which is also pretty awful to deal with. Yeah, but the ones that slip through or new things that come up, yeah. Yeah, no, I gotcha. It's also good to have, like, a gradual rollout of these things anyways, because I have found, whether or not games deserve them, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, that's... Oh. I don't want that one, we've already done that one. You will have, like, when a game pops out, it's in that first, you know, you're getting your initial release, that games will get review bombed pretty hard, even for, like, the most minor of things. Like, the number of games that have come out that, like, the game seemed absolutely great, that just the reviews were just scathing. And you're like, but what? Was Eternal Ganza game dev? You change a line of code and so they 20 random bugs elsewhere? That's, I don't know if I still have the shirt. I have a shirt downstairs, or I had a shirt at least downstairs, that he was like, you know, 100 bottles of, or it was like 100 bugs in the code, 100 bugs in the code, take one down, patch it around, 9,643 bugs in the code. Which feels that, and the reason that meme, like, it's actually a thing that happens as a dev, is you'll have a bug, and you've actually got a bunch of bugs, but this one bug is kind of in the way of the other bugs. And so you'll fix the one bug, and you've objectively made your software better. You've fixed the bug, but the problem is that one bug was masking all these other bugs. So you fix that one, and then you discover all of the other bugs. So, like, you might have, like, an animation canceling bug, where your animations get canceled out of early and all that, and you're like, oh man, this is messing up all the animations. Well, let me fix that one bug. And then you realize, like, every one of your animations has all sorts of, like, timing issues and all that. So you never saw all those bugs because the animations were just getting canceled out of. But now you see all your animations are, like, objectively broken. And you gotta go through and do some, like, massive overhaul to fix all of your animations. Alright. You know, honestly, what might actually help is instead of trying to do it row by row, if we just do the thing where I turn back and forth whichever one I line up with straight, I just hit on the GPS and work one way over, then work one way back kind of thing. That's or you do like ESO did and leave it as a feature. Well, there's a lot of been like major features in games that were actually a bug that people found to be fun. Or like, all right, well, we'll just keep it. Like, you know, you'd have people do this thing and then they get hit and they turn invisible for a couple of seconds. You're like, oh, that actually gives people a chance of being able to escape when they get ambushed. So, you know, they take some hits and it's not just instantly game over. Yeah, no, we can leave that in. It's you know, effectively an invul timer. Can't pet the cat, 1 out of 10, don't buy. I know there is a pet button. And I know you can pet the dog in the last farm sim. Which is, you know, an important feature. Like, if you're gonna have a dog, the rule is it has to be able to be pet. You can not have a dog and you're fine. But if you have a dog, it needs to be able to be pet. All good boys deserve pets. All the bestest boys deserve pets. As far as not going to the other... Yeah, kitties too. Even though the kitty will betray you, it still deserves pets. You keep thinking the path between the fields is a ditch you're about to slam into? Yeah, no, stuff like that. And all the good girls? Yeah, those two. It's just like the meme with dogs, like bestest boy or whatever. I did like, there's this comic series, and it just has like this like silly witch that, you know, oh sorry, they're not a witch, but they're like the silly character that sometimes they'll like dress up like a witch or whatever, and they'll have the character, and it's like, can I have his dog as a familiar? And we're like, well, remember, your familiar has to be evil, and so it's just this line of dogs like, are you an evil boy? It's like, no, I'm a good boy. It's like, no. All doggos are the bestest boy and cannot be evil. Therefore they cannot be a familiar. Gotta settle for cat. I'm honestly pretty indifferent. Like, I had a dog growing up, loved the dog and everything, but like between cats and dogs, like, nah. They're both good. Like, they're both solid choices. They're both good pets. They both have their pros and cons. It's fine. Let's see, when you played Shenmue, you called it Feed the Kitty game? Yeah. French Bulldogs, you know to say otherwise? Chihuahuas are borderline evil if you ask me. Oh yeah, well no, don't get me wrong, like being genuine, my neighbor for example had a, when I was a kid growing up, had a teacup poodle. And that, like, it never hurt anyone. That was a dog with an attitude. That dog had so much attitude. Like, it was kind of fun and kind of obnoxious. It really did ride that line between, man, it's like, I cannot stand this dog, and you're like, also, you're kind of adorable. How's the GPS treating you? Really good. I'm liking it. I think it is a nice compromise between, like, you can have the worker do everything for you for pay. The GPS doesn't quite, like, automate it, doesn't quite, like, it's about a halfway between you just doing it yourself and the AI doing it. So it's a nice compromise between the two that fits both in a game balance aspect, as well as you as the player can kind of choose to play and be as involved or uninvolved in dealing with the fields directly as you'd like. So if you want to be more of like the manager person, kind of, you know, setting up your workers and putting them out there and all that, you can do it. If you really just want to get in there and do some heckin' farming, you can do it. If you want to just like do a little bit of automation and a little bit of heckin' farming, you can do it. You live in both, the cats have been such a huge part, and that's probably the reason why for me, we never had a cat because my father had hay fever. So cat is what you do if you want him to be miserable. So even though like he liked cats and all that, he's like, I can't be around him. Straight lines though? Oh yeah, no, the straight lines are nice, not having to fight for them. But yeah, so like I didn't grow up with cats around me very much. I had cousins who had cats and all that, but nothing any meaningful. And I've had both good and bad experiences with cats. Like I've definitely experienced the cat wants the love. Okay, that's 1 second of love, 2 seconds love, 3 seconds love. Here's the clause, you put in too many seconds, you only get your 3. Like I've had the cat do that where there was some unspoken precise amount of lovin's the cat wanted, and how dare you cross that line. And I've had cats that are like absolutely just adorable and wonderful and sweet. I've also had a whole lot of cats who were 100% team You know, total indifference. You want a pet? Are you gonna come over here for the pets? The only thing that's like a major win is, can you have food? Yes, now, immediately. Yes, indeed, personalities and cats span a wide range. Because the most pets you lived at the time, you think was 4-year-old, you had like 8 or 9 dogs, a cat, and several smaller rodents and reptiles. I could not. That is entirely too much life for one house. More power to those who enjoy that. I'd be like, do you want a cat? Sure, I can do a cat. You want a dog? Sure, I can do a dog. What about 3 dogs? No. Hang on. Take this ship back just a moment. I am down for a dog. Maybe I could be talked my way up to 2. Assuming these are dogs that, not that they're like low maintenance, but they're not particularly high maintenance dogs. But 3 is right out. That's just way too much to keep care of. And plus, pets are expensive, yo. Especially if you get a decent sized dog, those things will eat you out of house and home. Dogs are real expensive. Cats are real expensive. Like, and that's not even getting into if like your cat gets sick or you need to do that. Hey, Darth. There's the people who seem to collect dogs and get like 7. Yep. All the fur babies. And again, more power to them enjoying it. For me, when I go into those homes, I'm just like, oh my god, that is entirely too much energy and all that happening in here. Like, this is too much life in your home. I'm down to be here for a while, but it is just going to be 100% draining on the old batteries. And that's not, like, one dog wouldn't do that to me, unless it's like a super high energy dog, which, you know, everyone's been around some super high energy pet where you're just like, oh my god, please, I just need you to settle down for 5 minutes. Like the dog that, you know, it's not jumping up on you necessarily like that, but it's just like constantly all over you. You're just like, look, man, dog, I appreciate you, you're adorable, but like, I need 5 minutes. But when you got like 6 or 7 dogs running around, just like, no, please stop. It's much too crowded in here. I also, like, for me, I'm also the one who I would much prefer like a chill dog versus a high energy dog. Like, I know there's people who like the high energy dog that like runs in circles and is like all excited, all ready to play all the time, and that's fine. They're wonderful animals. I would much rather have the dog that just, you know, you hang out there, the dog shows up, plops down next to you, wants the scritches, you know, rests their head on your leg or whatever, that kind of a dog. It's like, yaw. Maybe a little rambunctious when we get like some toy out or something. It also happens, yeah, work with 30+ dogs every day, poorly run daycare, has lots of fights, yeah. In some jurisdictions, at least in some U.S. states like Hawaii, having more than 5 dogs or cats is forbidden as animal hoarding. That wouldn't surprise me. Like, that's sometimes you hear about, like, where someone gets their animals taken away, and you're like, oh man, that's so terrible, and you look, it's like, well, these animals were actually not being well taken care of, and they had, like, 8 of them. By the way, that one's a wild animal, and has not had any shots. And this other one has this, you're like, oh, hang on. Maybe there's more to this than just the big bad government taking away people's animals. Maybe there's a real problem here. If you can probably care for them, they're living well. It's not a hoarding case. Yeah, no, that's the thing. As long as they're being taken care of well. There is some exceptions to that though. Like there are some wild animals that even if they're being well taken care of, or just it's dangerous to have them, that they usually do need to have like a lot of, you know, a lot of thing. I don't. Please look up if the Einbach whatever has the option to seed cover-up crop. Seed cover-up crop? I have no idea what that even means. What is the Einbach hyphen 900? I don't even remember seeing an Einbach in here. Like what tool are we talking about? Like is it a seeder? Is it a what? Just so I'm not like going through every single menu trying to find it. Cultivator, oilseed rash. Okay, so we are looking at a cultivator. Alright. And you want me to look at the Einbach. Are you not going to tell me? Let's try. It's not really telling me. It just tells me it can be used for shallow cultivation or seedbed creation of fields. It doesn't give me a breakdown of like you can use it for this or that. Let's see, speaking of Pepper, but you remember when you had a little buddy before he passed? You let the older romantic girlfriend look at her met before? He let her pet him and never let anyone do that for anyone. I've known a number of animals who are the animal who like is either indifferent or doesn't want to be around just about anyone. But then it'll be like that one person who just shows up. It's not even like one they grew up with. Just some random person shows up and like, that's my human. That human right there, we hang. All the rest of y'all, you can get in line. This is the human I'm hanging with. None of the rest of you are getting a spot. You know, they show up, we're hanging out. And usually it'd be a cat going immediately to whoever has a cat allergy. It's always the human with the cat allergy that cat's like, that's the human. Right there. That's the one that I choose. Why do they keep trying to get away from me? I love that about them. I love that they seem to not be interested in me and just trying to keep their distance. It's exactly what I want in a human. Lift or implement the end of road? Nah, I'm good. Was your last job, there was a couple of days a week where you just have your squad followed you everywhere and ignoring everyone else? Cool, see ya. Okay, later. Like, immediately back seats. Also, for the record, if you're wondering, that has no effect in game mechanics. In-game mechanics, you can run your cultivator, your seeders, and anything anywhere on the map that isn't your field that has no ill effects on anything. Should it in real life? Yes. This is what we call a video game. I need to get a button like Simcopter has so I can be like, gaming. But there are people who are like, it does method. I thought it said you were finished? Yeah, I grabbed 3 of them. So we have 3 different ones. Now, the only thing to say though with picking up the tool is you do turn faster when you're doing it. But like turning as fast as I can isn't really important here. It's not going to save me any meaningful amount of time. But you also take time to raise it. Well, I have done it before where like you can kind of time it where you don't even wait for it to like fully raise up or down. So like I've done that before, but nah. It's one of those things that like if you do it, great. If you don't do it, great. It's literally doesn't matter. Like in real life it matters because you'd be turning around and you'd be shredding stuff up. You'll be pushing the tool the wrong way through the dirt and damaging it and all sorts of stuff. But again, it's one of them there video games. Let's see, the more anxious, scared dogs end up gluing themselves to you. I think they like seeing that I'm anxious with people who are but really confident with our dogs. Yeah. Play the video game correctly, streamer. Yeah. Streamer. Everyone knows it is not optimal to do 3 head rows. This is clearly a 1 head row field. Any additional head rows is just wasting efficiency by requiring yourself an extra set of turns. Streamer, why are you not doing what I tell you, streamer? Streamer, I need you to hand me the keyboard. You clearly are not playing this game correctly, and you should be ashamed of yourself. It's funny. I was actually commenting that historically, Factorio is a game that has a really, really, really bad reputation for backseating.
Ooh, hankering for education, are we?
Why not do the opposite of out of spite? I am. I actually quite am. They asked me to lift up the tool when I turned, and I am not doing the thing. I mean, I wasn't doing the thing beforehand, but I'm continuing to not do the thing. But yeah, no, it's historically Factorio on both YouTube, Twitch, like content creation, is like really bad for backseating historically. That, you know, people be like, you need to build 2 of those to 3 of these. Your inserter shouldn't be positioned there. It should be positioned 2 tiles to the right. If you move that over 2 tiles to the right, you can get an extra. You can get 1 less conveyor belt thing. And like 90% of this crap that really means nothing. Like, okay, you saved a single conveyor belt. You know what that saves you? Nothing worthwhile. But honestly, I've been very impressed this last time I played that we only had 2 times that someone, like, you know, got a little backseaty, and only one to have to be like, hey, could you not? And even then, it was fairly mild. Unlike times I played Factorio in the past, usually people in my community were pretty good, but people hopping in the channel got a bit much. And that was with, you know, like the appropriate, hey, no backseating and all that kind of stuff going on. So it's a little surprising, like, that game is done so well. And like, don't get me wrong, someone telling me to pick this up, just straight up telling me to do that, is not that big a deal. But yeah, as you can see, my response was just, yeah, no, I'm good. How does the weight help? So with certain things, you will end up having it where you'll have issues driving because your wheels will lift up. So I don't think I'd have an issue with the cultivator here. But oh man, what was it that I think it may have been, was it one of the harvesters? I'm trying to remember on one of my 0 to hero runs. I think it was like the carrot harvester. There was one of the tools that when it was the fertilizer spreader, the solid fertilizer spreader. It was heavy enough that I could work with it, but once I got momentum, it would end up pushing down on the back of the tractor. So not having a counterweight on the front of the tractor would end up like picking up the front wheels just enough that I couldn't turn because my front wheels weren't on the ground. And that's where the weight comes in. Is the weight would then make it so that those front wheels were pushed down. The Spectoria backseating is awful. But oh, if you do this, you get 0.5% efficiency, like it really matters. Yeah, well, that's one of the things I try to clarify when people are like, oh man, I don't have the patience or the know-how or like whatever word, you know, insert verb, you know, to like optimize my factories like that. And it's like, well, that's the beauty, you don't. Like, genuinely, a lot of the way I play a lot of Factorio is like, oh, I'm short on iron. Let me just jam another conveyor belt of iron right here in the spot that's low. Balance it? Pfft, I'm not doing numbers. I'm just gonna jam another little conveyor belt in here. It's fine. If it's too much iron, it'll just back up and everything's fine. If it's not enough iron, I'll just jam another conveyor belt of iron in there. Yeah, the conveyor belt will do, it seems like 15-20 degree turns, something in that ballpark. More than that, it won't. So it'll do, like, light turns. Let's see, one of your longest followed streams, he did Factorio at the request of his community. He loved it, and then the backseaters turned up. He refuses to stream the game now because of how bad the backseating was. Their sheer refusal to stop backseating, essentially have him choose not to have his mods work overtime managing chat. Yeah, no, that's, I took a chance because I know, like, people know I like Factorio a lot. I have played it a couple times on the channel, but it was one of the things that, like, I didn't get too bad at backseating, but I definitely dealt with backseating the previous times I played it. And then on top of that, it was one of those things that because there hadn't been, like, any meaningful updates or events or anything with Factorio in a good long while till the DLC dropped, it was just one of those things that weren't holding people's attention very long. So, you know, I didn't do more of it. But yeah, no, it's apparently been a thing in the Factorio community for people who main or at least very heavily play Factorio, that they kind of realized the category was starting to die on Twitch in general. And this is before the DLC came out. Like that, all of this goes out the window with the DLC. But they kind of realized that, like, the category was just straight up dying, that creators who had been in the category were just getting so tired of the backseating that they were stopping playing. They couldn't get new people to stay in the category because they get backseated so hard when they were learning that it would ruin it for them and they'd leave. And so my understanding, and this is secondhand from a creator who mains the game, was that they were going out of their way to really push back and backseating in the category just throughout the community. And it was just like, in the entrance, one, both the selfish side of, you know, that's your main game, if it dies on the platform, your main game dies, and now you suddenly find yourself with no viewership. That's a thing that does happen to people. Just look what happened to people who main City Skylines and Kerbal Space Program. Let's see, do you prefer your implements being trailed or attached to 3-point ones? Trailed or 3-point attached? Oh, I'd rather 3-point attached so it's rigid. But, it's just one of those things that, like, it's a genuine threat as a content creator if your game is falling out because there's something wrong in the community. And then also, I'm willing to bet every one of them was pretty dang tired of it themselves. But there was apparently, like, a really big conscious effort to be like, no, we're going to start pushing back on backseating in this category. Like, it's one thing they were like, hey, I'm cool with it, everything's fine and dandy. But, like, the unsolicited backseating that drives people away from games. They were like getting to the point of moderating it more heavily and all that. And my understanding is it's come a very long way. That still certainly happens, but it's just nothing like it was. Like, I can't tell you how many content creators I talk to. They're like, oh yeah, I tried to play Factorio, but I got backseated so hard that I won't play it. I've heard that exact same thing for probably like 8 or 9 different people, and then probably twice that many who opted not to play it because they had heard about how bad it was. So I'm glad that they've been doing a lot to fix the category, and that with the DLC at the same time that Factorio has done really well. Because it's one of those things you worry about with that kind of thing. You know, this really wonderful game drops a new release, but because people backseat so hard, no one wants to deal with it. And so, where that game should be getting a lot of screen time and all that, it just doesn't, and has nothing to do with the game. It has to do with the people around the game. Let's see, KSP is another game you see quite a bit of backseating in. If the streamer isn't familiar with the realities of how to achieve orbit, yes, backseating is coming from a place of educating and helping, but often it overloads the streamer, even if it's that, not asked for it. Well, and a big part of both the enjoyment of the content as well as the enjoyment of the game is the whole trial and error learning process. And a lot of times the backseating just sucks the fun out of it, because it skips that whole fun middle part where you're figuring it out and just gives you the answer. And don't get me wrong, there's sometimes that games are so obtuse and don't really have a reasonable means to discover what you don't know in the game. That is a thing that happens. But those are by and far largely apart, especially those ones that are good games. Not many games that are good are extremely obtuse in how you learn the game. They do exist. There are games out there that kind of step one is find a guide to teach you how to play the game, because the game sure isn't going to teach you. Let's see, JD2V0 says, backseating people need to understand that when people ask for help, you help. Giving unsolicited advice does nothing but annoy people usually. Oh yeah. And
Take a sip.
I'll do that in just a second. And it is one of those things that a lot of times backseating is well intentioned. It's not meant from a place of malice. There are people who they're just kind of jerks about it, and that is what it is. But there are people who are like, oh well, I played the game the first time and I had this really bad experience because of this. I want to spare you that experience. You know what? That's reasonable. But also, that bad experience is probably part of the fun of learning. Or all that. Like, there is a game that I won't spoil it for those who know what it is. People know which game I'm talking about. There is a game where you start on the planet, and you start doing things, and the place they start you tends to be where most people build their base, because it's right there, and you need a lot of resources to travel, so you're gonna start right there. But right there eventually floods. And so you'll have a lot of people who will pop into your channels like, no, you don't want to build your base there. You want to build it over here in this other place, or do this thing. You're gonna get flooded and all that. Well, you're not supposed to know that's gonna happen. And that is kind of a fun panic in the game where you start seeing the water show up and you go, oh crap, my base is gonna go underwater. I need to move it. And it adds like a breakup in the normal game loop. And for the record, like, even if your base floods, it's not really that bad. It's not like you suddenly lose hundreds of hours of progress. It's a fairly mild inconvenience. Of which the solution is still mostly you move your base. But that's the fun. But yeah, but people spoil that, just sucks the fun out of the game for you. There's at the newer God of War games, their companions give you an answer 20 seconds to every puzzle. Oh man. That's so I can empathize with what they're trying to solve. Because as a former educator, one of the sayings we had was a stuck learner is a learner lost. And the idea is if you have someone who's trying to learn something, you know, it's not a tough love kind of thing, like make them blood, sweat, and tears through it. The issue is when someone gets stuck on something and they start to get like properly frustrated with it, what they're gonna do is they're gonna bounce. They're just gonna stop trying to learn that thing, and it's just gonna be associated with that thing, and they might not come back to it ever. So it's not that you handhold them and like feed them all the answers, but it is, okay, this person's stuck. What can I do to unstuck them, but also not take away from like the learning experience? And it's not getting into like backseating. This is someone who's going, like they are actively trying to learn. They are a student. And that can be a very tricky juggle. Those are new to 25? Yes. Yes, there were mods that did it in 22, but now it is just baked into 25. The only advice you've given for Factorio was the first-time player not to worry about the quality till much later in the game. Yeah, now was the thing, like I tinkered with that, and it's very quick, it's like, okay, I see how this works, and I love and I hate it, and I love, like, I hate it because I love it and I know it's going to cause me so much grief, and it's wonderful. Let's see, are stone pickers just power harrows with extra functions? No, so in 22, they added stone, like field stone, to the game. And the idea with the stone picker is there's certain processes you do that cause field stone, and the stone picker is how you pick it up. Now that said, there are things you can do to also deal with stones that a lot of people prefer, but it is like the de facto solution to field stones. It's just, with certain cultivators and all that, and plows and that, you can, or stuff like rollers and all that, you can ignore some of the stones and all that. You can also just choose to ignore the stones, and you can just turn them off if you don't like them also. But yeah, no, stone pickers are for picking up field stones. Alright. And then this will give us 3 fields to turn in. Man, the night's going by fast. It's been a while since we played some Farm Sim. They announced Farm Sim 25, and I think I did 1 or 2 streams of Farm Sim to wrap up all but like the really, really grindy achievements I was missing. And so we did that on stream, and I got down to, I think it was just the olives and grapes, and then like one of the ones where you had to find the hidden things. And I had done all the other achievements on stream. So we did those last couple. You read earlier that some seeding causes stones? Is that a balancing measure? I don't think it was seeding. If I remember correctly, I want to say cultivating and plowing cause field stones. And then for small field stones, I don't know about in 25, but in small field stones, you could use a roller to get rid of the really small field stones. I want to say the bigger ones you'd use a picker, like a stone picker. But I think there were alternative means of getting rid of field stones as well that were more efficient, but it was kind of one of those things of like getting rid of weeds by cultivating or something like that, where it's like, okay, it's not really meant to deal with that, but it does technically solve the problem. I don't know what those were because I did field stones for a while, and then like that was when I was first playing, and I definitely had viewers who were like, please, for the love of everything, turn off the field stones. Because the big problem with field stones and why so many people dislike them is not that they show up and that you have to pick them up. That's certainly a thing. It's that the tools we had to get rid of them, most of them were a very small width, which made them very frustrating to deal with. Because you had these giant tractors that could seed half of a field per pass, and then I had to deal with this tiny little 6 meter wide or 5 meter wide or whatever it was stone picker. Let's see, the different cultivators such as the power harrow, disc harrow will create more or less stones based on its depth. The deeper, the more stones, but less weeds. The plow was larger stones, but not weeds for a season. You like the stones? They calmed down? Yeah. Right now we only have 1. Yeah, I think they gave us the better one from before. Because there was 2 of them. There was a little tiny one that was like a next to you kind of one. And then there was a slightly larger one that was a bit more behind. Like, they both did a thing where they're like one peg or whatever. Let's see where this... Yeah, stone picker? Yeah, so it's just the big stone picker. Yeah, the one behind you, like, had the rollers that stuck out a little bit farther. But they had the other one that, like, follow kind of diagonally behind you. 1 meter was the smallest in Farm Sim 22? Was it just 1 meter? I thought it was like 2 or 3. It was still terrible. Whatever it was terrible, the small one. And then you got the bigger one. And I think it was only like 4 or 5 meters. Which, you know, early game, compared to a lot of your tools, is about on par. It was just the thing that when you got like the 30, 40 meter wide, like, seeder and planters and harvester, and then you still got these field stones, you got to pick them up 5 meters at a time. You're like, why has no one invented a bigger one of these? Which that was for people who like the field stones. That was one of the first mods they got, was like a bigger stone picker. I always felt as a mechanic personally that what I would have it do is when you make a field for the first time, you would get a lot of field stones. And you could still have it where like doing the deep cultivating or whatever gets you more than that, but you'd have a lot of field stones. But as you kept doing the same field over and over and over and over again, the amount of field stones you would get would just keep getting lower and lower until it was such a negligible amount you really didn't have to. Is there a challenge to this run? Not specifically. We did start with $0 and 0 property, and so we're building up from literally nothing. But yeah. Googled a bit, 7.1 meters seems to be the widest stone picker in the real life market. Interesting. Huh, I wonder... Well, I imagine it's probably one of those things that for like I was saying, I want to say in real life you have what I was just talking about. That, very genuinely, as you're going through a field and you keep processing and turning the soil and amending the soil and doing all that stuff, all those loose stones and that you got in there, you are going to gradually get rid of. Now, granted, I could see a thing that, like, maybe you've got some type of, like, limestone underneath the field or whatever that you'll chip at, and, you know, that kind of gives you more. But I could see it being a thing that as you work a land, you just wouldn't see as many stones. Because that's actually a mechanic in a lot of, in survival city builders that's become kind of popular as a mechanic. That you would have your fields, and you could have people work the fields the normal way, like they're just growing wheat or whatever. Or you could take kind of a, you could take time and have your people, instead of like actually growing something, they would work the soil, so maybe they would amend it with clay or sand or whatever to make it more in line of what you're looking for. They would work the stones out of the field, so, you know, they'd remove those stones and take them elsewhere to dump them. And just, like, get it a little bit better. You're telling you resources don't respawn like in real life? Terrible game design. Yep. The butterfly stone picker was the larger one. It had the smallest capacity, which was fine up until they patched it so the workers would stop when it was full. But yeah. So I always was like, I would like it to be a thing that maybe it never hits 0, but as you work the same field over and over and over again, there would be some long-term effects from that. Again, like the field stones would go down. Maybe you would need to, like, adjust, like, I don't know what that set up so that because you fertilize this land so often, then maybe, like, once in a while it'd, like, hold a little bit more, or the reverse, because you grow the same crop in the same area, that you need to do something to, like, fix the soil because it's all out of whack. Because that's a thing that happens, especially with certain crops. There are certain crops that'll do stuff like be very nitrogen heavy, that if you keep growing them in the same spot, you just have to depend heavier and heavier and heavier on different types of fertilizers to try and kind of counteract the imbalance in the soil that they cause. And then the other thing that people do in real life is they'll do crop rotations for that. So they'll do a crop that needs like lots and lots and lots of nitrogen, which will throw the soil out of whack and be low in nitrogen compared to other things. So then they'll do a couple of seasons of crops that need very little nitrogen, but maybe help get the nitrogen back in the soil. Lime is the fix the soil process we already have, as restoring the pH to the soil. Yep, lime increases the acidity of the soil. I was trying to remember. It was so lime you use to increase the acidity of soil, or no, was that to decrease it? So untag that. Oh wait, this one isn't one I need to return. Alright, so with that, give me the money. Give me the money. Give me the money. Cool. So we're still at 9 a.m. in day. In Farmers Victoria, you can actually make money from fieldstones due to production. Yeah, there's been some weird stuff you've been able to do in Farm Sim over the years. Field 4 has betrayed us more than once. Yeah, so we've got parsnips, red beet, parsnips, cotton. Carrots, red beet, parsnips. Dude, why are all of you just like every single one of you? It's just either cotton or vegetables. Like, nothing else. Nothing but cotton and veggies. Please do plowing on field 45. Okay. I mean, it is 6,000. 6,000 is not a bad amount. What is going to happen, though, before I actually start this, is I need to use the restroom. That will take forever? Nah, it should be fine. It won't be that bad. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just going to keep this going. Just, no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're going to leave those alone. They're going to eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. But in theory, eventually that would get pulled in as well. No. I could have saved it there. I saw it starting to tip and I kind of hesitated for a moment. It put an entire fireman's outfit in my main bag and immediately extremely overburdened me. I was just like instantly drugged to a halt. I'm like, oh no. Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No. No, no, no. What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this party started. I have no idea where Field 45 is. So Field 45 is... Okay, it's basically north. Alright. But yeah, no, plowing's not bad. Like, if it gives you a little plow, then that's rough, but this is a pretty good one. For the longest time when I played Farm Sim, I actually preferred using, like, yet everyone else is using the cultivators. I preferred doing the plowing, just not caring. Alright. That's quite the hill, actually. This tractor is really struggling with this hill. Considering this thing has basically tank treads and is a giant tractor, like just maximum horsepower, it really is surprising that's like, oh my god, elevation. Please, that's not made for this. If you're right, you could change the work on this plow. Probably. Okay, yeah, so we want to go ahead and bring this across. We want to get to the other side there. Okay. Looks like you might have a train stop here? Yeah. Like a passenger train stop kind of thing. Got like a ledge drop off here. Okay. Yeah, the only really big negative with the plow is because it sits at an angle. It can make it a little tricky sometimes to figure out how you line stuff up, and if you have it laid down, you really can't turn very sharp one way versus the other. Alright, so I don't want to go up on the expressway. Just gonna cut right across here. In real life, you start at the center with plow. That would make sense. So you plow one way, like you start, you know, plow one way, then the other way kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, so the plows don't do a very large width. Oh, with the ground deformation, that's a weird angle that's doing that. Okay. So I guess I could widen the track a little bit. It's fine. But yeah, I'll get paid 6,000 for doing the field real fast. That'll be no biggie. Seems they're gonna get about 8% maybe per row. And I know it's supposed to be like doing those circles. I'm just following the lines back and forth because going out and rotating in with this is a little annoying. Just because, like I said, the angle earlier, it could be a whole thing. It is interesting, like the really heavy groove and the weird sideways stripe. That's not how I'm used to seeing. Yeah, so you can see the field stone down there because we're plowing. No plow touring? No plow turning? Oh, flipping it back and forth? Yeah, I usually don't bother. Have 2 giant trenches in the middle of it? Perfect. Hey, you didn't pay me well enough to care. He's getting the job, not the job done well. It's all based on price. I'm actually not seeing an option for turning it. Let's see, the row stripe on a weird angle because they have that texture set to a specific grid. I would have expected with the formation system they wouldn't do away with they would have done away with grid. Yeah. Hot take. There really should be subsoiling missions too. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely room for them to have more mission types. I'd agree to that. All right. Like plow isn't very good for the soil. That I don't know. Between like plowing, cultivating, and subsoiling, like I don't know anything one way or the other about like what's better or worse for like the environment, soil, whatever. Remember, they gotta leave something for the modders to do. Oh, don't worry, the modders will find something. Just you wait, they'll have a nude patch for your John Deere tractors. No one wants it or asks for it, but it'll be there. Not really. Unfortunately, I don't think we've ever had that kind of an issue in Farm Sim. A lot of other games we've had. A lot of games that it makes no sense whatsoever. Where you sit there and you see the stuff that people make, you're like, but why though? What they really need to do, though, is they really need to have a mod that lets you rename the John Deere tractors to John Green tractors. That way we can all just embrace the meme. Yep, and we're just dragging the plow still deployed across the street. Doesn't sound like a me problem. Brace the meme or the green? Yes, all of the above. As the early versions of this game were so nostalgic for you, having grown up operating many of these things, for reals? Yeah. I mean, if you can't have a nude anime girl stickers on your tractor, what is even the point of playing? Aw, man, that's, they're not nude, but, like, every year at TwitchCon, I forget what brand it is, it's an energy drink, but it's like a gamer energy drink, but their whole marketing is like, you know, anime waifu girls, and it is so weird. Like, nothing wrong with, like, the waifu thing, but it's just, you have, like, all these gaming things, this giant tower of waifu in the middle, and you're just like, what? One of these things feels very out of place here. Like, no judgment or anything, but what? I don't remember what brand it is. It's a fairly popular brand of, like, energy drink for in the gaming industry. Oh yeah, we're definitely doing good work here. I'm loving these corners. Yeah, no, I've definitely used the flip back and forth. Like, for the record, I have played a lot of Farm Sim in the past. Like, I'm not new to the series. It was one of my most played games on the channel, or I think probably still is. Yeah, so it does actually have rotate. But you know what I'm not going to bother with? Any of that. So you saw an ad panel for the anime girl thigh drink on the streamer's profile 1-2 days ago. It's probably the same brand. Like, it's popular for the meme and all that. Like, it's not just, you know, haha, like, just that one thing. But it is just kind of one of those things you're just like, man. It's G Fuel? Yeah, that sounds right. Like, again, no judgment. I don't drink much in the way of energy drinks. But it was just like the branding just was so dissimilar to everything going on. Because you had like Call of Duty, you had Escape from Tarkov and Farming Simulator. And all of those things, and then anime waifus. They had what was it? Monster World was there. So you have like all these kind of, not necessarily gritty, but like these realism, you know, first-person shooters and all that kind of stuff, and then anime waifu, and you're just like, there's a dichotomy here. That said, I was highly amused. It's been quite a while, but there's a, it's not nearby where I'm at, but it's not super duper far, that one of Florida's big exports are strawberries. And so there's a festival for like one of the main growing areas for strawberries in Florida called Plant City. And it's, you know, it's a strawberry festival. Fair enough. So like it's a lot of, you know, about what you'd expect from those type of events where, you know, you'll have a bunch of like carnival rides and strawberry themed food and yada yada yada. But they'll have like an arts and crafts area, and because of just the audience it caters towards, you'll have like a lot of like woodworking and knit craft and some beef jerky and maybe like preserves and jam and all that. It's like, you know, it makes sense. And then in the middle of it all is just like the person who like illustrating like Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon and all that. And it's one of those things that it just, you're like, okay, this is, I want to be the bug on the wall in this group because this is a very interesting combination of things going on. Like, what are the conversations happening between you and the person who's doing, like, cross embroidery next to you? Like, what does that conversation look like? Which, for the record, no judgment there. I've watched my share of Dragon Ball Z as well as plenty of other animes. It's just again the whole dichotomy of, like, you know, what you'd traditionally consider arts and crafts, and then, you know, anime. Which that's just growing pains of, you know, anime becoming more and more popular here in the US, and where people show, demonstrate, shit, like, whatever you want to say, get that out there. Like, traditionally it's been mostly, like, anime conventions and that kind of stuff. A little bit in the gaming conventions. But it's just, as it's becoming more and more broadly popular, because of things like Dragon Ball Z back in that time and Dragon Ball Super nowadays and all that, drawing people into anime, you know, versus having the one friend who's like, I got this delivered from Japan. You'll love it. You gotta keep the subtitles on, don't turn on the dubs. And you're like, what? It really changes the tone. I still think my favorite one for way back was there was a series, what was it, like Generator Gaul or something like that? And the thing I found fascinating was it was both dubbed and had English subtitles. And the dubbed story and the English subtitles were different stories. Like, the main characters, one was they were like brother and sister, the other was they were a romantic interest. And both worked, for the record. But it was just, you'd read it and like, I'm watching the same visuals and I'm getting two entirely different experiences. And it's very weird. Sadly, if you ask me if I would recommend the series, no. No. Very no. It starts out pretty good, but it's one of those series to, like, watch the first half of the first season and then bail. Because it was definitely a series that something happened that they didn't get money, and just, it builds up, it kind of gets good, and it just has, like, the worst, we're just wrapping this up ending that undoes any joy that series could have brought you. It's the classic situation of when something gets canceled, they didn't have a whole lot of forewarning, and they're like, time travel! Or, alternate universe! And you're just like, oh, okay. Sorry. Sounds like X 1999? Yes. It would have been right around that time frame. Like, I couldn't tell you the exact year, but it would have been like right around 1999, 2000, 2001, somewhere in there. But it was like literally seeing the line where they're having this like all emotional time and this like romantic situation, and the other one is like a brother and sister who they're going through these difficult situation and they're trying to navigate it and be good family to each other, and you're just like, this hurts my brain. Like, this hurts my brain. You're telling yourself you should watch anime and never end up doing it? Anime's good. It's one of those things, there's definitely good and bad anime, and there's also definitely good and bad anime for you. Like, there will be anime that you will think is the worst thing ever, and someone else will absolutely really love, and there's just the same, like, opposite, that you could be totally into something and it's different. Treat anime like you would cartoons in general, and that calling something a cartoon doesn't mean it doesn't fit into a box beyond how it's presented. So to give you an idea with that kind of thing, you can watch a cartoon and it can be on one side, Steven Universe, super wholesome, teaches you lessons, lots of music, all that kind of stuff. And on the other hand, you could have a cartoon that is something like, like the Harley Quinn series, where there's lots of crass jokes and lots of silly stuff. It's not straight up like adult content or whatever, but these are very different things. And in a lot of ways, the Harley Quinn show is about more pessimistic on all that. Let's see, you saw an anime movie not long ago, and it was not far off from being broad. Yep, no, that happens. That's another meme in the community. It's like, that was, there was a comic I remember reading, and this is probably 3 weeks ago, and it was, you know, like, most people introducing their friend to their first anime, and they're like, is it always this horny? It's like, no, but yes, you get used to it. There is that trope. It isn't all anime, but there's definitely a lot of anime that you're like, oh okay. Alright. Honestly, like the anime side of things, if you want like the bridge to anime that isn't necessarily anime, if you watch like the Avatar series, it's not technically anime, it's anime inspired, but it's basically anime. You can do that as like the bridge there, and then you'll have people recommend all sorts of things, like Full Metal Alchemist is a popular recommendation, which I think is a pretty fun one. You know, you've got Dragon Ball and all that. Those are you know, frankly, classics and all that. There's so many in so many different ways. Yeah, Avatar and the Legend Arcane. Yeah, so I'm not super knowledgeable on anime. I enjoy anime, but I don't go through like lots of it or whatever. Am I really 76% done with this? I feel like I'm less than that. Yeah, no, Avatar, The Last Airbender, and Legend of Korra, which is the sequel to Avatar, or not the sequel, like the next in the series. Those are very excellent. They're not technically anime because I believe they were made in the US, but like they're specifically designed to be anime like similar whatever. But do you remember a specific show where they recommended to me, it was okay, but your assessment was that the story was strong enough in your opinion that it didn't need the nudity? You felt the movies were the director added sex scene purely because he wants to see the actress nude. Gotcha. Yeah, no, and that happens. And like I said, there's anime that has literally zero of any of that, and then there's anime that you are going to see lots of that. I'm also in the camp that I'm not particularly one who is like, yay, nude scenes. A lot of times I feel they're done in a way that like takes away from the rest of it. That said, there's definitely ones I've seen where I'm like, yep, nope, this is a perfectly good scene. But a lot of times it feels a little forced. Or like, it happens and you're like, but would you though, in the circumstances that are happening in the series, would this be a moment that people would start, you know, kicking shoes and throwing blankets and all that? Would this be the time you would do that? I'm thinking not. I'm thinking right now, there would be a lot of other things you would be doing. Like, it feels weird that this is where this is going right now. I've definitely jumped out of a number of series because of those types of things, or it's just the nature of the scene. I'm like, I'm really not comfortable with where this is going. Like, it gets topically intense in the, oh, you are demonstrating traumatic experiences. Yeah, no, this is not happy times. For the record, I actually really like Steven Universe. I haven't watched it in an age, but that is one of those shows that is like a wholesome show. It does tackle some more difficult topics. It is not an anime or anything like that. But like, I do enjoy the series in that, you know, you've got this character who's this wholesome being who's always trying to like be friends and de-escalate everything, and crap keeps happening. The music is fun. The advice they give in the show when they're dealing with stuff is usually really good advice, or it's bad advice and then like immediately demonstrating why it's bad advice. Like, they will have someone who gives like bad advice, and you have someone like, I don't know about that, and then you'll just watch that train derail the entire way through and go, ah, that's no good. But it's fun. I'm not like a huge musical person, but I do enjoy a series that can make music part of it. Like, in a good way. That said, I don't really watch much shows anymore. I tend to be a lot more into just, you know, playing some heckin' games and then, you know, probably getting on stream stuff. Part of the thing about streaming is it kind of absorbs so much of your life because of how much time you have to do stuff like researching things, working on things like related to streaming. You know, what games are coming out? Okay, who do I have to reach out to get a hold of keys? Oh, here's the sponsor. All right, is this group any good? Is this someone I need to beware? Is this a scam? What will my audience think about this particular game? Will they like it? Is this something that's going to be detracting from the channel? Because man, the number of like NFT games that I've had reach out to try and sponsor the channel over the years has been a lot. Usually they're pretty terrible sponsorships to begin with, but even then there's times where they do have pretty compelling offers, but it's like, nah man, I'm sorry. That's a no. Like, I want to keep myself as far away from any of that as I can. Not even because of like streaming stuff and negative impact of like how you be viewed or anything like that. Just very genuine. It's like, man, I don't agree with this. Like, very genuinely, I do not believe when it comes to like playing games that you participating in the game is a way to make like real money. And I mean that in the sense of you find the item in the game and then you cash out on it and all that, because it just creates such a toxic culture in the game. That's where you get into like the MMORPGs and that, where it's like, no, this is the best build. You will run this build or you're kicked from the group. Oh, your one talent is set to the something other than the optimal build? Well, I'm sorry. I'm here to make money. I don't have time to babysit. That's how you get those kind of people. Where like literally they're there to get their NFTs to try and resell on the market that no one's on, because seriously. That's not what you got into? Yeah. I know I got recommended a lot of animes that never really landed for me, but I definitely had plenty I enjoyed. And they were like all over the spectrum. Like, you know, I very much enjoyed Full Metal Alchemist. I enjoyed Dragon Ball Z back in the day. Like, I haven't... Super is, like, what I've caught of Super is really good, but as I mentioned, I don't watch many shows, so what I have enjoyed, what I've seen, but I just don't watch much. I enjoyed Gundam Wing back in the day. Cowboy Bebop was hit and miss for me. Like, there's times I really enjoyed, and there's times it's kind of whatever. I don't remember the name of it, but Bleeding Heart Me in high school was like really into what was very clearly targeted towards like tween and teen girls. I don't remember the name of it. Like, this is already me putting myself out there. But it was like this whole like slice of life Borderland romance anime thing. And all I remember was it was a whole plot point that, like, the love interest, both their parents are friends, and they swap partners because they realize they like each other's partners more, and that they just kind of became friends, and so this whole weird situation. And I don't know, I found it very interesting Even though, like, all of the plot points in the story were so stupid. I don't know. I think part of it was at that age, you know, you're properly getting into dating and you're all over the place so far as, like, trying to figure out what you want in life and trying to figure out, like, what other people find attractive and, you know, what you need and all that. And just being all over the place, and I don't know, I guess I found the show relatable or something. Despite none of the story aligning with anything I would ever experience because it was all bananas. But that's just me going ahead and being like, hey, let me just put myself in the awkward spot and admit to something that, you know, people be like, you watch that? Weird. Hey man, I had Real Player on my computer and I could download movies and shows. And most of them were anime. Because that's what you could find. This is before the day of LimeWire and oh, what was the other one? It was more popular than LimeWire. Everyone had like literally gigabytes upon gigabytes upon gigabytes of downloaded music. What was it? So it wasn't Frostwire. It may have been Napster. I felt like there was one before Napster, but it might have just been Napster. It's been a hot minute. Man, I remember having my ridiculous library of music for the longest time, and I was super proud of it. And then there came a point that I needed to, I think I was having a hard drive go, so I needed to replace a hard drive. And I looked at copying all the music, and I was like, you know what? No, I'm good, and I just let the entire library go. It's like, no, I'm fine. I don't need to keep this. Kazaa, that might have been it. It might have been Kazaa, because I know I think it was Kazaa I used the most, and I used Napster some. I never really got into LimeWire. BBS if you're really old. But yeah, no, it was just a whole thing that, like, I remember having the giant thing. So we can get good money. The question is, which of these do I think has the largest? I think... Well, we can actually look at this real fast. Let's look at our cultivators. I think we're comparing those two. Not sure. I think the one with the yellow tips there is probably the smaller one. 19 has the largest? That doesn't look like the largest. Yeah, no, that one's only 5 meters. And this is one of them, which was the 6 meters. And I think this one is 7.5. Yeah. I think that one's the 7.5 meter one. Yeah, I think that's a 7.5 meter one. I'm not confident in that. I wish I could read what that was. Okay, so let's check one last time. Because I'm trying to take 2 seconds to figure that out, because that'll make this faster. Yeah, so it's this one here. So yeah, so that'll be the largest, 7.25. So we're going to borrow the items from you. And I'm going to accept you. And then I'm going to accept you. Okay, so now I can go on our map. And the nearest field I need to do... We've got 1, 2, where's the third one? 13, 19, and 43. So there's there. Ah, 19's down there. Okay. So we'll start with 43 and work our way down. You said it was Kuhn? I couldn't see the brand name on it. But yeah, no, it's fine. I think this one's 7.5 meters. I believe that's the largest one. It's got a good tractor. This thing goes 33, which is honestly pretty peppy for the tractors. All right. I wonder if there's a control to zoom out my... Oh, I forgot. When you hit escape, it doesn't stop moving. I was gonna say, I wonder if there's a control to, like, zoom out my, my mini-map more. That'd make it way easier to navigate a lot of this. Okay, and here comes the field we need to cultivate. Okay, we can go here. Yeah, so it is the 7.6 meter one. Cool. I was about to be like, please don't only go 4 miles an hour. Let's see, the smallest JJ Young Timer 1K has a front loader attachment. Alright. Yeah, it's going up fast. And this is the big field, and the other two are much smaller. Okay. When I start my next pass going north-south, what I'll do is gonna take 2 seconds. And there was something I was gonna look for, and I don't even remember what it was. It was under, like, the controls where I think I was gonna check for something. I've already blanked on what it was. It's fine. Alright. So we're doing pretty well. We've got ourselves $42,000 despite having a couple of contracts kind of goof on us. Cool. Oh yeah, I guess this field's like in my eyes it's looking like that other field is part of this one, but I guess it's actually not that big of a field. My, would you look at that lovely plowed field there. Whoever did that field, just God's gift to plowing, that's all. Who could be such a remarkable person in their plowing expertise? The ends there, the designing, just, chef kiss. The stylized rows, not just straight lines, intricate patterns. Oh, I'm Plowinheimer. Yeesh. All right. The machine that breaks trunks down to wood chips. We got a baler. We got an auger wagon. That's what we got on sale. Yeah, so we got our $42,000. So technically I have enough money I could buy a chunk of land. Now, there's not much value in me doing that because I don't I don't have any tools in which to do anything with said land. And as far as buying tools, 42 is not really enough to do much with. We are in the range that I could get probably like the least strength tractor or something like that. Which wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. We would also be able to afford a number of different pieces of equipment, but not with the tractor. So I think the idea is we're going to try and snag a tractor pretty soon to not need to buy tractors anymore. And then the next move after that will be for at least one of the mission types, get the piece of furniture I need to work with that. That way I no longer need to rent their stuff, to lease that stuff. Because while it's not a lot of money, a lot of these missions, if the mission pays like, you know, 8,000 or 9,000, it might be 1,000 for the lease. It could also be just a couple hundred. It really varies a lot. But with like every contract being able to like squeeze in just that little extra cash. And it also gives me the equipment so that when we do buy land, I will already have that equipment for working my own farm and making that happen. And for the record, if you want to just make money faster and more efficiently, you just take like a loan, buy and or lease the stuff and go into that. Because when you have no money, saving $1 is a massive thing. Correct. And it ends up saving something like, you know, around, I'd say like ballpark is, I'd probably say 5-10% of the money you would get paid you save by not leasing. Again, it varies a lot. But yeah, so with that, what we could end up doing is if we're doing these missions, we can sit there and get ourselves a plow, a tractor, a seeder, that kind of thing. I actually haven't seen much in the way of like seeding or planting stuff. But once we get, like the big one is usually the harvester. Once I get a harvester, usually the rest I can fill in pretty easy. But we could get ourselves a harvester for like a crop. It'd be nice to do one of the new crops, like the rice would be a fun one to do. I have a feeling I need more for the rice than I necessarily know. Because I don't know exactly how to set it up. We tried the peas. The peas are rough, and they're probably going to be really expensive. Sorry, not the peas. The green beans we tried. We have not tried the peas yet. So the green beans are pretty rough. Kind of the same type of rough as like potatoes and carrots and all that, where the width of it's just so small that it just takes so long to deal with. And there wasn't a bigger one. They had literally just the one, unfortunately. All right. But yeah. So that would probably be pretty good start. Because what we'll need is we'll probably need at least a cultivator or plow, one or the other. We'll need a seeder, and then we'll need the harvester. Certainly when you want stuff like the sprayer and all that to deal with like fertilizer and weeds and all that, technically not required. But it'll really chew into our profit. Because without those, we'll get a much, much lower yield. But still probably more than enough yield to technically be profitable. Honestly, with a GPS, even at just drawing the stripes on the ground, letting me kind of precisionally run the tractor down the middle, which means the tail should follow just about right. Even just that is nice, even if we don't technically use the GPS in itself to have it, like, keep me online. What tractor do I want to save up for? So with the tractors, we've got the little one. I don't want the grape or olive ones, so those are going to be just right out. I don't want the three-wheeler. You are that. Tractor required to pull trailers and tools. This tractor can attach a front loader. Yeah, so we got one of the front loader for 90,000. Yeah, so we're looking probably in like the 90 to 100,000 range for our tractor if we don't catch it on a discount. Because that way, by getting it at least over 100 horsepower or whatever, that should open me up to at least getting mostly decent tools. Whereas if we go underneath that, we'll end up with a bunch of stuff that's like 90 horsepower and all that. And while we will technically be able to get tools of all types for the most part, some of them they'll struggle to run. At least if it's anything like the previous one. Yeah, because these get up to like the hundreds and 30s in horsepower. But let's go ahead and check. If we jump up to the medium tractors, yeah, so it literally continues right off where. Well, actually, so you're 230. So you're like the other one I mentioned in the previous game where it doesn't. Actually, you have a front connection. Why are you so cheap? Your horsepower is kind of in the range as the others. Your miles, you're slow. You have very slow miles per hour. There's one for 58,000 up here as well. Yeah, you're not wrong. This one is way lower in horsepower. That's why it's so cheap. It was significantly lower. But that one at only like 90 something, honestly, was only a hair lower than the other ones in that like top tier. And I thought for a moment it didn't look like it have a front attachment, but it does actually look like it could. The only downside is it looked like it had a very slow top speed. Yeah, so you're at 160 horsepower in the base model, and you're at 230. And like, don't get me wrong, these other ones are like 240, 280, and all that. It looks like they might just be in order of horsepower. I think that's exactly what it is. Yeah, so I can get this one when we get there. Yeah, so it's got a front and a back connection. Like I said, it's slower. I think it was only like 24 or 27 miles per hour, while the other ones in that area were like 33, 35. But I mean, the price. So that might be our goal for our tractor. Because if we get something quite that big, then we should just be solid. Yeah, I won't be able to use the largest of... Well, actually, I mean, I don't know. It might actually be able to use the largest. And then large tractors, yeah, we immediately jump up into like the 200,000s. And there's none that are particularly cheap here. The slurry tank would be a nice loop to the freeway. Yeah, so we look at here. Let's go take a peek at the cultivators. Yeah, so you get up to about that size. So we can't get a particularly large one. Oh no, that's a lie. It was like 280 or... Sorry. Oh, these aren't in any type of order based on their horsepower. And if it's 260, we can get pretty high up there. Yeah, so I think that one will do us pretty well to get us to like off the ground. It'll be more than the bare minimum we need, but we can get like a much nicer tractor then, and so they don't have to waste the money buying the small one and turning around and immediately buying the next larger one. I don't think we want to save up and get like the biggest tractor or anything like that, because these contracts don't really gain a whole lot in their value. They stay about where they're at right now, which is fine for the early game. But as we start getting our own fields and all that, there's going to be way better money to make. Let's see. Did I pay for pumps and hoses in Farm Sim 22? No. I didn't buy either the DLC that were like third party but published by Giants. I heard mostly that, like, pretty mixed things about those two. So it was like that one, and it was like the logistics warehouse one. Like they basically seemed like paid mods. But I did do all the other ones, like all the official DLC that were like by Giants themselves. I got a bunch of them. I did get provided to me as a Giants partner and everything. All right. Just doing one thing real fast. There we go. But yeah, no, I've really enjoyed Farm Sim. Except wait, did you buy a tractor yet? No, we were shopping around and deciding on it. It's looking like the tractor I'm probably gonna grab is about 90-ish thousand, unless we get a good one on sale. So we are looking at trying to get around 90,000. I can get a tractor that I can get that tractor. So 230 horsepower. It's not a very fast tractor, but it's gonna be a lot of horsepower for a relatively inexpensive price. And then that should let me run most tools, like at least like middle grade most tools. And so once I get that, we would do like some number more contracts or whatever. And then, we would try and get ourselves a plow or a cultivator, one or the other, doesn't matter. But the point is, one of the things for resetting a field after you've got your crops. Then I'd need to get a seeder or a planter. The big one's going to be the harvester. What I might even do is, well, that's always the catch. So if I save up for the harvester, that takes a while. Harvesters are expensive. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. But if I keep saving up and hopefully catch a harvester on sale, we'll just take whatever we can get. We're not going to be too picky on our crop type to start with. The alternative is, if instead of saving up for the harvester, I do buy like a cultivator and, the other stuff, I'll be able to do more contracts and get more of the money by not needing to lease equipment. Let's see, the disc harrower is great. It can take care of fertilizer too. I didn't really ever use the disc harrowers very often in the other one either. I mostly, so early on I mostly used the plow because I was doing like the no man's land where I had to make my own field, so I physically required a plow because I want to say to create a field at the time I think you needed a mod to use the cultivators to make fields. I could be wrong. Let's see, when you lease stuff in contract, can you lease like a plow, but use it, but use your tractor? So it leases all of this stuff. So it leases the tractor, the plow, and the like counterweight or whatever it has. So even if I use my own tractor, I still have to lease the whole set. But if I do buy a tractor and a plow, then I could just choose to not lease it. All right. Which that's all the stuff for like these types of missions. Some of these missions later on, if I have a spare tractor and equipment that's not being used for anything, and there's a big like field for this to have, have cultivated, I could send the AI to work on it while I, harvest a field with a big old harvester or whatever, to supplement my income. Right now, it's hard to justify because if I have to lease and pay the AI to do the job, there's not a lot of profit. So you can imagine something that pay me $900, and then I take $200 out of that for the lease, and then I got to pay the employee like $500 to do it. There's just no point. What field are you going to buy first? Haven't decided. Most likely it's going to end up being a pretty small field because that's what will be in the budget. So I'll probably get myself a fairly small field, and we'll start setting up to be able to do that. And as we make money with that, we'll buy like the next field and all that, and get what we can. But I don't anticipate it being a particularly large field, because the fields as they get bigger, end up getting pretty easily to like $200,000-$400,000 for the big ones. Versus I could snag some of the smaller ones closer to like 40,000. But there's not a big point in me grabbing a field until I have at least the absolute bare minimums. It could even be that it is a meme on the game to like get a lawnmower and like a foraging wagon or a baler and cut grass or whatever on your field till you're like ready to do more. And we could potentially do that. The downside is like there's no contracts that use that equipment really, but that's fine. It's also an interesting thing that you can do with some of the contracts to make yourself extra money. Say, for example, there is a wheat field that we are harvesting a wheat field, so we take the harvester and all that. Instead of just cutting it per normal, I could turn around and instead I harvest it, but I set it to do the where it spits all the straw out the back. And then we can go through and like go and make bales and sell the bales. And the bales won't be a huge amount of money, but it ends up being those things like a field like this. Those bales could easily be maybe a couple thousand extra dollars, if not a couple hundred at a minimum. And it still ultimately has the same effect, which is I've now upped my income, so even if the contract doesn't pay me well, I get some scraps out of it I can sell. That's actually one of the things that crossed my mind with the deadwood missions. If I got something to haul logs, I think if we cut down the dead trees, I believe at that point I could actually take them and sell them myself. I'm not confident on that one. I thought I was able to do that. I feel like that was something I was doing when I was trying to do like a challenge run or whatever for recording to put on YouTube. I need to get better about doing the YouTube content. I've been very, very slacking on it. You keep the deadwood? Well, what I was trying to remember is I believe what you could do is if you took like a trailer or whatever, you could take the deadwood, load it up on the trailer, take it to where you sell the wood, and just sell it. I believe you can do that. Because I want to say you're paid to cut down the trees and the game doesn't care what happens to them. Whereas a lot of other missions, it's more like you'll be penalized. We'll see. Alright. So we're just about done with this field. And then the other two fields are relatively small. That should get me another like $8,000 or $9,000. But yeah, when you play this game on the hard economy, it does mean that you just have a slower rate of progression with all that. What do you think about the auto steer? It's really nice. The steer assist, it's really nice. I made the comment that I like that it's kind of a halfway point between having the AI worker and driving yourself. That like you still got to go and like go to the ends, turn around, line it up, do the next step and all that. But it is still one of those things that then having it just follow the path is nice. And honestly, even without using it, just the guidelines are nice, especially for stuff like fertilizer and all that. The spray, like the spreaders, not the down sprayers. It can sometimes be a little bit tricky to see exactly where like the lines end. But with the lines, you can know that you're not just spraying over the same area again and again. So even if I don't use it for the drive assist, just having those guidelines is really snazzy for a lot of purposes. Okay. So our next stop is... Okay, so I basically just follow this road to the south. Okay. So quickly follow this road. Like, ending soon? Figuring where you want to lurk while you sleep? I'm planning on, I think, ending once we finish these particular, what's the word I'm looking for? These 2 cultivation ones that I turn them in. So, I'd guess 15, 20 or so minutes, but you know then I'll raid out and do all that stuff I typically do. Find someone to say hello to. There's a good chance I'll be able to find someone to raid in the category. No 17-hour farm sim stream, how dare. I am amazed I am not super, like, exhausted, tired, or anything. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a thing, people's like, you know, how do you do this, like, you do these ridiculous hours. It's just something I've done my whole life. Like, even before working or whatever, I've just always been the kind of person who just, scheduling-wise, has always gone long hours. Alright, Barry, that's 13. You take it easy. Thank you for hanging out and tuning in all that stuff. Okay. Seasons turned on? Yep. Seasons are on. Seasons can be a pro and a con. I do like the seasons and how much they change the game. But there is definitely times, especially when you're doing challenge modes, you get to winners like, what am I doing today? Nothing. Nothing. We're going back to bed. Alright. You got this field and an even smaller field next to it. Okay. As a console player, you're very excited for steering assist? I can imagine. That said, and I've not played on console, so I don't know. I would assume, like, I know a number of people who play this with controller because they find a controller easier to steer. But that said, like, exactly that, like, just driving in straight lines, like, man, I don't need to demonstrate that I can finagle the buttons back and forth till it's happy. All right. But yeah, so for people who haven't played this game and they're curious about, it's like, wait, do you just literally just do contracts? No, so the thing about farming simulators, that is like your baseline. You're learning the game a lot of times. You'll do contracts, they'll just have you do just a bunch of random things so you can get a feel for a bunch of different tools and all that. But the idea is you would end up buying this land, and then you can sit there and go, I'm going to plant this, and you go through the little procedure of like planting and harvesting and doing all that stuff. You can buy local businesses that you then go, okay, well, I will grow canola, and then it'll take the canola to the oil mill, and I will have it made into canola oil. And now you get a premium because you took a crop, and then you made it into like a higher, like a step up production line thing. And a lot of those production lines don't just stop with the one thing, though. A lot of those production lines do have, like, a number of layers. So, for example, when we were doing the Survivor Man Challenge, I grew a lot of grains like wheat and sorghum and all that. And then we would take those and we'd take them to the flour mill, and we would have the, you know, the various grains turned into flour. So that increased the value of my crop by making into flour. And then after that, a little bit later, I got a bakery so that I could then take that flour and I could turn that into bread. And that increased the value of that wheat even farther, because in Farm Sim, every time you take it through like another production layer, you get like a massive increase in value. Usually nearly like a multiplier, like 1.5, 2 times its value. It's pretty significant. So we were just kind of going through all that. So you end up having, like, you can do it where you do the production lines, you can have like your fields you farm, you can do the contract stuff. There's like just a range of things you can do all in support of it. But it's interesting stuff. You can actually sit there. And this is without mods. With mods, you can pretty much fully automate the game. But without mods, you could literally sit there and be like, you know, I just want to handle, like, the logistics and all that. So you buy a field, you decide the crop, you get the equipment, you take it to the field and be like, AI, take over, and just do it. Let's see, do you know the game Acres by chance? That sounds familiar. I know I tried a number of, like, farming games that were, like, more like farm manager style games, not like you actually farm, but you kind of ran it. Let's see, did it cultivate the field on the left? On the left. Let's see, did I cultivate a field, I'm assuming? Maybe, I don't know. I haven't paid much attention to which ones I'm cultivating. I'm just kind of going, you want to pay me to do that field? Sold. Give me the money. Alright. Like, I do see that has some weird cuts out of it. You know what? I bet you we harvested that field. I bet you that's one of the fields that we harvested. So we didn't cultivate it, we harvested it. Because that doesn't look like took a tool and cut out that amount. It looks like it turned the harvester around there. And so where it sprayed the stuff out the back, it missed that spot. Okay. I am seeing quite a bit more weather than we saw last time, which I think is good and bad. It's good in that, you know, more weather, more interesting stuff happening. The bad side of it is, like, when you go to harvest, for example, if you harvest during bad weather, you take a penalty on how much you get, so you just don't want to. You know what happened while you're doing the headlands on this field? Oh, okay. I mean, that's fair, too. As you feel it might be up your alley. Not quite Farm Sim, where you do everything, as if you're living in the third, but rather top-down game. Simulation of managing plots. Like I said, I feel like I may have messed with that. Because I've seen a bunch of them. I've seen some of them that have done it well and some that have done it badly. That is like a farm manager. Let me actually see if I go and do. Okay, if it was on Steam, I don't see it in my library, but it may have been like a demo or something, or a early version. I feel like if I didn't play it, I definitely looked it up, because that name sounds super familiar. It's one of the issues you run into as a content creator, is you get like lots of different keys for games, and admittedly 90% of them are junk. Like a lot of it's shovelware, you know, generative AI, NFT garbage. A lot of them are like microtransaction mobile games, those kind of things. You know, stuff that's like, oh, would you like to see my game? And you're just kind of like, and over the fence and into the trash. This doesn't seem, possibly might have been a demo. Last year during with an XFX maybe? Yeah, there's a good chance to be something like that. And it also could be that, like I said, I looked at it and it just didn't happen. It's a 50-50 on that one. But then you also do get some good stuff. You know, like, in this particular case, like, for example, I didn't buy this. The devs gave me this key. I appreciate it. But that happens. But the one thing it does cost is your Steam library gets full of a lot more stuff. Some of it good, a lot of it junk. That, you know, you look at a game and say, like, oh, this game looks interesting, and you pull it up and you go, this is not a good game. Fortunately, I haven't had too many times. I've gotten to the point when it comes to... I used to do a lot more range of, like, demos during Next Fest. But, on one hand, I did find when I did, like, the demo days, it was just so badly performing on the channel. Like, there's a lot of people who were really interested in it, but then when it came to, like, actual viewership, it was pretty rough. So that was a pretty strong chilling effect for me doing it. And then on top of that, there was just so much garbage. We had some pretty bad ones over the years. Some of them were, like, fun and laughable and how bad they were, and some of them was like, oh, this is genuinely terrible. I'm like, genuinely, I'm kind of unhappy I played it. And that's not me dispersing to that, that's, like, demos I played and all that. So I have found, like, the last couple of years, the Next Fest and all that, I've kind of waited till I had, like, the list of games, or, like, a couple of games, like, those are the ones that look really good, and just play a couple of those. And so you wonder if we get iron production as mod from Giants? Iron production like an iron mine? I mean, so the previous one, Farming Simulator 22, did have mining, but you mined for stone. Yeah, like in Silverrun. Yeah, so you had the mine for stone. I don't think it was iron. I could be, like, I don't remember Silverrun's mine. I thought it was just stone in that one. It was iron ore? Gotcha. Yeah, it's been a while. That No Man's Land Survivor Man challenge map was like hundreds of hours of farm sim we did on that map. And it wasn't, and for those like, oh my god, this dude just plays so much farm sim. It wasn't all at once. We'd end up playing like a couple of days of farm sim here and there, a couple of days of farm sim there. A lot of it was like half a stream here, half a stream there. It's just, it was kind of one of those games that I had like 2 or 3 games that if I didn't know what I was going to play in a day, depending on like, you know, the mood I was in, energy level I was feeling, whatever, I had, you know, a couple games in the back pocket I could break out. So, you know, I could break out Project Zomboid if I was like really, really feeling it. If I was looking for something a little bit more, you know, more straight up difficult kind of thing, I might look at something like RimWorld. If I was looking for a relaxing time, we just break out like American Truck Simulator or Farming Simulator. It's always good to have them back there. Yeah, and I'm trying to see if I can get a hold of the Astroneer DLC. That's gonna be dropping in the next couple of days. That might be fun to check out on the channel, because that's got some light automation mechanics, so nothing anywhere remotely like Satisfactory or Factorio does. But you did have where you could like set up your stuff that's producing your materials, and it would grab from the stuff in range, and you have like a little table there, and you have like a little arm that puts stuff on the table, so you couldn't grid it out super easy like in Factorio, but you could have it like, okay, it's in the circle that this will grab from that to that. So you could set up some like basic automation to like process your materials, but it was never anything big enough that you're like, oh well, that's my drill, that's my this. It's just making my stuff for me. But they've got the new one that's like Glitch Worlds or whatever it is, and I'm curious what that's gonna be like. But that's technically a survival crafter. That the gimmick about it is you land in these planets, and I want to say you had both air and power, like electricity. And so when you walk away from your platform, there's like a little tether that gives you air. Once you get too far away, it disappears until you come back. So it's kind of one of these games that you spawn in there, you collect resources around you, and you get a little bit of crafting done. You're like, all right, well, I need more resources, and I can't reach them without going too far. So you have to like run outside your range of your air to go grab some more resources, then run back, and you'll get new and more rare resources. And so then you figure out ways to expand how far you can get your air and build like little tethers to move you around on the surface. And so it's a really fun one. Astroneer, like astronaut, but you know, near like engineer. They want to end all your ravings. Acres is early access, and it's pretty fun, inexpensive, seems to be a good developer, and varies in experience. Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I found, you know, I definitely have, I definitely remember seeing that. Some of those games are fun to play, but hard to stream. Like, that's always one of the catches with, like, any game. I get a lot of game suggestions, and some of them are just solid games that we end up playing. And then there's stuff where it's like, yeah, you could check this, like, and it'll be, like, some really obscure title from, like, way back. And unfortunately, the reality as a full-time content creator is that does force my hand on what I can and cannot get away with on the channel. As a one-off, anything's fine that isn't against TOS. Like, as just like a one-off, one stream, I can play the most obscure game no one's ever heard of, and that's fine. But if it's a game that's going to take me any length of time, the reality is, if a game... The way I look at it isn't, is it a good or a bad game? I go, is it viable to stream? So it's not, oh, is this like whatever the latest fad is, it's got a bunch of viewers. Like, usually I actually consider those non-viable to me. I'm just not big enough to compete in that audience. But I will also look at a game and be like, okay, does this game either have, like, any viewership on the platform as one consideration? And it's okay if it doesn't, if it's a game that's, like, kind of, you know, a cult classic kind of thing. Like, you know, the Undertales and, you know, Subnautica and Raft. Like, all these kind of games that, you know, if you play it, someone's gonna turn up. But otherwise, like, if I'm gonna be playing something for a couple of weeks, it's gotta have some level of viewership. And that's just the reality of, when you stream, one of the immutable truths that you kind of have to just accept is viewers churn. If you keep playing the game that people have enjoyed on your channel, there's gonna be some number of viewers who, they're just tired of it, they're not interested, they've moved on to something else interesting, and they stop watching. Fair enough, no problem, they should do that. They should find the content they're looking for. And just the same, if I switch games to something else, there'll be that many people who the last game you're on is what they wanted to see, and so you're not providing that, so they churn. And there isn't a reality where, you know, one of those isn't true. And, like, it's literally every decision, there'll be some amount of churn. Which does mean, as a content creator, I have to be growth-focused at all times, because if I'm not focused growth, it's just kind of one of those things that the channel will shrink. All viewers must like all content or else. Exactly! I didn't give you permission to not like my content, and therefore you shall continue to like my content. That's just the negotiation here. So I will need you to continue to show up and follow and sub and do those things. But yeah, no, it's just, it's like, it's a thing. And obviously I'm being silly with the other thing. But it is just one of those things that I've gotten pushback a couple of times over the years where someone's like, you know, why wouldn't you play this like niche game that no one's ever heard of that you might like? It's like, it's very difficult for me to do that. As a one-off, it's fine. Like, playing some one-off game you know is gonna just not perform, that's okay. But those are kind of selfish days where you're like, this is something I'm doing for me. Or, you know, as a reward or whatever to my audience, like, you know, promise to play an obscure game that they want you to see. But it's just one of those things that, like, it doesn't make sense in the business side. So, oh yeah, you need to consider what does your numbers. That's fine. Just another thought might be up your alley, regardless of your streaming it. Yeah, no, and I wasn't trying to make it on that, but yeah, no, it's just one of those things. It kind of came up just because, like, the demo conversation. That there's a lot of times that I would love to check out so many demos, all that. That the issue is because when you go on Twitch, there's a handful of ways people find your channel. The first is they already follow you. That's the most reliable one. They already follow you. They already know who you are. You start streaming, they come back, and that's the dream, is to have as many people, who just know who you are and will pop in because they know they like your stuff. Understandably, that's not a discoverability thing. That is your maintained audience. But when it comes to discoverability, you only got a couple options. The first option is the games page. So the games page is the page for whatever respective game you're playing. So like right now, if you were to look up Farming Simulator 22, ta-da, you find my stream. And that's a thing that becomes a challenge. Because if a game has no one looking for it, the games page doesn't do anything for you. That lever gets turned off. Just the other side of things, if you have a game that literally hundreds of thousands of people are playing and a whole bunch of big creators and all that, you are so far down that games page, again, you might as well not exist. And any other recommended sections, the next place you get a lot of your viewers. And that's usually people you share audiences with, play similar categories with. A lot of that is actually networking. That the more like if I'm raiding into someone and they raid back into me, we'll end up building up a shared viewership over time. And that means we'll show up in each other's recommended page, so people checking out their stream will end up in my stream and vice versa. Alright, KS, you have a good one. But outside of those two, there's not many ways people to find your content on Twitch. Like, you can get on the front page, but that's infrequent enough. I wouldn't focus on that as like an actual way to find viewers and grow and all that. Stories does help a little bit, but generally I find people's engagements of stories to be pretty minimal. And I haven't seen Twitch do much with stories in a very long time, so I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't stick around. You do have like your clips getting featured and all that kind of stuff, but again, I haven't found that to be an appreciable amount. So you get the idea. The whole point of that is one of your main levers you can pull on the platform is the games page, which does mean like strategy. Let's see, actually interesting thing about the recommended page. Are you weird for not caring about that at all? No. That's mostly when like you're watching, let's say you're watching a content creator you enjoy and you're like, oh, well, I'm going to be gone for a week and all this stuff, or you're like, oh, I'm just like really not feeling the game that the person's playing that night, or they're going to be wrapping up and I'm like, they're going to go raid that person. That's not really my favorite content. They're playing a game I don't really enjoy. And you might just notice out of your corner, your guy's like, hey, there's that person that they're playing that game I like. They're playing some Kenshi. Whatever. I might click on it. Oh, and then you get raids. Raids are another really, really big one that helps with growth. That you raid other people, and most raids don't actually do anything. Like, to be genuine, like the people who pop in here and raid, even though I always thank them. There's not that many viewers who will see a raid come in and automatically like follow or whatever. Unless they get like, the person takes the time to give a very personal recommendation, which, you know, is impractical for a number of reasons. Sometimes just don't know that people well enough to give those personal recommendations and all that. Or there's also times when genuinely someone pops a raid, you're like, I don't know who this person is. I'm not going to personally recommend them. I don't know who they are. Not that I don't think they deserve it. I don't know. And you don't want to steer people wrong. In fact, someone says, you haven't looked at Twitch's recommended page in years and years. Top recommend is a mobiles app, unavoidably. But it's usually somebody follow. Yeah, so when I'm talking about the recommended, I'm talking about like that little section that while you're on someone's stream, that it goes down, like, you'll have like your view, like the follows and all that, but they'll have that little set of like 3, 4, 5 people. That's what I'm talking about there, is the recommended there. Which is the same one that feeds the mobile version. And yeah, it will be a handful of, yeah, sidebar below followed, yeah. And I believe it's not supposed to show channels you follow, but quite often it will show channels that you've ended up into a number of times because of raids and other stuff. But it is also one that, like, again, if you if you watch one person and you have like a lot, like me and that person share a lot of viewers, there's a good chance it'll recommend, because Twitch is going, hey, well, if you really like Samantha's stuff, and like Samantha and Rual have like a really shared big audience, there's a really good chance you might like Rual as well. Let's see. Oh, that's right. That often was streamers you already know, but since you barely use a browser, you haven't seen it for years. Yeah. Yeah, like a lot of times there'll be people you know but you don't follow. Like, not that there's anything like negative or whatever, just like, you're like, yeah, I'm not probably going to spend my time watching this channel. It's fine. Like, their content isn't what you're looking for or whatever. But yeah. So it's a whole interesting thing, juggling. And you will have creators who will very passionately, you know, throw down, like they're saying things like, this is how you grow, this is how you do it. And they will all give conflicting advice to each other, and that's because there isn't one way. And what works for one person might be absolutely the opposite of what you should do, and vice versa. There's not a whole lot you can do with that. You just kind of have to go with your gut and, you know, try to make it make sense. Like, if the content you produce is content you wouldn't watch, it's unlikely. Like, basically, if you're producing content and you look at that and say, I would want to watch this, that's good. Because more than likely there will be other people out there who feel the same way. Just the same, if you're like, I'm making this content, I don't see why anyone would watch it, that can be a problem. It can also just be you beating up on yourself for no reason. But that can be a problem. Because if you can't convince yourself to be interested in what you're doing, convincing someone else to be interested in it's probably going to be a pretty tough sell. Okay, so the other one was right down here. Yeah, so it's just 2 fields right ahead. Yeah, so the other place a lot of growth happens is off-platform. That's posting on social media, that's making YouTube videos, TikTok stuff, yada yada yada. Let's see, well, you're maxed out your followers, so sometimes streamers had considered following, some not. That's okay, recommendations don't need to be perfect. Yeah. Oh yeah, and you know, when you have a day of the week that ends in day, that's when something's gonna not work right on Twitch. See, that saving do not have to turn off your computer thing just scared the heck out of you. Alright. And the last of the fields we grabbed. Okay. One thing I would do is if we bought a bunch of these fields. Yeah, that's where it wasn't cultivating. Bought a bunch of these fields. More than likely what I'd probably do is take some of these fields, just connect them to make them more reasonable. Let's see. Oh, growing channels via social media feels like Pandora's box. Well, that is also another thing, is there is a whole thing, like, talking point about you choose your audience. And you'll have people like, well, no, your audience chooses you. It's like, well, it's both true. And that all just comes into play of, like, how are you drawing people to your channel? Like, how are you moderating your channel? All that kind of stuff. That'll determine, like, what you see in your channel. And so there is a lot of stuff that goes into that. Maintaining a community is a lot of work. Social media can be fine. Now these days I wouldn't take my chances with X. Even before, like, the past couple weeks. Like, X has been just downhill since it became called X. And it's just gotten worse and worse and worse for just everyone being screaming at each other at all times and being awful. And I say that very broadly. There's definitely good people on there, but It's one of those things you load up and you're like, well, I'm angry. Okay, I guess, you know, day accomplished. I've been very much personally enjoying Blue Sky. I started using that. I mean, I got on there a long while back, but I started properly using it this, you know, last couple weeks, and it's been so much better. But yeah, I don't even know if like social media is that powerful. I actually found I got a lot of mileage being on Reddit. So like in games I play, like RimWorld and that, Product Zomboid, being active in those communities, like not even advertising yourself, like not even being like I stream or whatever, just being an active member of your community, so people started recognizing the name. Has done wonders for me over the years. Because then you'll sit there and you'll be like, okay, people start recognizing your name, that you're someone around that community and all that. And then somebody's like, oh yeah, I saw that on Rual stream or whatever. I'd be like, they stream? Because for one, a lot of those things have rules about don't self-promote, and plus, it feels weird and cringy to self-promote in that way. Not that I blame anyone for doing it, but having that happen organically usually is far more... What's the word I'm looking for? I mean, authentic, yes. But, like, if I give you a recommendation, but I'm being paid, people go, okay, hang on. This person's being paid. Like, this doesn't land the same. Versus, on the other hand, if I get a recommendation, and it's something I've had to go out of my way for. Subtle? I mean, subtle, yes, but that's not what I'm looking. Like, subtle almost seems deceptive. It's, it has more weight to it. Because, like, it doesn't seem forced, it doesn't seem like there's a conflict of interest, it doesn't seem like anything else. It's just, in the wild, someone recommends it. So, like, it's like if you have that one friend and they work at some restaurant, and they're like, oh yeah, my restaurant's really good, you should come by sometime. You're like, yeah, I'll probably come by. But then if completely separate and independent of all of that, you know, another random friend's like, oh man, there's this restaurant you gotta check out. That thing's, like, really, really good. And then you're like, okay, it's not my friend talking up the place they work. Like, this is just a thing that people like. It's a nice sunset. But yes, that's a whole big thing. We do sometimes get into like the meta talk about content creation. I try to be transparent about a lot of all that, because I know it's a thing that interests a lot of people, and I do know it's a thing that a lot of content creators get uncomfortable talking about, because for a lot of people, you know, they're trying to decide what games they're playing on their channel. And I can tell you, it is an incredibly stressful part of the content creation process. Because you're like, okay, is there enough an audience for this? Does this align with what my current audience likes? Is this something that's going to cost me a bunch of viewers? Is that something I'm okay with? You know, is it something that's going to land and potentially bring new people in? What kind of viewers is this going to be bringing in? Is that what I want for my audience? Is there something I have to worry about, like DMCA music and yada yada? And no matter what you choose, you second guess yourself like 30 times. So talking about it for some people, you know, well, they're just trying to focus on making good content, it just opens that thing, especially if it's like a night that your viewers are just not performing. It could even be totally unrelated to anything on your stream. There are nights that you're streaming, you're like, man, it is really quiet. And then you just, like, realize some, like, game show thing is going on, or, like, some game company's doing a big announcement, or a movie just dropped, or, like, whatever is the drawaway. Like, it's a holiday in a place where you have a lot of audience. And then suddenly you're just like, man, why is my viewership so bad? Like, this is clearly it. It's over. Like, you get into that headspace, and it can ruin, like, an entire stream. So a lot of people don't talk about it because it makes them uncomfortable. But I think it's good. Because one, it does help people empathize in general of like getting a better idea that there's a lot more that goes into this stuff than people realize. And then also you have a lot of people who would like to and aspire to get into content creation. And it's good to have the information, whether it's, you know, hard pills to swallow or, you know, hey, like anyone can get started, like you push go live and you go from there. It can all be that good stuff. It's also good to have like transparency around like finances and all that with that as well, because within the content creator sphere, you like people don't like to talk about money, but people are getting better about it and finding out they're getting screwed by their sponsors, and it's good for people to have that knowledge. So when someone lowballs the heck out of them, they'd be like, "Hold up, hey, no." With all that said, chat, I am starting to go low energy, as you probably started to notice, and that's part of why I'm rambling. That 16.5-hour stream yesterday is catching up to me, and it is about that time that I wrap up normally. We're actually about an hour over, but I wanted to finish that because if I am definitely the kind of person... Where's the save button? I'm definitely the kind of person that if I leave a task half done, I won't remember what the heck I'm doing. So with all that said, if you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because that's just what happens on the YouTube side. For those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. We're going to see who we can find to drop a raid on. And as a reminder, if you have